As soon as Seo reaches this point in time, he compares it to his past life and realizes Kim Young-hoon now has 10 extra years to grow before they reunite. After gathering rumors, Seo confirms the Mokli clan still controls the throne, while the emperor and crown prince have already been assassinated by a mysterious figure he strongly suspects was Kim Young-hoon. The rumors also say Kim Young-hoon is still a fugitive and has not joined the Jin clan, so Seo decides he cannot enter their territory openly and will have to sneak in first. Even so, Seo wants to see the Jin clan disciples with his own eyes, so he heads for their domain and punches a hidden opening through the formation barrier with a released gang sphere. Using the hidden consciousness technique and the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, Seo erases his presence and slips inside while Jin clan cultivators rush around on alert without finding him. When Seo reaches the old training ground and disciple quarters, he finds them empty and dusty, a quiet sign that the Jin clan shut down its assassination unit after the royal deaths. Following memories from his past life, Seo searches deeper into the territory and finds the disciples scattered among ordinary work sites, learning how to live like mortals instead of training as killers. Their younger faces make Seo smile softly, and after confirming they are safe, he quietly leaves the Jin clan behind to hunt for Kim Young-hoon instead. Combining geography, pursuit patterns, and what he knows of Kim Young-hoon's habits, Seo narrows the search to a mountain settlement near Bakju City in Yenhwa. Void stepping through the air, Seo reaches a mountain fort and immediately spots people below drilling martial arts that all carry Kim Young-hoon's unmistakable influence. Before Seo can descend, a burst of light attacks him from the air, and he casually snuffs it out with a finger flick. A heartbeat later, Seo realizes he has been surrounded in all 6 directions by clustered gang chi and recognizes the trap as dual energy sword control. Seo calmly plants his own consciousness into a gang sphere, steals control of the entire formation, and turns the attack back on the hidden ambusher. The attacker finally reveals himself by bursting out of the air and batting away the redirected assault, stunned that a cultivator could dominate martial power like this. Seo laughs off the word cultivator, says this was pure martial skill, and condenses thousands of gang chi strands into one sphere before greeting him as Director Kim. Kim Young-hoon stares hard, recognizes him at last, and blurts out the old title Deputy Manager Seo with open disbelief. Instead of chatting, Seo fixes his attention on Kim Young-hoon's level and decides to test exactly how far this 10-year version has really reached. Seo splits his gang sphere in 2, absorbs one to sharpen his mind, and tears through the void to strike before Kim Young-hoon can fully react. Kim Young-hoon barely evades, and Seo immediately reads the gap between them. Kim still cannot accelerate his mental processing the way Seo can. Kim Young-hoon spreads layered gang chi through the air and tries to fight from range, but Seo instantly seizes every strand and seals all 6 directions around him in a glowing cage. Even cornered, Kim Young-hoon stays calm, keeps trying to retake control with intent, and quickly starts adapting to the pressure of fighting an ultimate pinnacle master. Seo closes the distance again, but this time Kim slips around the blow with a smooth, unfamiliar movement, and counters instead of retreating. Seo instantly realizes the truth and gets excited. Kim Young-hoon just invented a brand new anti-Seo martial art on the spot. On the next exchange, Kim improves again and knocks aside Seo's wrist by briefly accelerating the internal energy flow in his own body for an instant burst of reaction speed. Watching that explosive growth happen second by second, Seo pegs Kim Young-hoon at 5 energies converging to the origin and feels a chill at how monstrous his talent really is. Kim Young-hoon throws even more freshly invented techniques at him, but Seo answers by floating 2 extra gang spheres and smashing through every counter with overwhelming force. Seo grabs Kim Young-hoon by the head, drives a knee toward him, and turns the close-range clash into a brutal grapple instead of a clean martial exchange. Seo flips him over and drags him into a 1,000-weight fall, forcing them both downward while Kim desperately invents new saber and thread techniques to shake him off. People at the fort panic as the 2 masters fall toward them, and in that instant Kim creates yet another explosive technique that finally blasts Seo loose. Kim instantly vanishes into the void with the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, reappears above Seo, and grabs his clothes to slam him into the ground first. Seo reads the energy flow inside Kim's body in that single moment, reverses the throw, and drives Kim Young-hoon into the earth instead. Even while taking the hit, Kim creates one more defensive counter and sends part of the impact back through Seo's hand, proving his talent is still evolving under pressure. Standing over the dust, Seo is openly awed and thinks Kim Young-hoon's genius is so absurd that no martial artist like him may appear again even in 10,000 years. Once the clash ends, Seo casually calls it a spar, and Kim Young-hoon, half annoyed and half amused, says it felt more like fighting for his life. Kim Young-hoon also points out that Seo did not even use his full mental acceleration at the end, which only makes the gap between them clearer. When rough-looking men start peeking out from cover, Kim Young-hoon barks at them to stop gawking and properly welcome the guest. Seo learns these men were bandits Kim beat nearly to death and reformed after they tried to raid the village where he was hiding. Several peaceful days pass at the mountain fort, as Seo teaches Kim Young-hoon martial arts and hands him the key insight needed to climb into ultimate pinnacle. Seeing that Kim may reach ultimate pinnacle and form his inner core within half a year even without supervision, Seo decides his own next step is to search demon beasts for clues to realms beyond human martial limits. Seo finally prepares to leave, and Kim Young-hoon asks with a hint of regret whether he will not stay long enough to watch him reach ultimate pinnacle. Seo explains that he trusts Kim Young-hoon's talent and wants to seek knowledge beyond ultimate pinnacle elsewhere, promising they will meet again. With a smile and a respectful bow, Seo tells Kim that next time he hopes Kim will be the one teaching him. Kim Young-hoon answers with confidence that next time he will stand in a higher realm than Seo, and the two part on that fierce promise. Leaving the mountains behind, Seo heads south for the Black Wind Sea and the utmost chaos island that Seo Huil told him about. The Black Wind Sea is as dangerous as promised, full of sudden storms, demon beast packs, and the nearby shadow of Black Ghost Valley. Seo learns that utmost chaos island is easy enough to find because it is famous as an island under the rule of a sea dragon. On the island, Seo asks about the dragon named Seo Ran and hears that the locals revere him as a gentle guardian spirit who protects ships and the island in exchange for modest yearly offerings. An elder explains that the island used to be a harsh thorn-covered place until Seo Ran pitted the settlers and helped make it livable, which is why the island was renamed in his honor. The elder also describes Seo Ran as a wise blue sea dragon who understands human speech and says the best place to see him is the western sacrificial altar on the island's cliff. Before Seo leaves, the elder gives one practical warning. The guardian spirit hates sharp weapons, so Seo should not bring a sword in front of him. Seo thanks him and goes alone to the simple altar on the western cliff, already thinking through how to introduce himself once the sea dragon appears. He barely starts planning his first words before a huge shadow drops over him, and the demon beast method manual hidden on him suddenly flares with blue water energy. Seo Ran reveals himself as a giant blue-scaled sea dragon with silver-blue horns and a white beard, and his voice echoes straight into Seo's consciousness. Seo Ran's first question is sharp and suspicious. Why is a human carrying the skin of a sea crystal beast that only reacts inside the embrace of demonkind? Seo keeps calm, takes out Seo Huil's manual, introduces himself as Seo Eunhyun, and says the Sea Dragon King sent him here to learn demon language, script, and beast cultivation methods as a human-demon hybrid. He even asks politely to be taught as a descendant of the great Sea Dragon King, making it clear he came here to begin studying the path of demons. But Seo Ran does not accept the explanation cleanly and asks in growing confusion why Seo looks less like a hybrid and more like a demon disguised in human skin. Then Seo Ran pushes the reveal further and bluntly tells him this is not just strong demon blood, leaving Seo stunned with the possibility that he may be a full demon after all. When Seo asks why Seo Ran calls him a disguised demon, Seo Ran says the answer is not Seo's body but the strange nature of his consciousness. Seo Ran tells Seo to inspect him with divine consciousness, and Seo slips into the world of intent to look directly at the dragon's inner form. What Seo sees shocks him because Seo Ran's consciousness is not a sphere at all but a thin shape wrapped around his upper body like a second self. Seo also notices emotional colors in Seo Ran's body, with pride around the horns and an unexpected sadness clinging to his hind legs. Seo Ran quickly realizes Seo is seeing far more than an ordinary human cultivator ever could, and that only deepens his suspicion. Seo Ran explains that humans read heavenly signs and fate, but demons mostly read the spiritual energy flowing through the land. He says demon consciousness is built around sensing yin and yang in the world's spiritual circulation, the instinct that lets beasts feel danger before it arrives. But the explanation does not match Seo's own sight at all, because what he has always seen is a world of 7 colors and intent, not simple yin-yang flow. Seo Ran still insists Seo carries the temperament of demon consciousness, then grows puzzled himself because the Sea Dragon King had judged Seo as a demi-human instead. That contradiction makes Seo wonder if his consciousness changed after meeting Seo Huio rather than being this way from the start. He traces the real turning point to the moment he grasped the 3 talents and learned to split his gang sphere as heaven and earth revolving around man. As Seo concentrates on that old insight, a brutal headache slams into him and Seo Ran warns that his true identity is settling into place. Seo forces himself deeper through the pain because the feeling is the same kind of wall he broke when he reached higher states before. Then the block sense finally breaks open, and Seo awakens a new way of feeling heaven and earth as endless taiji flow through everything around him. Acting on instinct, Seo raises a gang sphere and watches it split into 2 along the circulation of yin and yang. As he studies that flow, Seo realizes living beings distort heaven and earth themselves, and that is why his path evolved through heaven, earth, and man instead of yin and yang alone. That insight bursts a 3rd gang sphere above Seo's heart, and he finally steps into the ultimate pinnacle realm. Seo can no longer hold that burning new perception for long, but even after he withdraws, the 3 spheres remain under his control. Seo Ran eyes the strange technique with open curiosity, and Seo dodges the explanation by calling it a trait of his race. Seo thanks Seo Ran for forcing his eyes open, and Seo Ran dryly points out that Seo really awakened himself. Seo Ran adds that Seo now truly has demon-style consciousness, which only makes his half-human identity feel even more abnormal. He explains the rule bluntly. Mixed blood should always inherit human divine consciousness because heaven suppresses earth, so Seo should not exist in this form. Seo turns that over and realizes his own 7-color vision seems different from both ordinary human sight and ordinary demon sight. For now he shelves the mystery, dispels the spheres, and simply accepts that he has learned something vital from Seo Ran. Seo Ran decides to stop talking in the open because island mortals are approaching the altar again, and he tells Seo to follow him to his home instead. Seo Ran dives off first, and Seo jumps after him, racing across the waves to keep up. When Seo Ran finally plunges straight down into the dark water, Seo hesitates for a beat and grumbles that he really needs better water techniques next life. Underwater, Seo reads the current patterns the way he once read air, but even with that skill he still struggles to match the dragon's pace. Deeper down, the pressure rises and a stunning coral garden appears, hiding an underwater cave between its formations. Seo follows the dragon through a submerged tunnel that rises again, and he bursts into an air pocket inside the hidden cave. Inside, Seo is surprised to find fresh mountain clear air, and Seo Ran explains that special clear coral keeps the cave breathable even for land dwellers. Spirit stones in the ceiling light up one by one, revealing a huge undersea residence where Seo Ran decides to start teaching in earnest. Seo Ran tells Seo that because he has awakened demon consciousness, he can skip the special powers a normal hybrid would need and go straight to learning demon language. He begins with the key difference. Humans send language through vibrating air, but demons share meaning through their demon core and consciousness. To demonstrate, Seo Ran gathers spiritual energy over his forepaw, and Seo forces his newly awakened senses open again despite the burning strain. Then Seo Ran demonstrates true demon speech, sending spiritual energy from his mouth into taiji-like patterns instead of ordinary sound. Seo cannot translate the words yet, but by locking onto the spiritual circulation he finally feels Seo Ran's voice as an intuitive meaning rather than a sound. Once Seo proves he can catch that sensation, Seo Ran starts teaching him the demon language for real. Half a year passes, and Seo masters a broad demon vocabulary along with the method of speaking through spiritual energy. By the end of that training, Seo Ran tells Seo he can now read most demon books without trouble, including the cultivation manual the Sea Dragon King gave him. Seo thanks him sincerely and even calls him Seo Hyung, showing how their relationship has warmed from suspicion into trust. Seo Ran admits he helped for the king's sake, but also because he has a favor of his own to ask Seo now that they trust each other. He reveals that 30 years ago he found a major barrier deep in the Black Wind Sea, and something inside is crucial for his cultivation. The problem is that the barrier can only be broken by combining human and demon power, and Seo Ran has never found a human cultivator he could trust until now. Seo agrees at once, both because Seo Ran needs him and because he wants to repay the months of teaching he just received. With that settled, Seo Ran moves them straight to the next task and asks if they should begin learning the king's method immediately. Seo takes out the Beast Hide manual from Sea Dragon King Seo Huil, and Seo Ran identifies the material as Crystal Beast Hide. At last Seo reads the title clearly for the first time, Summoning Wind, Dragon Transformation. In Seo Ran's cave, Seo studies Summoning Wind, Dragon Transformation from start to finish and realizes demon beast cultivation works nothing like human methods. He pieces together the core rule. Demons gulp down mixed spiritual energy and forcefully purify it through raw instinct instead of carefully sorting the 5 elements. That reckless intake reminds Seo of martial artists' internal energy methods, and the similarity immediately catches his attention. But Seo quickly concludes a normal martial artist would die trying, because demon beast methods require sensing earth and surviving violent energy activation inside the body. Even so, Seo decides it is worth the risk because his inner core and completed unified origin give him the catalyst he needs to try. He tells Seo Ran he is going into seclusion nearby to learn the method, and Seo Ran agrees but warns him to return within 3 years while he prepares to break the barrier. Seo leaves the cave, finds a lonely rocky island in the Black Wind Sea, digs himself a shelter, and starts training there alone. He begins by forcing his unified origin point to erupt, trying to climb from Chi refining 13th star into infinite spiritual cloud. The point explodes inside him, purifies the energy in his inner core, and throws out a cloud of spiritual power that carries him into Chi refining 14th star for a moment. Seo compresses that cloud as far as he can and launches his first full attempt at Chi building. A far more violent inner explosion nearly ruptures his dantian, and Seo has to draw on the inner core just to keep the breakthrough from killing him. When the blast finally settles, the breakthrough has failed, and Seo drops below where he started after only brushing the next stage for a moment. Still, the failed attempt leaves one prize behind. The power in his inner core has become far more purified, giving him exactly what he needs to start the demon beast method. Following the manual, Seo aligns his consciousness with dragon-like primal instinct, and his usual spherical mind form twists into the shape of a dragon. The fit feels wrong from the start, like a human body wearing the wrong shape, but Seo forces the method forward anyway. Once he drives the energy outward in the demon beast pattern, his spiritual meridians begin changing toward the method's final form instead of progressing in a safe, orderly sequence. The price is brutal pain, and Seo endures it while the method feels like it is tearing him apart from the inside. He crushes handprints into the cave wall, and swears he will find the next path in martial arts and a way into chi building no matter what. A full year passes, and the once quiet training island finally starts shaking under the force building inside it. A year later, the quiet island finally gives way as Seo's cultivation tears it apart from the inside and a dragon-like whirlwind bursts into the sky. At the center of the storm, Seo draws water from the black wind sea into the air and rides the wind onto a nearby island. When he settles and lets his consciousness return to its normal sphere, Seo confirms he has learned the basic ability of summoning wind, dragon transformation. That success also triggers a sharp realization. The storm-like power feels disturbingly similar to the Mokli clan's wind techniques. As he compares details, Seo notices the same links to wind, water, rain, and dragon imagery that define many Mokli clan spells. He rejects the idea that the manual is outright devil art because it lacks the Mokli clan's foul aura, but the connection still leaves him deeply uneasy. Since the method is powerful yet feels like a bad fit, Seo decides to stop guessing and asks Seo Ran about it later. With more than 2 years left, Seo weighs two choices: return to Seo Ran for deeper training or head to Xingzi's western mountains to search for the golden divine heavenly thunder sex records. He chooses the mainland, deciding that gathering information is safer than blindly trusting a barrier in an unpredictable situation. Activating summoning wind, dragon transformation again, Seo rides a storm current north from the Black Wind Sea toward Xingzi. Near western capital city, Seo's arrival immediately runs into Xingzi Law when several green-robed clan cultivators surround him for flying in a restricted zone. A stern green-robed enforcer coldly tells Seo he broke a no-fly law and demands a fine of 100 spirit stones on the spot. Seo knows the claim is crooked because he was just outside the restricted area, but the clan is clearly trying to squeeze a foreigner who looks easy to bully. With no spirit stones or even a storage device on him, Seo quickly shifts from arguing the law to finding a way out. He tests the crowd by saying he belongs to a clan, and the surrounding enforcers immediately become more cautious because clan backing matters here. Seo names the Mokli clan as his backer, dropping a dangerous lie into the middle of Xingzi's border politics. The enforcers doubt him because he is not wearing the Mokli clan's usual blue robes, so Seo leans harder into the act and claims he entered Xingzi on secret clan business. When they still press him, Seo unveils the one proof he can fake well, the storm power itself. He declares himself Mokli Hyun, elder of the Mokli clan, and a violent whirlwind blasts out hard enough to sell the bluff. The law enforcers manage to hold their ground with high-level chi refining cultivation, which means Seo's bluff still needs a sharper edge. Hidden by the dust and wind, Seo quietly releases a gang sphere and splits it into 3 above his palm. Those 3 hidden strikes smash into the enforcers' defenses without killing them, just hard enough to make them believe a chi-building elder from the Mokli clan has appeared. Panicked now, the lead enforcer activates a message talisman and shouts that a Mokli clan elder has crossed the border in violation of the treaty. Seo uses that panic exactly as planned and bolts toward the western mountains before a tighter net can close around him. Green lights flare below as more cultivators respond, and Seo sees them assembling a formation meant to catch a chi-building opponent. Since he only faked chi-building strength by leaning on ultimate pinnacle power, Seo knows getting trapped in that formation would be disastrous. To break free, he drives out gang chi, splits it into 3, reabsorbs it, and forces triple acceleration into his wind method. The boost works, and Seo rockets ahead fast enough to leave the formation's reach behind. Just as the western mountains come into reach, Seo feels a far more dangerous presence closing from behind and recognizes a real chi-building cultivator entering the chase. Knowing he cannot afford to be caught, Seo pushes summoning wind, dragon transformation beyond its safe limit, and expands the storm around himself into a towering dragon's ascent. The strain immediately tears at him, and blood spills from Seo's mouth while he keeps forcing out power far above his true realm. He fires the gigantic whirlwind back at the pursuers as a one-time distraction, careful not to expose gang sphere methods that might drag Kim Young-hoon into suspicion. While the enemy chi-building cultivator scrambles to counter the storm, Seo wipes the blood away and prepares his real escape. He cuts the air with sword energy, hides his presence with the hidden consciousness technique, and drops fast toward the western mountains. Then he forms a hand seal for Earth's surpassing path, and the ground opens to swallow him beneath the mountains. Underground, Seo realizes the local clan's prejudice against the Mokli clan works in his favor, because they only search the sky while he hides below their feet. Once the danger passes, Seo steadies himself underground, wipes away the last blood, and turns back to his real goal of finding the golden divine heavenly thunder sex records. A few months later, his search finally leads him to the archive at Shattered Heaven Peak in the western mountains. Standing at the archive door, Seo thinks again about the mystery tying the golden divine heavenly thunder sect to the Ascension Gate. Then Seo pushes the archive door open and steps inside to look for answers. Seo slips into the dim archive of the golden divine heavenly thunder sect, using Jin Byaku's clues and his own consciousness to feel past the blurring formation. What he finds is disappointing at first glance, because the sect left behind almost nothing worth keeping. He grabs the surviving record on founder Yang Soo-jin and starts reading for any clue about the Ascension Gate. Most of Yang Soo-jin's history matches what Seo already knew, but one detail still lands hard. The man really did ascend and later tear back through the void to return. The timeline says Yang Sujin needed about 3,000 years to ascend and come back, and that makes the scale of his feat feel almost unreal to Seo. More importantly, the archive flatly confirms that Yang Sujin himself created the Ascension Gate. Then the record takes a stranger turn, because the sect admits its own founder simply disappeared in his later years. Seo cannot make sense of it, since a man strong enough to ascend and return should not vanish without a trace. He rushes through other surviving records on the sect leaders, but they are mostly harmless public history with nothing useful hidden inside. One collection of final sayings suddenly makes him stop when he finds the last words Yang Sujin spoke before vanishing. Yang Sujin's speech keeps repeating one idea: everyone has a home in the heart, and people must strive to reach it. Since he disappeared only days later, Seo starts to wonder if Yang Sujin left on purpose to find that home himself. The next warning book gives Seo a practical clue at last. Every future ascendant was ordered to read the stele before the Void Gate. He realizes the Void Gate means the Ascension Gate, and remembers the thundercloud carved stele floating in front of it. That memory turns grim when Seo recalls the damaged warning on the stele, telling ascenders to leave something behind for future generations or face disaster. Seo suspects later ascendants ignored that rule, but with the whole sect gone to the higher realms, the original purpose may already be lost. The last remaining book surprises him by being a technique manual called Lightning Predicting Eye. At first he almost dismisses it as useless, because stronger cultivators can already read weather and lightning without a special trick. Then he realizes the method was probably made for weaker cultivators who needed help calculating where lightning would strike. He commits the odd technique to memory, closes the last book, and accepts that this archive really has nothing else to give him. He steps out to explore Shattered Heaven Peak and finds the same emptiness outside, with only traces of a massive sect that seems to have ascended buildings and all. With his investigation ending far too early, Seo sits at the peak's edge and thinks about returning to Seo Ran. Then he notices how absurdly dense the spiritual energy is here, much richer than the Chongmun clan's main house. Since Seo Ran still needs 3 years anyway, Seo decides there is no reason to waste this place and chooses to train for Chi building here instead. He settles inside an old disciple cave and turns his recovered 14th star Chi refining power toward one goal, condensing his spiritual cloud into a star. The cloud compresses under his will, heating and fusing toward the birth of a true spiritual star. Just before success, cracks spread through the forming star and the whole attempt detonates inside him. Seo barely protects his Dantian from serious damage, but the failure still leaves him twisted up in pain and dropped back to completed 12th star Chi refining. He understands the real problem. With 5 elements spiritual roots, too many tiny changes happen at once for him to catch and stabilize them all. Chi building pills could steady the breakthrough, but once Seo remembers what that life force is made from, he rejects the idea outright. He can only laugh bitterly at it now. Trying to reach Chi building with 5 elements spiritual roots and no pills is almost pure madness. The demon beast method he learned does not solve it either, because that power and cultivation move side by side without truly mixing. So Seo settles into a brutal cycle, rebuilding his cultivation after each explosion just to try again. Months pass, and the rich spiritual energy lets him recover from 12th to 14th star fast enough to keep throwing himself at Chi building. But every attempt drowns him in tens of thousands of tiny transformations, far beyond what he can fully grasp in time. Even using gang spheres to speed up his thoughts, he can barely observe the changes instead of controlling them. That leaves him one desperate possibility: push his thought speed higher by reaching the 9 gang spheres Kim Young-hoon once handled. Another failure still ends with blood in his mouth, and the pain only sharpens his obsession with martial understanding instead of brute repetition. He starts tracing the link between martial arts and demon beast methods, not because they are the same, but because their results are similar enough to compare. To push deeper, Seo calls out a gang sphere and invokes the demon race's earth sense that now only gives him a slight headache. Through that sense, the circulation of yin and yang across heaven and earth opens to him in a clearer way than before. Using that vision, he reviews how he reached 3 gang spheres by reading heaven and earth and placing man between them. But when he tries to imagine Kim Young-hoon's 9-sphere ultimate pinnacle from that foundation, the gap still feels monstrous. Instead of ending Kim's talent, Seo forces himself to a harder conclusion. If he can learn what Kim realized, he can still follow that road. He decides to stop wasting time here and go find Kim Young-hoon in Yenhwa. His plan is simple: teach Kim demon senses and the summoning wind, dragon transformation method, then see what insight Kim can return. Using the Jin clan to make contact again, Seo reaches Kim, and Kim rushes over within a day. Kim greets him warmly and proudly reveals that he helped destroy the Mokli dynasty, and has climbed even higher since they last met. Seo almost slips by speaking as if he remembers Kim's old office life too clearly, then covers it with an awkward joke before Kim digs deeper. To steer past that, Seo playfully asks whether Kim has improved his skills, even though he never imagined he would be the one asking that question. Kim answers without words by launching his intent, and Seo immediately meets it with his own. In a flash, the surrounding world falls silent, and they crash together inside a void-like clash of intent. Seo opens at double acceleration, diving in hard, and Kim reacts instantly to block and counter. Seo keeps increasing the speed and confirms Kim really has learned acceleration too, matching him through a blur of repeated clashes. At triple acceleration with 2 gang spheres, Seo finally reaches Kim's limit, because Kim's speed stops rising from there. Once Kim loses his speed edge, Seo starts seeing openings and drives a clean palm strike into his chest. Kim falls coughing, but Seo is more impressed than smug, because Kim has still grown at a ridiculous pace. Then Kim laughs it off and reveals that he can also split his gang sphere into 2. Kim jokes that he will surpass Seo in a few years, but Seo cuts to the real question and asks how Kim achieved that split at all. Kim is genuinely baffled, because he can tell Seo also splits his gang sphere, yet Seo seems to have reached it through a completely different realization. Seo demonstrates his own method by rotating his split gang sphere in sync with the yin-yang circulation of heaven and earth, expecting Kim to recognize the principle. Kim still does not understand what Seo is trying to show him, and that proves they reached the same result through completely different enlightenment. Realizing Kim may hold the answer he needs, Seo leans in and directly asks what kind of enlightenment Kim actually attained. Kim Young-hoon admits that reaching ultimate pinnacle is personal, then lifts 2 gang spheres over his palm to explain his own path. He says a gang sphere starts by holding a piece of the self, almost like an avatar of consciousness, and Seo realizes they understood that first step the same way. Then Kim Young-hoon turns the idea sharply and says a person is not made from the self alone, but from relationships with others. When Kim Young-hoon names parents as the most precious relationship, the 2 gang spheres throb with light and his face turns unexpectedly nostalgic. As he speaks about being born from his father and mother, Kim Young-hoon's realization deepens right in front of Seo. When Kim Young-hoon includes his wife, children, and future descendants in that chain of bonds, a 3rd gang sphere forms inside the spinning pair. Seo finally understands that where he read the spheres through heaven, earth, and man, Kim Young-hoon reached them through family. But instead of celebrating, Kim Young-hoon crushes the moment, dispels the spheres, and admits he does not want this martial art nearly as much as he wants to see his family again. The 2 martial artists fall into a heavy silence, both standing with their thoughts somewhere far away. Kim Young-hoon finally breaks the mood with a bitter smile and drags the talk back to martial arts. He explains that his key insight was endless circulation, the idea that intent and gang spheres can divide and move through constant interaction. Seo catches the overlap at once. Kim Young-hoon chased the circulation of intent, while Seo chased Taiji in the flow of spiritual energy. Realizing their insights might complete each other, Seo decides to teach Kim Young-hoon his own enlightenment. Seo guides him step by step, telling him to still his mind, feel yin and yang in his heart, and forget intent for a moment, so he can focus on heaven and earth's spiritual flow. The moment Kim Young-hoon truly sees it, his eyes snap open in shock as he enters the same Taiji vision Seo reached through demon senses. Lost in that new world of heaven, earth, and man, Kim Young-hoon stares ahead so blankly that Seo worries something is wrong. Seo is stunned when Kim Young-hoon endures the new sensation without the crippling pain Seo expected, proof that his talent really is on another level. Then 3 gang spheres rise around Kim Young-hoon on their own, now fully stable and ready to split even further. Only after that surge does Kim Young-hoon snap back, panting hard as he hurriedly disperses the spheres. Catching his breath, Kim Young-hoon immediately grasps Seo's method and states it plainly. Seo reached heaven, earth, and man through Taiji itself, not through intent. Seo admits he still does not understand the circulation of intent, but Kim Young-hoon waves off the worry and says Seo may not need that path at all. Kim Young-hoon reveals the hard ceiling he sensed long ago. A human can probably control only 8 to 10 gang spheres, and that limit will not change just because they trade insights. When Seo pushes back, Kim Young-hoon answers with total shameless confidence that it is simply the intuition of a genius. Seo cannot argue, but the idea still lands hard because it means a martial artist's road may end at cheap building. Kim Young-hoon sincerely thanks Seo for the breakthrough, promising that this new insight will make his growth even faster. That word, inspiration, sparks Seo's stubborn side, and he asks the question he really wants answered. Can Kim Young-hoon surpass the record of surpassing path and martial arts? Seo explains why he is asking, laying out everything that changed his thinking. His travels, the demon race, the Taiji sensation, and his growing belief that human martial arts came from demon methods in the first place. He offers everything he has learned, including demon beast methods, if it will help Kim Young-hoon push that record beyond its current limit. Kim Young-hoon cannot promise success, but his eyes light up when he hears that the original demon methods might cut away a huge amount of trial and error. That is enough for Seo, so he spends the remaining time teaching Kim Young-hoon summoning wind, dragon transformation, and the broader nature of demon abilities. When that teaching period ends, Seo remembers the promise he made to Seo Ran and knows it is time to leave. Before they part, Seo checks one last time, and Kim Young-hoon answers that he understands everything and will research it with all he has. Seo leaves convinced that Kim Young-hoon will climb faster than ever, and that once Kim pushes martial arts to the absolute edge, Seo can use that sharpened path to challenge cheap building. After wishing each other luck, they finally part ways, and Seo heads straight for Seo Ran's residence. Seo Ran is already waiting, rising from the sea as soon as Seo arrives and greeting him without delay. Seo asks about the barrier right away, and Seo Ran tells him they will talk while moving because the place ahead is too rough to approach casually. Seo Ran tells Seo to climb onto his neck and hold tight, warning that the sea they are entering is packed with violent storms. Seo climbs aboard, gripping Seo Ran's neck as the sea dragon carries him out across the water. As they race onward, Seo Ran reveals that even the Sea Dragon King secretly asked him to enter this barrier because something crucial to their tribe lies inside. Seo presses for the truth while riding through rougher water, asking what exactly the barrier is hiding as the sea ahead turns strange and ominous. As Seo Ran races him toward the barrier, the sea ahead turns wrong at a glance, with ghostly currents twisting under dark thunderclouds and violent waves. Then Seo Ran finally names what lies beyond the barrier, a discarded divine relic from Blackbone Valley, the Nether Crossing ship, a battleship said to cross even the realm of the dead. After hours under storm clouds, Seo finally spots the first hidden distortion in the sea, and through demon senses he realizes the calm water ahead is actually a twisted barrier zone. Seo Ran explains that this is only the outer illusion barrier, and several deeper layers still stand between them and the thing he came here to find. Seo Ran surges into the sky, his horn flaring jade light, and smashes straight through the invisible boundary while Seo braces behind a shield of Gangchi. On the other side, the ocean vanishes into thick mist, and Seo instantly feels that this is no natural fog but a sea of terrifying energy. When Seo senses ghosts all around them, Seo Ran warns him not to make a sound because the mist barrier will send every wandering spirit after a living human voice. Seo Ran dives low through the water and explains that Black Ghost Valley released these wandering ghosts here, turning the whole region into a permanent storm-haunted sea. As they go deeper, the distant wailing grows louder, and Seo Ran calmly says stronger ghosts appear closer to the Nether Crossing ship. Then the entire mist reacts in a way Seo Ran has never seen before, as the ghosts start shouting that a huge ghost has entered their waters. The pale haze turns pitch black, and countless red lights ignite inside it, making even Seo Ran panic as the whole ghost barrier starts hunting them. With the red-eyed swarm closing in, Seo Ran burns demonic power again and launches both of them into the sky to escape the charging ghosts. After a hard flight, they break through a sudden wall of water and emerge past the second barrier into a completely different space. Seo is stunned to see a giant sea well with towering walls of suspended ocean, and at its center sits a huge translucent barrier around the ruined Nether Crossing ship. Seo Ran lets Seo speak again and confirms that the broken vessel sealed inside the last barrier is the Nether Crossing ship. Once they reach the bottom, Seo steps off Seo Ran's neck and approaches the final barrier on foot through the air while the ship's broken hull leaks heavy ghostly energy. Seo Ran explains the layered defense at last. The outer barrier blocks ordinary creatures, the ghost mist blocks human cultivators, and this final screen exists only to keep demon beasts out. To prove it, Seo Ran touches the barrier with his tail and gets blasted back with green ghost fire clinging to his scales until he burns it off with spiritual power. When Seo restrains his inner core and tests the same barrier, his human hand passes through with only a sharp sting, proving the ship is open to him. Seo steps fully through the barrier, feels a brief ache near his inner core, and immediately gets uneasy that entering such an important place was almost too easy. Seo Ran says that is exactly why Seo is here, because he can pull out the 8 ghost face flags around the ship and drop the beast-repelling barrier from the inside. Seo circles the ship and tears out all 8 flags one by one until the huge barrier finally loses its light. With the barrier gone, Seo Ran joins him and explains that the place only feels easy now because Black Ghost Valley and its stationed cultivator guards already ascended away. Seo asks why such a heavily protected divine relic ended up discarded, and Seo Ran reveals it was crippled in a war with a human man who came to steal one component from inside. Seo Ran lays out the Mad Lord's insane record. Black Ghost Valley mocked him. 2 heavenly being elders died, all 3 Nether Crossing ships were ruined, a third of the valley was wiped out, and he still tore out the core component he wanted. That story leaves Seo reeling, and Seo Ran admits many sea tribes quietly appreciated the disaster because Black Ghost Valley had ruled the ocean by terror before the Mad Lord broke them. They climb onto the glossy shattered deck, where ghostly energy seeps from every surface, and head for the door leading deeper inside. The moment Seo Ran opens the door, a crushing wave of and ghost energy pours out of the darkness, and makes both of them tense up. Seo worries the interior looks too cramped for such a huge dragon, but once they step in, he is stunned to find a compressed space far larger than the entire ship's exterior. Seo Ran explains that each Nether Crossing ship was basically Black Ghost Valley itself, a divine object with compressed space so vast that the Sex's land base was only its harbor. In a vast inner cavern of ghost statues and wooden buildings, Seo Ran produces a tiny bee from the Sea Dragon tribe and tells Seo to search every room for anything giving off the same energy. Before Seo can even start searching properly, a hidden wall trap fires a dagger at him, and he knocks it aside with a sharp burst of Gangchi. The trap sets off another threat as wooden puppets clatter out of the nearby building, and Seo smashes the first wave to splinters with a gang sphere. Seo Ran says these traps were left behind by the Mad Lord himself, a lunatic genius who could apparently seed whole areas with mechanisms in almost no time. When more puppets start closing in from the distance, Seo and Seo Ran stop talking and charge together through the trap-ridden ship. They tear through floors full of traps and warped passages, and the ship's impossible scale keeps reminding Seo that Black Ghost Valley once ruled the sea with power close to a whole moving sect. On the lower deck, the ghost energy becomes so dense that Seo feels his consciousness going numb before anything even attacks them. Seo Ran answers by spitting out a small golden bell, and one clear ring pushes back part of the darkness and eases the pain gnawing at Seo's mind. Seo Ran explains that the bell is a Dharma treasure he spent 3 years charging, but says the better defense is to compress consciousness itself into a stable form. Following the advice, Seo uses summoning wind, dragon transformation to shape his consciousness like a sea dragon, and the mental pressure eases at once. As they keep descending, Seo asks what makes a Dharma treasure different from ordinary artifacts, and Seo Ran says true Dharma treasures are weapons meant to grow with core formation cultivators. When Seo wonders if demon beasts can use them the same way, Seo Ran says no, because for his kind their real Dharma treasures are their own fangs, claws, and scales. Their talk shifts back to the ship itself, and Seo Ran says the Nether Crossing ship cannot truly sail to the land of the dead, but even its imitation power to traverse space is monstrous enough. Then they reach one floor where the traps suddenly stop, the darkness deepens, and the silence itself feels wrong. Without speaking, both of them sense the Taiji flow has changed here, with Yin crushing down on Yang so completely that they know something dangerous is waiting on this floor. A voice suddenly speaks from the dark, calling Seo a living human coated in several layers of death, and the pressure of core formation level ghost power crashes over both of them at once. Seo instantly recognizes that suffocating aura as core formation ghost power, the kind of disaster he cannot fight, and the voice eerily calls him a great ghost wearing a human body. Seo Ran does not argue or investigate further, he instantly chooses survival and unleashes the bell's light to break the pressure long enough for them to run. As they bolt upward, the ghost recognizes Seo Ran's bloodline and cruelly mocks him as a prince of the Sea Dragon King's family left behind after the others ascended, even saying Seo Huil abandoned him. When the spirit roars that it is a heavenly being, Seo nearly loses himself for a second, but Seo Ran forces him to focus and explains this must be only the resentful spirit of one killed here, trapped at core formation strength inside the ship. Seo forces himself steady, wraps his body in wind with summoning wind, dragon transformation, and dashes upward beside Seo Ran as the furious ghost tide keeps closing in through the ship. Inside the Nether Crossing ship's darkness, thousands of black hands lunge out at once, and Seo twists through the only safe path in midair. Seo Ran cannot slip through as easily with his massive body, so he burns the hands clinging to him with the exorcising power of his golden bell and forces his way upward. As soon as they break free, the puppet wreckage they smashed on the way down rises again and comes swarming back at them. Seo tells Seo Ran not to stop, then whips Sword Gang in every direction and bends the attacks mid-flight to smash apart the charging puppet pieces. A whole sea of broken parts packed with ghost energy rolls toward them next, and Seo orders one all-out strike to punch a path through it. Seo fires 3 gang spheres and Seo Ran answers with a blue torrent from his mouth, blowing a huge hole through the waves so they can rush through. They climb toward the next level while sticky black darkness keeps chasing them, and only constant breaths from Seo Ran and non-stop gang spheres from Seo keep the core formation ghost spirit from catching them. At last the entrance appears ahead of them, but just as escape is in sight, even more black hands erupt straight out of the ship's hull. The ghost spirit's voice booms through the ship, furious that they dared touch Azure Bone Valley's treasure and swearing no one will leave with it. The name Azure Bone Valley catches Seo off guard for a split second, but another giant hand comes for him, and he blows it apart with a gang sphere. Seo rushes to help, but Seo Ran cuts him off and says he has finally stored enough power to deal with this himself. Golden light suddenly shines from between Seo Ran's scales like armor, and the hands gripping him explode apart under the treasure's stored power. The ghost spirit recognizes the treasure on Seo Ran and tries to bargain for it, but Seo Ran snaps back that it is his and his alone. Seo Ran signals him with a glance, and Seo instantly answers by activating summoning wind, dragon transformation and cutting a path through the ghost hands with wind. Seo grabs onto Seo Ran's mane, blasts aside 2 more hands, and braces himself as Seo Ran says they will break through the barrier in one shot. Blue light flashes between Seo Ran's scales, and his huge body suddenly launches with explosive force until they are right at the water barrier. Behind them the Nether Crossing ship rides with hundreds of black hands, and a heartbeat later they plunge back into the fog on the way out. The black fog keeps chasing them, but this time there is no resistance on the way out, so Seo Ran hurls himself straight through the end of the mist. The instant they clear the barrier, the light in Seo Ran's scales goes out, and he drops limp into the stormy sea, completely spent. Seeing Seo Ran half-conscious and helpless in dangerous waters, Seo realizes he cannot leave him floating there for other sea demons to find. So Seo grabs Seo Ran by the neck, wraps them both in a whirlwind with summoning wind, dragon transformation, and drags the heavy dragon up into the sky. As he keeps hauling Seo Ran through the storm, Seo grimly notes how badly he needs proper water techniques if he wants to survive sea missions like this. After a long struggle they finally leave the storm sea behind, and sunlight hits them just as Seo Ran starts to wake up again. Once Seo gets permission to let go, he drops the sore, complaining dragon into the sea and finally gives his overworked inner core a break. Seo Ran sincerely thanks him, admitting he would have become prey for dark practicing sea demons if Seo had left him unconscious out there. Seo brushes it off as what comrades should do, and that simple answer makes a quiet trace of sorrow pass across Seo Ran's face. Then Seo Ran turns back to the real problem and says this expedition was a complete failure because the thing inside is still something he desperately needs. He pulls out the golden bell and says 3 years of charging it was only enough for ordinary ghosts, not a core formation monster guarding the ship. So he makes a new plan on the spot. He will spend even longer empowering the treasure until no evil ghost can come near him. With obsession almost spilling into madness, Seo Ran asks Seo to meet him again in 10 years and help him return, because without that item he says his whole life will be denied. Seo realizes this is about more than just cultivation, but he still agrees to help because he owes both Seo Ran and Seo Huil too much to walk away. After they arrange where to meet again in the future, the two part ways and Seo stays alone above the sea to think through what just happened. Alone now, Seo keeps circling back to one disturbing detail. The dead keep reacting to him strangely, calling him a great ghost or saying his soul carries multiple deaths. He also cannot shake the name Azure Bone Valley, wondering if it has some hidden link to Black Bone Valley. But for now he has no way to prove anything. So Seo puts the mystery aside and decides his next priority is simple: sharpen his gang sphere to the limit, and find some way to break from chi refining into chi building. Seo contacts Kim Young-hoon through the Jin clan, heads to the mountains near Yunsan City, wipes out the local bandits, and claims the hideout as a new place to train. Remembering the sea ordeal, Seo sets a concrete goal first: master the water surpassing path enough that he will not be dead weight when he returns with Seo Ran in 10 years. In a nearby valley he starts practicing water techniques, and to his surprise the new path comes far easier than the first one ever did. He realizes the meridians he already opened with the earth-surpassing path make this easier, and his master's lesson about understanding before breakthrough applies here too. Once the technique settles in, Seo can lift whole streams into the air and shape water however he wants, even pulling rain from the sky for himself. After about a year, his water-surpassing path is nearing second star chi refining, and he has already mastered all 72 water-aligned earthly chartreuse words as well. With that progress secured, Seo turns back to the real wall in front of him and tries to build a spiritual energy star again. Just like before, the forming star cannot hold together, cracks spread across it, and the attempt detonates in pain that drops him back to the 12th star. While recovering from the failure, Seo notices something small but important. His spiritual energy is coming back a little faster than before. Then it clicks for him that the water-surpassing path is now complementing his earth-surpassing path, just like the old manual said the 5 paths could do. That one discovery lifts his mood immediately, because faster recovery means more chances to throw himself at chi building again. 4 more years pass, and by then Seo has pushed the water-surpassing path to 4th star and can control 4 gang spheres with much steadier hands. Around that time Kim Young-hoon finally arrives, but the moment Seo greets him, it is obvious Kim did not come in good spirits. Kim apologizes for vanishing for years, explaining that war around the Mokli clan and his own martial obsession swallowed all his time. Then Kim reveals how far he has climbed. His gang sphere splits into 9, proving he has reached the extreme of ultimate pinnacle. But instead of pride, Kim only says this is the end, because even after repeated attempts he still cannot see what comes next. He admits he studied cultivation, medicine, and even the demon beast method, yet none of it gave him a road beyond ultimate pinnacle, and the frustration finally spills out of him. Listening to Kim, Seo realizes with a bitter chill that his friend is trying to force a way into a realm beyond ultimate pinnacle, a place so unknown that martial artists never even gave it a name. Because Seo is still far behind with only 4 gang spheres, he quietly tells Kim he is not qualified to talk about a world beyond ultimate pinnacle. Kim does not even try to comfort him back. He just agrees, dark-faced, and keeps talking about how crushing it is to pioneer a realm that may not even exist. Watching that despair, Seo realizes he cannot truly console him, because Kim's struggle is far beyond the kind of wall Seo is facing himself. After venting, Kim steadies himself and reveals why he really came, not for answers, but to warn Seo about the dragon method he gave him. Kim explains that while studying summoning wind, dragon transformation, he discovered the technique forcibly reshapes a human user's consciousness into a dragon. That is why the technique feels wrong for humans, Kim says, because it puts unbearable strain on the soul no matter how strong the user's cultivation has become. He compares it to diving into the deep ocean without protection while wearing a dragon's skin, and says there is a reason humans do not cultivate demon beast methods. Seo can only sigh, because the warning fits perfectly with how painfully unnatural the technique has always felt every time he used it. Kim finishes with the key insight he is sure of now. Humans must have their own proper form of consciousness, and it is definitely not that of a dragon. When Seo asks if this is just a warning about his demon beast method, Kim Young-hoon says it is both a warning and a real clue he found. Kim Young-hoon bitterly admits he still has not found the foundation for the next realm, or he would have told Seo long ago. Then Kim Young-hoon steps in front of a massive boulder and raises an ordinary fist with no internal energy at all, making Seo tense up. At the last moment, Seo sees Kim Young-hoon's consciousness compress around his fist in the same shape, eerily close to a demon beast method. His bare arm punches straight into the boulder up to the forearm, even though he never used internal energy. When Kim Young-hoon pulls his arm back out, Seo realizes he pushed basic bodily chi to the extreme by forcing his consciousness to align with the fist. Kim Young-hoon says he can only force that compression for a moment, unlike Seo's dragon transformation, which changes consciousness more naturally. Seo guesses the answer is a human-shaped consciousness domain, but Kim Young-hoon hesitates because the path feels subtly wrong. He explains that among countless false leads, this was one of the real paths, yet he is no longer sure it truly belongs to martial arts. Kim Young-hoon warns that following this road might lead somewhere completely outside martial arts, but it still proves Seo's current demon beast route is misguided. When Kim Young-hoon asks for other demon beast methods to compare, Seo admits summoning wind, dragon transformation is probably the only one he can access. Even so, Kim Young-hoon says more demon beast methods would cut down the trial and error, so Seo promises to try looking. Their talk stretches on for hours, and both men leave with real gains, Seo with a clue toward a fifth gang sphere and Kim Young-hoon with new insight into how martial arts, cultivation, and demon beast methods overlap. Seo wants to spar after so long apart, but Kim Young-hoon quietly avoids it, as if something is still weighing on him. After that, Kim Young-hoon starts visiting often, using Seo's cultivation knowledge to sharpen his search for a breakthrough in martial arts even though his own cultivation never advances. Years pass, and Seo keeps teaching from his understanding before breakthrough while Kim Young-hoon explains gang sphere insight in ways Seo can easily grasp. Much later, Seo meditates underwater in a mountain valley, wrapped inside a suspended sphere of water as the current circles around him. Seo opens his eyes inside the suspended water spell and ends his training, having raised the water-surpassing path to the 9th star of chi refining. Now that he can fully manifest water at this stage, Seo calmly notes that his spiritual energy recovery has become much faster. He wonders how strong that recovery boost will become if he fully masters both the earth and water paths, since right now it mainly lets him attempt chi building more often. Seo reflects that most of the water path is still unfinished, but unlike before, he no longer needs to reopen spiritual meridians because the earth path already handled that part. While he gathers his thoughts, Seo hears footsteps coming through the mountains and instantly knows it is not Kim Young-hoon. From the rhythm alone, he judges the visitor as a young cultivator rather than a martial artist or official escort. To avoid trouble, Seo uses the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts to erase his presence before the stranger arrives. A young Jin clan cultivator in red robes steps out of the bushes, muttering that this is where that mortal often came, confirming he tracked Kim Young-hoon here. Hidden nearby, Seo sizes him up as another late chi refining cultivator and decides to leave quietly and warn Kim Young-hoon later. But Seo stops when the Jin cultivator starts cursing Kim Young-hoon and promising to make that mortal suffer. The Jin cultivator scatters spirit stones and begins setting a formation, obviously preparing a trap for Kim Young-hoon. As hand seals stack up, fire energy spreads through the area, and Seo suddenly realizes the trap is also flushing out whoever is still hiding nearby. The fire embryo formation blooms across the valley, and the Jin cultivator shouts for the hidden intruder to come out. Seo realizes a trace of his earlier water spell gave him away, so he drops the concealment and appears in front of the Jin cultivator. The red-robed cultivator jumps at Seo's ghost-like appearance, then warily demands to know who he is. To protect Kim Young-hoon, Seo introduces himself as an old disciple who learned from him before the Jin clan ever took him in. The Jin cultivator immediately gets arrogant again and questions why Seo is training on what he calls Jin clan territory. Rather than start a bigger conflict with the newly dominant Jin clan, Seo calmly proposes a bet instead. Seo reveals a gang sphere from his inner core, and the Jin cultivator instantly turns cautious and greedy at the same time. Seo says that if he wins, the Jin cultivator must keep this training ground secret and stop bothering Kim Young-hoon. To make it fair, Seo limits himself to pure chi refining spells and no artifacts, while allowing his opponent to use everything he has. As the duel begins, the Jin cultivator's fire formation flares, and Seo answers by activating the earth's surpassing path and spreading his own formation through the ground. Seo treats this as a rare true fight between chi refining cultivators of the same level, finally testing what his own spells can really do. Both men release spiritual clouds from their dantians, one red-hot with fire and one heavy yellow-brown with earth, until the valley is swallowed by colliding cloud fields. Inside those clouds, both of them start firing off high-speed spells by incantation alone, trading the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends' techniques in a deafening exchange. The Jin cultivator escalates first, shaping his innate fire ability into a fast exploding bird that streaks straight at Seo. Seo traps the firebird inside an earth prison, proving a basic spell can shut down an innate ability if the caster truly understands it. The Jin cultivator is stunned, and Seo bluntly tells him that someone who reached this level through understanding before breakthrough can dominate peers of the same rank. Cornered, the Gene Cultivator finally pulls out a red flame artifact and summons 12 explosive firebirds at once. Seo answers by driving his hand seals even faster, launching non-stop basic earth spells until his yellow-brown cloud starts swallowing the Gene Cultivator's red one. Even when the Gene Cultivator adds talismans and keeps pushing his artifact, Seo still matches everything without using any special weapon of his own. Realizing a long fight favors Seo's absurd reserves, the Gene Cultivator cuts his finger, feeds blood into the artifact, and forces out a much stronger attack. A giant phoenix-like firebird rises from the blood-fed artifact, and Seo quietly accepts that this is what a typical grand perfection chi-refining cultivator can do. Instead of meeting it head-on, Seo uses the chance to judge his own limits, and suddenly changes tactics. Water from the valley surges up behind the Gene Cultivator, and crashes over his formation in a surprise attack, weakening his prepared firebird before it can fully strike. In that opening, Seo flashes through 16 seals and crushes the rest of the Gene Cultivator's defenses with a rapid burst of spells. The Gene Cultivator's formation and spiritual cloud shatter completely, and he is blasted down into the valley water. Coughing on a rock in the stream, the defeated cultivator stares at Seo in disbelief and cannot understand why anyone at the 14th star would master a second element instead of locking themselves away for chi building. Seo answers with a bitter smile that he has been preparing for chi building for decades and still could not reach it. So instead of giving up, Seo says someone without talent has to try every possible road as long as he does not lose himself. That duel gives Seo a new idea, because he just felt how quickly spiritual power drains and refills now that he practices more than one element. He starts pushing the thought further, wondering what would happen if he fully mastered not just 2 paths, but 3, 4, or all 5 elements. The defeated Gene Cultivator apologizes, swears on the Gene clan's honor to keep everything secret, and flees the valley in a hurry. Left alone at last, Seo hardens his resolve and decides that brute effort is the only answer if talent will not open the way. With that decision finally breaking into the open, Seo vows to fully master all 5 surpassing paths to cultivation and force his way toward chi building. Time passes until Seo's promised day with Seo Ran arrives, and he opens his eyes from cultivation at last. He exhales the earth's surpassing path first, sending a yellow-brown spiritual cloud rolling out from his dantian. Then black watering energy joins it, and the 2 colors spiral together around Seo in a controlled double cloud. When Seo draws both clouds back in, he confirms that his water-surpassing path has finally reached chi-refining 14th star infinite spiritual cloud. Even with his earlier breakthroughs making the path easier, Seo can only think grimly that mastering all 5 elements may take longer than this lifetime allows. He calls up his gang sphere from the inner core and splits it into 5 stable spheres circling his body. Reaching 5 took him endless repetition, and that only makes Kim Young-hoon's talent feel more distant than ever. Seo admits he cannot catch Kim, but he still believes Kim Young-hoon will break past the limit of ultimate pinnacle that no one else can cross. Before leaving, Seo uses a spell to write Kim a letter, more like a quiet wish for his future than a challenge. With that done, Seo heads for the Black Wind Sea to meet Seo Ran on the promised day. The sea grows calmer and clearer the closer Seo gets to Seo Ran's abode, and the spiritual energy there is so dense it leaves him stunned. He dives down and, thanks to the water-surpassing path, cuts through the water with far more ease than before. A golden radiance blooms ahead, wrapping Seo Ran's cave in almost divine light. Inside the chamber, Seo finds Seo Ran charging his bell with 10 years of stored power at the center of that golden glow. The moment he notices Seo Ran swallows the bell and the chamber drops back out of its blinding gold. Seo praises that immense power, but Seo Ran answers with a bitter smile that even all this can only pin down a core formation ghost for a while. Seo Ran admits he still has to go in because something inside the nether crossing ship matters that much to him. When Seo Ran says he at least knows a way for one of them to escape, Seo immediately pushes back and refuses to leave him behind. Seo cannot fully read Seo Ran's tangled feelings, but he decides to repay the Dragon King's favor by staying with him to the end. Seo Ran gives a small nod and accepts it. If they go in together, they leave together. They set out for Black Ghost Valley again, but this time Seo rides his own water spell instead of clinging to Seo Ran from the start. Seo Ran is genuinely impressed that Seo mastered a water method so quickly, and Seo brushes it off as brute force time and effort. Soon they reach the storm zone again, where the barrier shows itself through a twist in the spiritual flow. At the barrier, Seo climbs back onto Seo Ran's neck and the dragon surges through it with him aboard. Mist and Ghost cries close in on the other side, but Seo Ran unleashes the bell's golden force immediately this time. The scattered ghosts panic at that light and tear open a path rather than face the bell again. They smash through the second barrier and return to the same dead water where the nether crossing ship waits in silence. Because the ship gives no reaction at all, they board carefully and suspect the ghost may be in a deep conserving sleep. Inside the ship, they move in perfect silence toward the lower levels they already investigated before. They step back into the lower deck where ghost energy still churns exactly as they remembered, and communicate only by hand signs. Then ghostly wind slams the exit shut behind them, and the trap finally snaps closed. A voice booms from all directions, revealing that the ghost was awake from the moment they boarded and knew they would come back. The ghost goes further and taunts Seo Ran as a bastard child, saying it figured out exactly why he returned to the ship. A rust-red bell appears first, and then a stack of jade slips carrying the exact aura Seo Ran had once asked Seo to remember. The ghost cruelly says it already found what Seo Ran wanted, only to shatter the jade slips in front of him and demand his despair. Seo Ran's aura flares in raw anger, and Seo instantly warns him that the ghost is provoking him because it fears the Dharma treasure he brought. By reading the ghost's emotional color, Seo realizes the thing is mocking Seo Ran on purpose while secretly staying deeply wary of him. Two burning red eyes open in the dark, and the ghost notices that Seo can analyze consciousness at all. Seo Ran grits his teeth, swallows the insult, and coldly thanks the ghost for locating the thing he needs in advance. Then Seo Ran spits out his own golden bell and declares that once this ghost is gone, he can finally take what he came for. Golden light floods the lower deck and finally reveals the hidden chamber inside the ship's warped interior. At the center sits the core formation ghost itself, a white skull in dark robes on a black stone throne with red fire burning in its sockets. The skull ghost lunges forward in outrage, snarling that a half-breed dares to use the ghost-controlling bell inside Black Ghost Valley's sacred ship. Seo Ran mocks the wrecked ship as no sacred relic at all, and that jab sends the ghost into full fury. As the ghost tries to drown the chamber in darkness again, Seo Ran stays steady and says 10 years of stored power are enough to pin this remnant soul down. The ghost-controlling bell surges brighter, and Seo Ran calls the ghost's bluff by pointing out that its own sect forged this treasure to suppress spirits. With the ghost staggered under the bell, Seo Ran calls the opening and he and Seo split up to attack from different sides. Seo Ran fires a burst of blue dragon breath while the bell climbs overhead like a golden sun, and its ringing squeezes the ghost even harder. But the core formation ghost forces itself upright under that pressure and sneers that they are only bugs trying to wield power above their realm. Black clouds explode across the chamber, and ghost claws tear out at Seo and Seo Ran with terrifying speed. The attack only gets worse as countless black hands and tentacles pour from the clouds, moving like a ghostly version of pure spiritual force. Seo responds by accelerating himself sixfold, slowing the whole battlefield in his perception so he can slip between the ghost hands. A first sword gang strike weakens one hand but does not punch through, warning Seo that raw force alone will not be enough. Knowing one solid hit would cut him in half, Seo tells Seo Ran to prepare a heavy strike while he buys time and opens his own combination attack. He wraps a detached gang sphere in gang chi, links them together, and enters endless mountains beyond mountains to smash through the charging ghost hands. When the ghost launches a giant red skull spell at him, Seo drops low and drives his own gang chi underneath it toward the caster instead. The ghost blocks with falling dark tombstones and immediately raises a far deadlier move, surrounding itself with thousands of ashen skulls. Seo realizes every single skull hits as hard as a gang sphere, and the ghost is already preparing yet another spell behind them. So he makes the impossible choice to break the whole storm one piece at a time before the next spell can finish. Using the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts to cut perception for an instant, Seo slips through openings and starts shattering skulls in a relentless flow of mountain sword forms. With his inner core easing the strain, Seo keeps the linked sphere stable longer than before and turns dozens of forms into one unbroken current of destruction. He reverses the ultimate severing mountain flow, blasting the stored power outward through the gang sphere and wiping out hundreds of skulls at once. The linked sphere survives but takes damage, so Seo shifts again and starts feeding earth and water spells into the fight to soften the remaining skulls before smashing them. As Seo keeps shredding skulls, the ghost still treats him like a bizarre chi-refining fighter and shifts its real attention to stopping Seo Ran's charging breath. It sends out a huge swarm of screaming ghost insects, a black cloud rushing straight at Seo Ran before his breath attack can finish charging. Then the ghost suddenly realizes Seo is moving even faster than before, too fast for even its consciousness to track cleanly. In a flash, Seo clears the last skulls and appears in front of Seo Ran just as the insect swarm is about to hit. He meets the swarm head-on, carving through it with sword gang while thousands of black and yellow spells spray out to weaken the insects first. Seo's speed climbs again until he becomes a storm of light, and the entire insect swarm is erased before the ghost can believe what it is seeing. The ghost finally cracks, roaring that Seo is a monster even more dangerous than the half-dragon, and no mere chi-refining cultivator. Seo answers that a warrior grows by crossing the line between life and death, and 6 gang spheres finally rise around him. The breakthrough comes with brutal recall, and the moment endless mountains beyond mountains ends, blood pours from Seo's eyes, nose, and mouth. He throws those 6 spheres anyway, but the ghost bats them aside because attacks at that level still cannot truly hurt a core formation spirit. Even half-dead and out of spiritual power, Seo grins through the blood and tells Seo Ran he bought him enough time. Seo Ran's eyes sharpen as the blue energy at his mouth reaches its peak, and he finally opens his jaws to fire. Seo Ran's blue-breathed blast tears through the battleship, but when the dust clears, the skull-faced ghost spirit is still standing. The hit was real though, with the ghost spirit's robe shredded, its form flickering, and cracks spreading across its skull as black ghost energy leaks from its mouth. Seo starts pulling his strength back together, But the ghost spirit suddenly abandons its struggle against the underworld and gathers all that saved up energy for one last fight. Seo Ran urgently explains that this is worse, because the old ghost is no longer trying to survive cleanly and will kill them first, then turn back to resisting death. A massive ghostly shape swells out of the darkness, and Seo realizes the monster has climbed to a core formation level they cannot meet head-on. The ghost spirit, half crazed and mistaking them for the Mad Lord, lashes out with a ghost claw fast enough to nearly take Seo's life in one swipe. More claws burst from the monster's hands and tear through the whole area, forcing Seo to retreat and dodge by reading intent at the edge of the consciousness domain. Seo looks over and sees Seo Ran getting hit again and again, with scales ripped off and blood spraying from each impact. Seo rushes to him and begs to escape, but Seo Ran refuses because the bell and jade pieces near the ghost matter more to him than his own life. When Seo reads that Seo Ran truly means it, he changes course and decides he will dash under the old ghost himself to grab the items. Seo pushes his perception to the limit, combining intent reading, demon senses, and his inner core while accepting that one direct hit will kill him. He tells Seo Ran to cover him and steps in with the same deadly focus he once needed against the core formation demon fox, knowing even one death would still cost him everything he built in this life. Using Mountain Lord soaring flight, Seo moves like a tiger through the storm of ghost claws and starts closing the 20-zhang gap. The crazed ghost spirit is too chaotic for careful martial prediction, but that chaos makes its intent easier to read, and Seo keeps slipping through. Even when the claws miss, their aura still slices his body open, and Seo forces himself onward through shallow but accumulating cuts. When the barrage thickens, Seo activates Summoning Wind, Dragon Transformation and lightens his body at the cost of crushing strain on his inner core. He slips past another wave of claws and gets within just a handful of steps, right where even his intent reading no longer works inside the ghost's domain. A fresh crossfire should have trapped him there, but Seo Ran blasts the claws apart with a blue flash while bleeding badly outside the domain. Seo catches a glimpse of an unfamiliar dark bead in Seo Ran's forepaw and a strangely dark mood around him, but he shuts that worry down and trusts his friend. At close range, Seo finally uses sword control principles through his intent to lift the jade pieces and bell straight into his arms. He succeeds, but the instant he turns to flee, his inner core runs dry and his legs collapse under him. A ghost claw comes for the killing blow, and Seo thinks this is his next death until Seo Ran throws his own body in front of him. More claws tear into Seo Ran, and the wounds are so bad that Seo can see they should be fatal. Then warm demon energy starts flowing into Seo, and his inner core greedily absorbs it because Summoning Wind, Dragon Transformation has already attuned him to that power. Seo Ran calls on the ghost controlling bell, feeding it with his blood and fate, and golden chains erupt to lock the ghost spirit down. Seo shouts for him to stop, but Seo Ran says if he lets go now, the old ghost will break loose and kill them both. As blue light pours off him, Seo Ran's body shrinks and changes into his true form, a pale blue-haired young man covered with scales and a tail. Seo Ran explains that this half-breed body is his real one, born from a sea dragon prince and a disciple of Black Ghost Valley, and hated by both sides from birth. Seo tries to cut him off and escape together, but Seo Ran flatly says his old wounds have already decided his death and carrying him out would only slow Seo down. With his life slipping away, Seo Ran reveals the ugliest truth yet. Seo Huil accepted him outwardly, but the technique he taught Seo was really Summoning Wind, Coagulating Core Transformation, a method that turns the user into an elixir for the Sea Dragon tribe. Seo is stunned because he never sensed demonic corruption in the art, and Seo Ran answers that any power built on sacrificing someone else is already a devilish path. Seo Ran keeps going, admitting the Sea Dragon tribe once raised whole races like livestock, taught them similar methods, and harvested their cores for cultivation. He says the Mad Lord once smashed those breeding grounds, and the Mokli clan is likely descended from the human stock that escaped. Seo Ran even admits that if he devoured Seo's demon core right now, he could probably survive this place, which makes his next choice painfully clear. Instead, Seo Ran says seeing Seo risk his life for his mother's keepsake made him realize Seo is his friend, and no friend should be used as sacrifice. He apologizes for lying about the jade pieces and hiding his true self, and begs Seo not to forgive a confession that came only at the edge of death. Seo answers in the simplest way possible. Not only does he not hate him, he calls Seo Ran a true friend for choosing friendship over all his schemes. Seo immediately decides that if sacrificing one of his many lives can save Seo Ran's single life, that trade is worth it. But Seo Ran stops him cold by using the energy he already fed into Seo's body to lock Seo in place completely. Seo Ran says surviving by eating his friend would make that survival meaningless, and insists he already knew this place was where he would die. He pulls out the dark bead and reveals the rest of the trap. Seo Huil ordered him to destroy the Nether Crossing ship with it, but Seo Ran now realizes the mission was also meant to get rid of him. Even with that betrayal laid bare, Seo Ran says he no longer wants to keep living on the king's false mercy. As a final gift, he throws Seo the blue key bead to the secret vault in his quarters and leaves everything there to him. Then he hijacks the very sea dragon technique Seo Huil gave them and forcibly activates it on Seo, turning the wind into a one-way escape. As Seo is blown out of danger, Seo Ran keeps pouring his life into the bell and thinks bitterly that he will not become another Seo Wheel. Left alone with his choice, Seo Ran pieces his mother's jade keepsake back together while readying the breaking space pearl for the ship's destruction. He decides that if he is dying anyway, he will at least finish the mission as his last act of respect, even after finally seeing how cruel Seo Wheel really was. The breaking space pearl starts shining, but the ghost-controlling bell is also running out with Seo Ran's life, and fresh ghost claws begin reaching for him again. In those final seconds, Seo Ran reads the completed jade message and learns the one truth he never had before. He really did have a family. Smiling through tears, he calls out to his mother and father while white light and spatial storms consume him. Seo screams his name and tries to fly back to the Nether Crossing ship, but the ship detonates first in a burst of light and tearing space. The collapse releases the endless ghostly and energy trapped inside, and countless imprisoned souls finally surge upward toward the sky in relief. Seo can only watch through tears as the souls depart and the ship is gone, because this freedom was bought with his friend's death. The Nether Crossing ship finally ruptures from the inside, and Seo throws himself back as black miasma and compressed space explode outward. As the ship's endless inner decks spill open, the sea fog barrier and illusion barrier both shatter, releasing the ghosts trapped inside. With the source of energy gone, the storm itself starts melting away, leaving only wreckage and empty sea behind. Seo stares at the floating ruins and silently mourns Seo Ran, because no trace of his friend's body remains. He searches for days, fails to find even remains, and ends up holding a small lonely rite for Seo Ran before moving on. While gliding towards Seo Ran's cave, Seo is crushed by a worse thought. He may have handed 2 comrades to Seo Wheel, a dragon who treated humans like livestock for elixirs. That realization hits even harder because Seo had once trusted Seo Wheel as one of the most decent people he knew, second only to Azure Tiger Saint. Shaken by his own ignorance, Seo swears he cannot afford to stay blind anymore and decides to gather every scrap of information he can. At Seo Ran's underwater abode, the blue bead he was given lights up and reveals hidden cave entrances that were invisible before. Inside, Seo finds 3 secret rooms, a human-sized living space, a storage room full of demon beast materials, and a library packed with books. The library changes everything, because these are real sea dragon and demon beast methods, not the crude livestock-style arts Seo learned before. He quietly thanks Seo Ran and starts collecting the methods, then keeps reading because the shelves also hold records from many human nations. Seo works through books on Yenhua, Xingzi, and Biokra, realizing Seo Ran had spent years studying not just techniques but human culture itself. One especially worn book about the upper realm lingers on marriage customs and family gatherings, and Seo realizes Seo Ran must have returned to these pages again and again. The most worn records of all are about sea dragon and human mixed blood, showing just how deeply Seo Ran struggled with his own identity. Behind one record, Seo finds Seo Ran's own note explaining that his demon blood was too strong for him to use human advantages, and that other sea dragons looked down on him for it. The note says the sea dragon king still encouraged him, and Seo Ran vowed loyalty to both the king and his grandfather Seo Wheel. Seo finally understands that Seo Ran likely failed to pass the ship's barrier because his demon side was too dominant, and he can't bear to keep reading. He offers Seo Ran one last quiet prayer for peace, gathers the demon beast methods, and leaves the cave with a new purpose. Back in Yenhua, Seo hands the demon beast manuals to Kim Young-hoon, hoping they will spare his friend years of dangerous trial and error. The swordsman lights up almost instantly, thrilled because the manuals give him the missing clues he has been searching for, and Seo is relieved to see it. Watching Kim Young-hoon reorganize everything he built from the crude summoning wind methods, Seo quietly wonders if this life might finally let him go beyond the ultimate pinnacle. Seo tells Kim Young-hoon where he will be training, then leaves for Xingzi to focus on cultivation instead of martial arts. Seo heads for Shattered Heaven Peak planning to master the remaining elements, but a barrier around the old sect grounds shows the noble clans have already claimed the best territory. Rather than pick a fight, he chooses a weaker side peak with only moderate dragon veins and starts training there alone. Years pass, and Seo finally masters the fire-surpassing path, adding a third color to the spiritual clouds in his dantian. That third element changes everything, because even when a failed building attempt knocks him down to the 12th star, he can now recover in just a day or two. He knows he only has about 10 years left and cannot master all 5 paths in time, but he refuses to stop using this life as preparation for the next one. Seo keeps forcing building again and again, letting the spiritual star break and trusting his improved recovery to rebuild what collapses. 2 days after one more failed attempt, he is back at full strength and immediately turns to mastering the metal surpassing path because there is no time to waste. As his lifespan runs low, Seo reaches the 9th star in metal and forms a dantian with 4 swirling colors: earth, water, fire, and metal. Even that partial 4th element halves his recovery time again, convincing him that a fully mastered metal path might restore him in just an hour or two. Then the transmission bead Seo gave Kim Young-hoon suddenly lights up on the mountain, carrying a short message that asks him to meet in Jinju outside the Great Mountains. The voice in the beat sounds unusually firm, and that uneasy tone is enough to make Seo leave at once. At Jingju's entrance, Kim Young-hoon is already waiting, but one look at his face tells Seo something is very wrong. Kim leads Seo to a secluded valley first, making it clear this is not a casual reunion. Once they stop, Seo recognizes the look on Kim Young-hoon's face at once. It is the look of a man nearing death. Kim Young-hoon confirms it himself, and says he has maybe 10 or 20 years left, because he is still only a mortal no matter how far his martial arts have gone. He draws his saber and explains that the demon beast methods helped him find the true path beyond simple consciousness shaping, but he found it far too late. For the first time, Kim Young-hoon breaks down, admitting he knows he could reach that realm but no longer has enough years left to do it safely. He says his dream was always to master martial arts and return to his family, but now he will settle for seeing this final martial art completed before he dies. Then he reveals why he came. He intends to burn away his life and talent in one desperate leap toward the next realm, even if it kills him on the spot. He pulls a thin untitled book from his robe, and Seo's heart sinks because another precious companion is about to leave him too. Seo knows he cannot stop this, so he braces himself to witness everything and carry it into the next life. When Seo asks what the book is called, Kim Young-hoon says it is not a record at all but the martial philosophy he forged by breaking down everything that came before. Taking his stance, Kim names that final creation entering heavens beyond the path martial arts. 9 gang spheres bloom around him, and a blinding golden light erupts as Kim Young-hoon begins his suicidal breakthrough. The light is so overwhelming that even Seo's eyes, intent vision, and demon senses throb from trying to look directly at it. Forcing himself to watch, Seo sees Kim Young-hoon moving like he is dancing in golden waves while the full essence of his severing veins saber method unfolds. Seo realizes the final moves carry the same enlightenment as the deepest severing mountain techniques. Endless mountains can still be crossed by a will that never stops advancing. That is the heart of foolish old man moves mountains, and Seo sees that Kim Young-hoon has finally embraced stubborn persistence instead of relying on genius alone. Then Gangchi rises from Kim Young-hoon's upper dantian and starts burning him from within, revealing the brutal price of this breakthrough. Seo recognizes the principle at once. Kim Young-hoon has reworked the Jin clan's cruel talent awakening secret into a martial art that burns his own upper dantian instead of using stolen souls. Kim Young-hoon screams through the agony and keeps going, shining like the last fierce light before sunset because he has chosen to burn everything for one moment of ascent. In the world of intent, Seo sees 9 versions of Kim Young-hoon standing around him as the 9 gang spheres begin to dissolve into his consciousness domain. As the spheres fuse in, Kim Young-hoon's consciousness domain turns into pure golden brilliance so sharp that merely watching it starts cutting Seo's body. Kim Young-hoon declares that he has reached it, and the materialized golden domain narrows into a line before merging straight into his saber. With a final cry of beyond the heavens, he swings, and the saber light races upward faster than sight and splits the clouds across the sky. Seo can only stare as blood tears run down his face, overwhelmed by a beauty and enlightenment so far beyond his grasp that it hurts to witness. When the light fades, Kim Young-hoon is dead but still standing in his finishing pose, smiling as if he finally reached the place he longed for. Then the Gangchi leaves his body, and Kim Young-hoon breaks apart into drifting light that ascends toward the heavens. Seo bows deeply to the empty space where his friend stood, honoring the Grandmaster who pushed martial arts past its old limits once again. That impossible spectacle leaves a mark on Seo too, and 6 gang spheres appear around him before splitting into 7. Holding Kim Young-hoon's final book, Seo understands that 2 more spheres and the extreme end of ultimate pinnacle will finally be within reach for him as well. Cultivators from nearby clans begin rushing toward the sky-splitting disturbance, so Seo escapes the valley through the earth-surpassing path before they arrive. Later, with death closing in, Seo exhales calmly and looks over the 4 elemental clouds circling inside him. Earth, water, fire, and metal are all complete now. Only the wood-surpassing path is missing, and Seo admits he left it for last because the wood element reminds him too much of his master. Still, he has stabilized 7 gang spheres and knows the next life only needs 10 focused years to push him to the very edge of ultimate pinnacle. Looking back on Seo Ran's sacrifice, Kim Young-hoon's death, and his own training, Seo decides this whole life was nothing but nourishment for the next one. That thought hardens into a vow. This life was only the calm before the storm, and in the next one Seo will become the storm that sweeps everything aside. Refusing to die quietly, he launches one last G-building attempt and compresses the 4 clouds into a 4-colored spiritual energy star. The star lasts longer than ever thanks to the 4 mastered paths, but even now the transformation still starts to crack under the strain. At the same time, Seo's failing heart begins to give out, and he forces it to keep beating with Gangchi because he refuses to stop at the threshold. Remembering Kim Young-hoon's last gamble, Seo decides a dullard like himself has even less right to hesitate and ignites his own body with Gangchi. Without a finished spiritual energy star to control it, the Gangchi burns through him, but he still uses it to ignite his upper dantian and push his talent past its normal limit. While burning alive, he keeps hammering at Chi building and simultaneously concentrates on manifesting the missing 8th gang sphere. Dark thunderclouds gather overhead again, as if heaven itself is arriving to crush a mortal daring to outlive his allotted span. Seo activates his intent vision, demon senses, and the lightning predicting eye, trying to read where heaven's strike will fall even though he knows prediction alone cannot save him. Then the four-colored star finally fails, exploding apart just as blue heavenly lightning crashes straight down onto him. In the instant of being struck, Seo suddenly grasps the principle of the gang's spheres. Heaven, earth, and man are not separate, but endless cycles inside one another. He finally understands Kim Young-hoon's enlightenment too, realizing that heaven, earth, and people keep influencing one another in an endless circulation. That final enlightenment pushes his gang spheres from 7 to 8, and then to 9, even as his body burns away into ash under the blue lightning. With 9 gang spheres finally achieved at the moment of death, Seo closes his eyes and ends his 9th return. Seo jolts awake into a new cycle, and before he can even sort out his memories, a brutal swelling pain explodes through his head. Realizing the people around him might wake into chaos, Seo hurriedly casts water and sleep spells to force them back into unconsciousness. Seo tries the hidden consciousness technique, but compressing his oversized mind only makes the pressure in his upper dantian worse. He understands the problem immediately. After reaching Chi refining 14th star, his consciousness is too large for this cycle's starting body to handle. Bleeding from his eyes, nose, and mouth, Seo drags himself toward the yellow bamboo roots before his head bursts. In desperation, Seo seals acupoints across his body and forces his internal energy to surge. He pushes part of his consciousness out through that boosted internal energy, and forms a temporary gang sphere just to relieve the crushing strain. Knowing the trick will not last, Seo rips a yellow bamboo root out of the ground and stuffs it into his mouth with dirt still clinging to it. He guides the herb's energy through his body and begins rejuvenation on the spot. 5 energies converging to the origin reshapes him, harmonizing his upper, middle, and lower dantians and finally easing the lethal swelling in his head. Once the crisis passes, Seo pulls the gang sphere back in, reforms his inner core, and steadies the flow of internal energy inside himself. He keeps eating more yellow bamboo roots to fill the inner core, but the scare leaves him grimly certain he needs a real answer for his consciousness problem. With breathing room at last, Seo turns to what he gained in his last life and starts testing the essence of ultimate pinnacle. He splits one gang sphere into 3, lets those 3 circulate and influence each other, and watches them bloom into 9 total spheres. 7 of the 9 are already stable, and Seo realizes the remaining 2 only need time, which means he has truly reached the extreme of ultimate pinnacle. In the world of intent, 9 versions of Seo stand around him before merging back into one and pushing his thoughts into tenfold acceleration. With the slowed world spread out below him, Seo steps through the air as easily as if he were flying and starts thinking through Kim Young-hoon's martial art. He figures the next realm should fuse gang spheres with consciousness itself, but Kim Young-hoon's path beyond the heavens is still too personal for Seo to fully decode alone. Seo decides he may need to help Kim Young-hoon reach ultimate pinnacle first and strip the martial art down to something less tied to Kim's own nature. That quiet planning ends when a thread of hostile intent snaps into his senses from the forest below. He follows the killing intent and finds a massive white fox glaring straight up at him from inside the forest. Seo barely gets his protective gang chi up before the fox appears in front of him and smashes him down with its tail. The fox accuses him of entering its territory without permission, and Seo answers in the demon language, which only convinces the beast he is a rival demon intruder. Seo tries to explain that a spatial rift dumped him here, but the fox scoffs, senses the spirit nature in his demon core, and calls him a liar. When the fox lunges to kill him, Seo gives up on talking and veers away from his sleeping companions so the fight will not hit them. The fox spreads a huge field of consciousness, condenses it into its own shape, and turns into a streak of white light that accelerates tenfold towards Seo. Seo dodges by a hair, leaps over a small hill, and watches the fox's light blast erase it behind him. Realizing this is a core formation demon fox, Seo drops any idea of winning head-on and focuses entirely on surviving its pursuit. He waits for a narrow opening and fires a gang sphere through his gang chi like a sword strike, finally knocking the fox back for a moment. But the hit barely leaves a mark, and Seo instantly understands the fox's tougher body and prepared power-up make his best surprise attack nearly useless. Enraged, the fox creates several huge clones of itself and unleashes attacks so violent that rivers burst and mountains crack apart around the ascension path. Seo keeps fleeing, clinging to speed as his only edge while the fox promises to throw him out of the ascension path. After putting enough distance between the battle and his companions, Seo uses the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts to sever and hide his consciousness in the fox's blind spot. Hidden at last, he bitterly admits he got reckless after reaching ultimate pinnacle and now may have to wait this monster out for days. The fox answers by filling the sky with thousands of white thorn-like projectiles, forcing Seo out of hiding to dodge a random massacre of the surrounding forest. Seo races through the thorn storm on accelerated thought alone, relieved only that the devastation is now far from his allies. 3 full days pass with Seo still running, his inner core nearly dry, while the fox remains fresh and starts toying with him instead of hunting seriously. Even so, Seo smirks because he has been waiting for this exact timing. He drops the concealment, and calmly tells the fox to look at the trembling flow of yin and yang around them. The fox finally notices the celestial energy warping in fear and starts drooling and shaking as something far more terrifying approaches. 3 heavenly being cultivators arrive, and before the fox can escape, a black-robed man snatches its soul while golden lightning burns away its body. With the fox reduced to spoils, Jin Byako pulls in its demon core while Azure Tiger Saint casually packs away the leftover bones. The 3 newcomers study Seo in confusion, because he looks human, carries something like a demon core, and somehow survived being chased by that fox. Azure Tiger Saint keeps pestering Jin Byako for the demon core until Jin's temper explodes, and starts a ridiculous fight between all 3 heavenly beings. Seo is tossed helplessly in the storm of their brawl until Azure Tiger Saint suddenly remembers him and pulls him back with a wave of celestial energy. Once the 3 calm down, Azure Tiger Saint asks what Seo is, and Seo answers in Byokra language that he is human, just stuck with a strange constitution and a demon core-like trait. Before the questioning goes further, all 3 heavenly beings sense another dangerous energy, and abruptly move Seo with them in a flash. They flash back to Seo's original clearing and arrive just in time to see a 2-headed red snake draining his companions as they lie dying. Jin Byako wipes out the 2-headed snake with a lightning strike, and Azure Tiger Saint floods the victims with blue energy until their bodies are fully healed. Once everyone is safe, the old selection starts again. Jin Byako claims John Myong, Whitebone Ghost Devil takes Deputy Manager Kong, and Azure Tiger Saint chooses Chief O, leaving Manager Kim and Deputy Manager O aside for the moment. Seo immediately kneels and begs the 3 seniors to hear him out, because he refuses to let the remaining 2 fall into Seo Wheel's or Mad Lord's hands. He flatters each sect in its own language and asks them to look again at his companion's hidden qualities even if they do not want him. Jin Byako checks Seo instead, finds 5 elements spiritual roots, and dismisses him as too slow-growing despite admitting his escape ability is impressive. Azure Tiger Saint leaves a blue recommendation mark on Seo's hand, but Seo still kneels and pushes harder because the real goal is saving the others. Ignoring Jin Byako's irritation, Seo desperately explains the strange mythical talents hidden in Manager Kim and Deputy Manager O. The story sounds absurd, but Azure Tiger Saint decides they might as well test it after everything else they have already seen today. Whitebone Ghost Devil starts with Manager Kim, pins her in place with unseen shadows, and puts a hand on her head to probe her consciousness. The moment his ghostly power enters her head, blood spills from Manager Kim's face and her hidden consciousness bursts outward in all directions. All 3 sect leaders instantly lose their composure and start fighting over Manager Kim as if they have found a once-in-an-age treasure. Whitebone Ghost Devil steadies Manager Kim's dangerously swelling upper dantian, and Seo quietly relaxes because this proves the others will no longer be ignored. Then all 3 heavenly beings abruptly turn toward the Ascension Gate, sensing another arrival, and Seo's relief vanishes at once. A tiny shape rushes closer, and Seo recognizes it too late as the one person he absolutely did not want appearing yet. Mad Lord arrives a full day early on a giant puppet, smiling down at them and immediately claiming Manager Kim as his disciple. At the Ascension Path, Mad Lord suddenly appears before the 3 heavenly beings, and Whitebone Ghost Devil erupts the moment they recognize him. Mad Lord coolly says he does not want a messy fight before the gate opens, and demands that the mortals be handed over to him. The 3 heavenly beings block him at once, refusing because the humans they found are too valuable to give away. When they accuse him of already stealing the Nether Crossing ship's core, Mad Lord casually boasts that he installed that immense power source as her heart. That one line pushes Whitebone Ghost Devil over the edge, because to Mad Lord the stolen core is not a sect treasure anymore but fuel for his beloved puppet. Mad Lord's mood turns dangerous the instant she is insulted, and he declares that she is alive and everything in his life. He throws out a giant wooden storage box and starts to open it, making Seo realize this is no normal storage device. Before Mad Lord can open it fully, Whitebone Ghost Devil snaps open a waste storage device and answers threat with threat. That darkness forms a huge Ghost King gate, and the air around it suddenly smells like a black sea. When the Ghost Gate opens, Seo sees 2 intact Nether Crossing ships floating above a dark sea inside, each packed with presences like Whitebone Ghost Devil's own. Whitebone Ghost Devil warns that if Mad Lord opens his box any further, it will count as war right here at the gate. Mad Lord ignores the warning and lifts the lid a little more, forcing even the other 2 heavenly beings to harden their stance. Jin Byako answers by summoning a lightning-wreathed palace, and Azure Tiger Saint unfolds a living landscape scroll full of sect presences. With all 4 sect-level powers exposed, the sky darkens and the whole Ascension Path starts to shake under their pressure. Mad Lord stays eerily calm inside that pressure, and says his life means nothing anymore, so they should stop provoking him and leave the mortals behind. He even claims they survived him before only because he showed mercy, and now that her heart is complete he is harder to face than ever. Then the standoff twists again when rain starts falling and Deputy Manager O suddenly turns red and collapses. Seo instantly realizes her power has awakened early, and every top expert present turns to stare at her. Mad Lord immediately links her reaction to the Sea Dragon royal bloodline inside one of his living puppets, and starts talking about dissecting her too. The three heavenly beings move to stop him again, but Mad Lord raises the lid even further and the whole battlefield edges toward total collapse. A bolt of lightning tears down into the arena, and Sea Dragon King Seo Huil arrives earlier than Seo remembers. Seo Huil offers to mediate and tells Mad Lord the one thing no one wants is a war that destroys the ascension path before the gate opens. The three heavenly beings welcome Seo Huil with trust, clearly relieved that a respected outsider has stepped in. Mad Lord ruins that mood instantly by laughing at them and calling Seo Huil the real schemer in the room, a monster hiding behind a perfect mask. Jin Byako defends Seo Huil's public reputation, but Mad Lord doubles down and says only broken people can recognize another broken heart. Mad Lord keeps pressing, saying Seo Huil's dead heart and careful mask only make him more monstrous, and Seo Huil answers with the same graceful smile. White Bone Ghost Devil cuts off the creepy exchange and bluntly asks Seo Huil to settle the real dispute instead of listening to Mad Lord's nonsense. Seo Huil gets to the point and asks whether this fight is really about who gets the talented mortals. The three sect leaders insist they found the humans first, while Mad Lord argues that only he can properly teach Kim Yun and that Deputy Manager O should go to Seo Huil. Seo Huil quietly points out the hard limit everyone is avoiding. Each sect is already straining its ascent formation, so taking too many extra disciples could ruin the whole crossing. That practical limit lands, and the three heavenly beings can only show frustrated acceptance because he is right. Seo Huil then gives them a concession they can accept, saying Mad Lord should compensate them because they discovered the treasure first. The three sect leaders warm to the idea immediately, but Mad Lord answers by raising the box again and asking why he should negotiate at all when he could just kill everyone here. Seo Huil finally drops the mediator's softness and says that if Mad Lord refuses, the Sea Dragon tribe will join the three sects in attacking him. After a hard stare, Mad Lord finally shuts the box and admits that with the Dragon King added to the field, he might actually lose. He accepts the deal for now, names Kim Yun as his disciple, and swears before her that compensation will come later. Mad Lord even taps the box and solemnly says she has witnessed the oath, which earns him only disgust from everyone else. Seo Huil backs the oath anyway, saying Mad Lord always keeps promises sworn before her, and the three sect leaders grudgingly accept that much. Mad Lord eyes Deputy Manager O next, but Seo Huil smoothly claims her for himself, arguing that the sects cannot safely take more and that he will also pay compensation later. The three heavenly beings agree, still unhappy that Mad Lord came out ahead but no longer willing to restart the war. Watching the settlement, Seo feels sick because everything has somehow snapped back to the original history he was trying to avoid. In one last desperate move, Seo drops to his knees and begs the seniors to let his colleagues stay with him instead of taking them away. Mad Lord's attention snaps to Seo instead when he notices a human carrying a demon core inside. With a flick of that finger, Mad Lord starts ripping Seo's inner core out through sheer will, and Seo folds in agony as his abdomen feels ready to split. Seo Huil quietly cuts in and blocks the attack, calling Seo too powerless to torment like this during such an auspicious time. Mad Lord loses interest once he hears it is only a chi-building demon core, and Azure Tiger Saint casually heals the damage in Seo's dantian. Seo Huil presses farther and makes Mad Lord swear not to bother the weak mortals after the powerful leave. Mad Lord laughs at how disgustingly righteous Seo Huil sounds, but he still swears before her that he will leave them alone. Seo Huil also lightly scolds the heavenly beings for harming Ascension Path spirits, and they swallow the rebuke because he has the moral high ground. Then Seo Huil picks up Deputy Manager O and turns to Seo with a private request, suddenly addressing him as someone of demi-human lineage. He reveals a dark bead he failed to deliver in time, and asks Seo to carry it instead to his descendant Seo Ran near Utmost Chaos Island. To seal the request, Seo Huil offers Seo a special demon beast manual suited to his bloodline, summoning wind, dragon transformation. Seo understands at once that this reward is why Seo Huil bothered saving him, but he hides his disgust behind a grateful mask and accepts. Seo Huil's smile sharpens as he warns Seo that speaking up before beings far above him is brave but reckless, and that the gifted people taken today would only die if left unsuppressed. After that warning, Seo Huil transforms into a dragon and heads for the Ascension Gate, while the other Ascenders leave with Seo's colleagues. When the storm of departures ends, only Seo and Kim Young-hoon are left in the battered arena, with Kim Yun already knocked out from trying to run. Seo stares into the empty air in numb disbelief, thinking that no matter what he tried, history has snapped back to the same outcome again. He realizes he and Kim Young-hoon will probably be sent back to Yenwa just like before, and the thought leaves him hollow. So Seo asks the one question crushing him now: does fate really exist? Mad Lord answers without hesitation that fate is real, and says anyone who reaches the 7 stars ritual comes to understand that much. But when Seo asks whether people can change fate, Mad Lord shocks him by saying every living being can. Mad Lord starts unpacking the deeper idea, asking why cultivators study the stars and why cultivation itself is described as going against the heavens. Seo can only answer with the obvious idea about defying the lifespan heaven gives, and realizes he has never really questioned why that defiance is even possible. Seeing that confusion, Mad Lord begins drawing in the air with pure spiritual force and tells Seo he will explain the structure of fate itself. Mad Lord starts teaching Seo that every life is pulled toward death, and that pull is the basic force behind fate. He adds more lifelines around it, and explains that other deaths tug on a person's path, bending fate away from a clean straight line. When Seo asks if that is why what is meant to happen always happens, Mad Lord says a close friend's death can drag your own life into it through fate's attraction. Seo presses further, and Mad Lord flatly says every event is tied to birth and death because life and death are packed into every breath and every moment. Mad Lord erases the old lines, scatters glowing points through the air, and says all beings drift through countless attractions in life. He links the dots into a tangled path and asks Seo what it looks like, and Seo awkwardly admits he still does not get it. Mad Lord points out that the pattern looks like constellations, and once Seo sees the starry shape, the lesson finally starts to click. Mad Lord says fate itself is like a constellation, with life moving from one nearby point of attraction to the next through a sea of stars. He bitterly adds that cultivators read fate by observing those nearest pulls, the same way they read celestial energy. Then he shows how cultivation fights fate. When a path would otherwise stop, a cultivator creates a new inner star and forces the journey onward. He points to realms like Seven Stars Ritual, Spiritual Energy Star, and Star Domain as proof that cultivators extend life by making star-like fate inside their own bodies. When Seo asks how someone can escape a fate that is meant to happen, Mad Lord redraws the path veering toward a different constellation. Mad Lord says the answer is brutally simple. If you have enough power to break free of that pull, you can jump to another fate. He crushes the whole star map away and declares that failing to change fate is just weakness, so the only answer is overwhelming strength and relentless effort. Mad Lord grows more emotional and says he is trying to escape the fate of never seeing his beloved again. He starts lovingly begging whatever is inside the box to speak to him again, and the lesson slips fully into madness. Seeing the unconscious Kim Yun nearby, Seo realizes Mad Lord's words fit his own helplessness too well. Fate wins because he still lacks the power to stop it. But that same lesson also steals him, because he has already changed one fate before by getting strong enough to keep the fox from maiming anyone this time. Seo silently vows to become strong enough to break free from every chain of fate, even the grasp of heavenly being cultivators. When Seo tries to ask more, Mad Lord abruptly cuts him off and says the one in the box is calling for him again. With a flick of his hand, Mad Lord throws both Seo and Kim Young-hoon into a spatial rift before they can react. As Seo disappears, he catches one last awful glimpse of Mad Lord opening the box and plunging his upper body into the darkness inside. The two of them land back in Yenhua, and Seo keeps turning over Mad Lord's idea that fate's attraction may have pulled them here too. Mad Lord's explanation also gives Seo a fresh hint about the spiritual energy star realm he has been trying to grasp. Before Kim Young-hoon even wakes up properly, Seo quietly plants knowledge into his mind with a technique. Kim Young-hoon is rattled by the sudden knowledge in his head, and Seo explains just enough about speaking with the heavenly cultivators to calm him down. Seo helps Kim Young-hoon settle into Yenhua and raises him all the way to 3 flowers gather at the summit. Once Kim Young-hoon is ready, Seo gives him advanced manuals, including entering heavens beyond the path and the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, and the two separate. After that, Seo secretly visits the Jin clan to check on his disciples and even catches a distant glimpse of his master at the Chongmun clan. At last he reaches the Black Wind Sea and takes out the dark bead Seo Huil once gave him, the same bead tied to Seo Ran's deadly old final plan. He throws the bead into the sea so deep that no one will ever find it, deciding Seo Ran should remember Seo Huil only as a good king and grandfather. With the bead gone, Seo holds the Summoning Wind, Dragon Transformation Manual as a token for later and hesitates over whether to go to Seo Ran now. He finally rejects that idea, because if he goes now, Seo Ran will only wait for years and walk back toward the same doomed fight. Seo decides he will not face Seo Ran again until he reaches Ji Building and gains the power to change Seo Ran's fate. With that decision made, Seo heads for Shattered Heaven Peak to train in the Great Mountains of Xingzi. 5 years after returning, Seo finishes mastering the Earth's surpassing path much faster than before by relying on insights carried over from past lives. Realizing the other mastered surpassing paths should each take only about 8 years now, Seo sees a real chance to master all 5 and reach Ji Building in this life. He releases 9 stable gang spheres and confirms he has consolidated himself at the extreme of ultimate pinnacle. But his next step still will not open, because although the gang spheres can merge with his consciousness, he still cannot give that consciousness lasting form. Unable to solve that last mystery, Seo spends the following years grinding through the martial art and the remaining paths, including the water surpassing path, with no breakthrough to the next realm. 8 more years pass, Seo masters the water surpassing path too, and still entering heavens beyond the path refuses to reveal its final answer. Around then, Kim Young-hoon arrives at Shattered Heaven Peak, and Seo is stunned by how absurdly fast he has advanced. When Seo asks if he has already reached the end of Ultimate Pinnacle in only 13 years, the disbelief on his face says it all. Kim Young-hoon says he reached the end of Ultimate Pinnacle, helped the Jin clan drive out the Mokli clan from Yenhua, and still realized stopping there would gain him nothing. So he gave up even his external elder position in the Jin clan and came to Seo for one reason: they need to crack this martial art together. He says instinct tells him this next realm cannot be reached by talent alone, only by decades of bloody training. To prove how far he has come and how stuck he still is, Kim Young-hoon floats 9 gang spheres around himself and admits he does not dare walk the next path alone. Seo looks into those determined eyes and realizes that what truly breaks fate may not be power first, but an iron will that refuses to yield. Seo agrees, and the two of them vow together to surpass fate. From that day on, they train side by side at Shattered Heaven Peak, spending years pushing the same impossible wall together. Much later, Seo suddenly wakes from that memory dream and realizes he had actually been knocked unconscious in the middle of a brutal spar. As he stands, the whole mountainside is revealed as a disaster of saber cuts, sword scars, craters, and scattered stone from their fight. Seo remembers they struck each other and flew apart, but Kim Young-hoon took his kick plus dozens of cultivator spells, so Seo fears he may be in worse shape. When Seo finally spots him in the valley below, Kim Young-hoon is half buried headfirst in the rubble. Seo rushes down with a light body technique and drags Kim Young-hoon free, cursing that this would have been safer if they had just used martial arts alone. Kim Young-hoon coughs blood but survives the impact thanks to protective gang chi, and Seo immediately starts emergency treatment with herbs and acupuncture needles. Once Kim Young-hoon comes around, Seo checks his head by asking how many fingers he sees, and the answer sounds worryingly wrong at first. Then Kim Young-hoon corrects him with a battered grin and says he did not mean 2 fingers, he meant 2 insights. He forces himself to his feet, still spitting blood, and says that brushing death gave him a clue to the next realm at last. Kim Young-hoon says entering heavens beyond the path is soaked in its creator's subjectivity, which is why the realm beyond ultimate pinnacle is different for every single person. Seo can only stare as the truth lands, past weapon styles and techniques divided paths up to now, but beyond this point, the path itself splits according to the person walking it. 35 years after Seo's return, he and Kim Young-hoon are still standing in the wreckage, and Kim has finally opened the first real path toward the realm beyond ultimate pinnacle. Seo asks what Kim Young-hoon means when he says the realm beyond ultimate pinnacle is different for each person. Kim Young-hoon explains that everyone materializes consciousness in the same broad way, but what takes shape depends on that person's life. He says the martial path beyond this point must be unique to each life, because every person's experiences and obsessions are different. When Seo asks about Kim Young-hoon's second realization, Kim admits it is deeply personal. Everything he has done was driven by his desperate longing to return home to his family. Kim Young-hoon realizes he trained like a man and not just for power, but to bury the pain of missing the people he wanted to see again. Seo tells him that kind of life realization absolutely can become martial insight, because a person's whole life seeps into their path. Kim Young-hoon jokes that Seo sounds like a wise old man, then bluntly says Seo may also reach beyond this realm faster than expected. Seo laughs it off, but Kim Young-hoon compares himself to a bird that naturally flies high and Seo to a volcano building hidden force before a violent eruption. Kim tells Seo to reflect on his life carefully, because he may have been piling up power and meaning without even realizing it. Seo leads the injured Kim Young-hoon away for proper treatment, but Kim's words stay lodged in his mind. Time passes, and Seo steadily finishes earth, water, fire, and metal before pushing the wood surpassing path forward on the foundation of the other 4. Because the 5 elements now support each other, the wood surpassing path becomes his smoothest advance and reaches the 13th star of Chi refining, unified origin. Seo realizes he is one step away from fully mastering all 5 surpassing paths, even though he still has no guarantee this will let him enter Chi building. Kim Young-hoon's praise gives Seo a little hope, but he still thinks of himself as painfully slow and worries this life may end before he can break through far enough to matter. Nearly 5 years pass as Kim Young-hoon keeps battering himself against the realm beyond, while Seo never stops training martial arts whenever he can between cultivation sessions. Seo has spent not just this life but life after life training, and when he starts counting the years across his returns, the number suddenly crushes him. The thought of spending roughly 500 years on martial arts without reaching beyond ultimate pinnacle triggers the early signs of a heart demon. His escaping gang chi splits into 9, and in the world of intent 9 versions of Seo surround him, each voicing his ugliest doubts about wasting his life on martial arts. The 9 intent cells close in with brutal logic, telling Seo that if even Kim Young-hoon needed several lives, someone with less talent might need another 500 years just to catch up. When his own heart asks why he still practices martial arts, Seo finally answers with hard clarity. He needs power to fight fate. Mad Lord's lesson echoes back to him, and Seo steadies himself by accepting that even if he is tiny under the sky, he still treasures every life he has lived. He decides that martial arts are part of that treasured life too, and the 9 hostile selves vanish, leaving only the pure gang spheres before him. Seo stabilizes his energy and blood, drives back the heart demon, and feels both relieved and frustrated that a deeper realization still slipped just out of reach. As soon as his condition settles, the wood energy inside him suddenly surges and condenses into a new point of spiritual power. The breakthrough erupts, and Seo finally completes the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation as 5 colored clouds whirl around him. With all 5 methods complete and his recovery rate soaring, Seo decides to challenge chi building immediately. He compresses the 5 colors into a 5-colored star, convinced that the mountain of time he has poured into cultivation can smash through the wall ahead. The attempt fails again when subtle instability from his 5 elements' spiritual roots cracks the star and blows his gathered power apart. His cultivation drops from the 14th star back to the 12th, but Seo has seen failure too many times to despair over one more collapse. Then the real payoff of mastering all 5 methods appears. In only about 20 breaths, his lower dantian floods back with power. Seo immediately starts another chi building attempt, turning repeated failure into a way to study exactly how the 5 elements are going wrong. With every failed star, he notices tiny imbalances between the 5 paths and slowly pushes them toward perfect equilibrium. That balancing makes his absurd recovery even faster, shaving the time down from 20 breaths and giving him one more weapon against the chi building barrier. Knowing he has roughly 10 years left, Seo retreats deeper into a cave on Shattered Heaven Peak and throws himself into endless chi building attempts. Months later, Kim Young-hoon finally calls Seo outside, and Seo is stunned by how wrecked he looks. Kim Young-hoon says he survived for around 50 days on his inner core alone, while swinging his saber like a madman, and now at last he has reached the next realm. He tells Seo he came to show him before beginning his ascent, and Seo immediately stops cultivating to follow. At a lower peak of Shattered Heaven Peak, Kim Young-hoon raises his saber and begins explaining the principle behind the realm beyond ultimate pinnacle. He says the key is finding the form of consciousness best suited to a human, not by copying demon beasts, but by following what a human life has truly obsessed over. As his explanation continues, Seo feels Kim Young-hoon's consciousness changing shape, and a stable golden light begins to fill his aura. Kim Young-hoon says demon beasts sharpen their wild nature, but humans are different because each person lives by different worries, memories, and questions. He concludes that a human's true consciousness form must be tied to whatever they pondered most deeply across their whole life. Watching him now, Seo realizes this breakthrough is far steadier than the reckless version from a past cycle, because this Kim Young-hoon truly understood what he was reaching for. In Kim Young-hoon's golden consciousness, Seo glimpses the ordinary happiness he treasured most: sleeping, eating, and simply living with his family. 9 versions of Kim Young-hoon appear around him with 9 gang spheres, and all of them begin merging back into his central consciousness. Kim Young-hoon declares that his lifelong wish was to cross the sky like a beam of light and return to his family as fast as possible. Seo sees the final answer take shape when Kim Young-hoon's consciousness itself becomes a golden saber and fuses with the blade in his hand. Seo follows every movement in an instant world of accelerated thought, where his consciousness can barely keep pace with Kim Young-hoon's new state. Inside that instant, Seo asks the name of this place beyond ultimate pinnacle, and Kim Young-hoon says it belongs first to the founder who bled to open the road. Kim Young-hoon honors that history and declares the realm's name as entering heavens beyond the path. Then he swings, and even Seo's accelerated mind cannot fully follow the golden saber as it floods heaven and earth with light. The beam tears through space and splits the nearby peak in half before the roar of the explosion finally catches up. With tears in his eyes, Kim Young-hoon tells Seo this is the path of life he reached, and that only now does he understand life itself is joy. Still standing before the collapsing dust and broken peak, Kim Young-hoon laughs again and again in gratitude to his family, his predecessors, and the life that brought him here. On Shattered Heaven Peak, Seo watches Kim Young-hoon shining with a brilliance he can only admire in silence. Seo congratulates him, but the sight only deepens his own emptiness about how hard he struggles for every step. The moment after his breakthrough, Kim Young-hoon suddenly collapses from months of reckless training without proper food or rest. Seo catches him, lays him down, and nurses him for days, all while sinking further into fear that he may never reach chi building in time. When Kim Young-hoon finally wakes, he says nothing and only studies Seo with a strange, knowing look. Instead of answering, Kim Young-hoon takes his saber outside, climbs onto a high rock, and watches Seo like he is waiting for something. Seo reads his intent and feels the same unsettling message every time. Kim Young-hoon expects him to reach that realm too. Seo protests that he does not have that kind of talent, but Kim Young-hoon gives him no reply at all. From then on, Kim Young-hoon stops speaking to Seo entirely, even though he still talks to others when he leaves to buy supplies. He refuses to teach, refuses to spar, and even when Seo feels pressured, Kim Young-hoon only retreats to farther peaks and keeps watching from there. Time grinds onto repeated failures, and Seo pushes his understanding of the 5 surpassing paths past 70% without reaching chi building. With only a few months of life left, Seo finally walks over to Kim Young-hoon and demands to know why the silence has never ended. Seo tells him his lifespan is nearly over and begs for even a little guidance if Kim Young-hoon has already judged his limits. Getting nothing back, Seo gives a formal farewell and thanks Kim Young-hoon for opening a new realm before turning away to face death alone. After Seo leaves, Kim Young-hoon finally speaks aloud and reveals his real shock. In the realm of entering heavens beyond the path, he can already see that Seo is complete. He has spent all this time speaking to that hidden thing in Seo's subconscious, trying to awaken it without ruining the insight through direct instruction. Even with Seo dying, Kim Young-hoon decides to trust what he saw and keep pushing that buried understanding one last time. Back in the cave, Seo keeps battering himself against G building, reforming stars over and over as the recovery time shrinks, but the final breakthrough still refuses to come. At his breaking point, Seo demands to know what more the heavens could possibly want from him. That is when Kim Young-hoon suddenly rises in the distance and performs the full 24 moves of severing mountain swordsmanship. The display makes no sense at first, because Kim Young-hoon shows an ordinary sword form instead of the transcendent techniques Seo expected. Then Seo realizes the truth. Kim Young-hoon was not showing his own swordsmanship, but a flawless mirror of Seo's exact habits, pacing, and intent. Seo studies that mirrored sword and reaches the shocking conclusion that Kim Young-hoon found no flaw in it at all. The word completion hits him so hard that something inside his heart finally starts knocking back. Seo suddenly understands that the trembling in his chest is his own accumulated life answering him. In tears, he realizes Kim Young-hoon was never truly silent and has been speaking to him heart to heart this whole time. Kim Young-hoon's will finally reaches him clearly. Talent no longer matters here, only whether Seo understands the meaning of his own life. That message breaks Seo's obsession with talent, and he sees that what really held him back was despair quietly taming his will. He thanks Kim Young-hoon and finally admits the truth to himself. He has always cherished his lives and fought with everything he had. Once he lets go of the bitterness over being a dullard or a genius, the shadows in his heart finally wash away. Seo returns to cultivation with a new answer and decides the method should bend to him, not the other way around. He cuts away every protruding imbalance in the 5 spiritual clouds with Sword Gang, forcing the 5 elements into perfect equality. The 5 surpassing paths to cultivation suddenly feel fully merged, and Seo hurls himself into chi building again. A spiritual energy star forms, shatters, and reforms almost instantly now, and Seo keeps driving it forward day and night. Then his heart starts to fail with the end of his lifespan, right when chi building is finally within reach. Instead of backing down, Seo glares at the heavens and dares fate to kill him before he finishes the breakthrough. The 5 elements keep suppressing the star's instability, and Seo pounds his own heart with gang chi to stay alive long enough to finish. As dawn comes, black storm clouds roll over the peak and blue lightning begins to gather above him. Seo swears to break free from fate just as the sky flashes, and Kim Young-hoon's heart reaches him one last time. Swing, it's already in your hand. At the edge of death, Seo finally sees the meaning of his own life. Like Kim Young-hoon pursued home, he has always pursued freedom from fate. That desire reshapes his consciousness into a sword that transcends form itself, turning transparent and formless. His gang spheres merge into that formless consciousness just as heavenly lightning crashes down on his exact position. Using his lightning-predicting eye, Seo meets the strike head-on and swings the colorless void upward. He steps into entering heavens beyond the path and unleashes the formless sword, cutting through the heavenly lightning and splitting the storm clouds open. With his heart field finally cleared and nourished, Seo feels the first true sprouts of his breakthrough rise at last. At Shattered Heaven Peak, Seo drives all 5 surpassing paths at once, forcing the 5 elemental clouds in his dantian to spin, compress, and fight back against the twisted limits of his inborn spiritual roots. After countless failed lives and attempts, Seo finally crushes those restraints and condenses them into a single 5-colored spiritual energy star. The new star starts converting spiritual power into pure spiritual force, and for the first time true gang chi flows safely through Seo's entire spiritual meridian. With the strain gone from his heart and lifespan naturally extending, Seo feels the heavens themselves shift and grant him 300 more years. That glimpse of the sky gives Seo a new insight into immortality, and he realizes cultivation really is a way to become more like the heavens. As the black clouds over Shattered Heaven Peak finally break apart, Seo bursts into laughter because after several lifetimes, he has really stepped past fate. Seo celebrates what chi building means in practice too. Even with only 1 spiritual energy star, his body now carries constant defensive gang chi and a vitality far beyond a normal human. He also realizes pure spiritual force can be poured into his inner core almost without limit, giving him terrifying freedom to generate gang chi attacks. Then Seo tests the biggest hidden gain of the breakthrough. His consciousness has expanded into a broader domain around him. That larger consciousness should have made his next life more dangerous, but Seo quickly finds a workaround by splitting the formless sword through pure consciousness alone. Relieved that he can stop his future upper dantian overload from instantly exploding his head, Seo finally feels a rare sense of breathing room. With 300 years now in hand, Seo lets himself think more slowly about the road ahead and reviews how chi building is divided across 4 constellations and 28 stars. He remembers that the 7 stars ritual helps different parts of chi building depending on which constellation was chosen, and his Azure Dragon choice should support his first constellation training. Then Seo spots an upside to regression itself. By repeating life after life, he may eventually collect blessings from all 4 constellations and make chi building easier than chi refining. Before he can sink deeper into those plans, Kim Young-hoon walks over and warns that cultivators from the clans settled around Shattered Heaven Peak are heading their way. Seo starts to answer and say Shattered Heaven Peak out loud, but the moment the words leave his mouth, a flash of lightning tears reality apart. Seo is suddenly ripped out in consciousness alone and dropped into a bizarre world filled with multicolored lightning, with no physical body from the real world around him. A shadowy figure appears in the lightning, more like a fate-stained phantom than a ghost, and blood starts running from where its eyes should be. The figure identifies itself as Yang Sujin, founder of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect, and says only an almost impossible miracle could let an ender reach this hidden warning. Yang Sujin explains that he left a pull of fate at Shattered Heaven Peak to draw enders in, but surviving heavenly lightning there and speaking the trigger words should have been nearly impossible. Then the warning turns deadly serious. No matter what gift an ender receives, he must never reveal that fate, because something will know it anywhere in the 3,000 worlds. If an ender has already spoken that secret, Yang Sujin says the last slim chance of resisting is gone, and the only hope left is to abandon cultivation and live out an ordinary mortal life far from home. Admitting that he ruined himself the same way, Yang Sujin dissolves into the red lightning while begging future enders not to treat his warning lightly. In less than a second, Seo snaps back to the real world with Kim Young-hoon in front of him, but the words ender and it are now pounding in his head. Kim Young-hoon notices Seo looks awful, and Seo brushes it off as strain from forcing his way into Chi building. That excuse barely matters, because when Seo looks up, he sees they are already surrounded by dozens of Xingzi Chi building cultivators on flying artifacts. An older cultivator demands to know why they occupied the clan's jointly claimed sacred ground and accuses them of plotting something suspicious. Seo steps forward politely, explains he only just broke through and did not know this area belonged to the Xingzi Alliance, and offers to leave the Great Mountain Range entirely. The lead cultivator refuses to listen, saying the continent is already unstable after recent bloodshed and a future war, so loose outsiders like them are too suspicious to let go. Seo tries once more to calm things down, but the leader simply powers up his artifact and orders them to surrender quietly. With talks clearly dead, Seo gives a tired sigh and tells Kim Young-hoon the peaceful option is over. Kim Young-hoon answers almost casually that none of them are core formation, so they might as well treat this as a warm-up and use it to help Seo get used to entering heavens beyond the path. The enemy leader mocks them for acting insane, but the moment Kim Young-hoon grips his saber, every cultivator who can read fate feels a huge disaster open right in front of them. Kim Young-hoon's golden consciousness flares and his gang spheres rise, while Seo answers with his own sword-shaped consciousness and 9 gang spheres. The surrounding cultivators panic, some insisting these bizarre techniques must belong to core formation seniors and others denying it because the pair's consciousness still reads differently. Then both men complete the technique together, Kim Young-hoon forming the surpassing radiant saber and Seo grasping the formless sword as they stand back to back. With entering heavens beyond the path activated on both sides, they swing at the encircling Chi building cultivators and the clash begins. The moment Seo and Kim Young-hoon break through, the battlefield turns absurd as a golden flash and Seo's colorless formless sword tear through the mountains faster than the Chi building cultivators can react. Seo drives the formless sword through severing mountain techniques, and its power comes out even greater than the old 9 gang spheres that created it. Even without the separate spheres showing anymore, Seo still keeps tenfold thought acceleration as long as he stays in contact with the formless sword. The enemy leader hurriedly begs forgiveness, but Seo keeps swinging just hard enough to terrify them because he wants them gone, not dead. Seo deliberately avoids killing anyone, knowing dead juniors might bring core formation seniors down on them while humiliated survivors are more likely to just run home. As he fights, Seo realizes the formless sword barely even needs his hand anymore. But he still uses real sword forms because this power hits hardest when a swordsman treats it like a sword. One final severing mountain strike shears through a peak, and the last of the nearby Chi building cultivators loses his nerve and bolts. That swing makes it click for Seo. This is what the realm of entering heavens beyond the path really feels like. When Seo pulls the formless sword back into his consciousness and looks for Kim Young-hoon, he can barely follow him at all because Kim has turned the same realm into pure speed. A golden ray smashes through the last enemy's defenses and pure spiritual force, and Kim controls the blow so precisely that the man survives just long enough to flee. Then Kim is suddenly standing beside Seo, and even Seo has to admit reacting properly to that kind of speed is difficult. Kim asks how the new realm felt, and Seo answers that power this big only makes the basics more important. Seo explains that a swordsman can lose the essence of martial arts inside boundless power, so he feels he has to keep deliberate limits and practice the fundamentals even more carefully. Kim is pleased to hear that, and bluntly says it drove him crazy watching Seo call himself untalented when his martial understanding was this deep all along. When Kim asks what else Seo noticed, Seo admits he was too focused on grasping the formless sword itself to study the rest of the realm. So Kim teaches the next step. At this level they can see the colors of intent more deeply, and even read the heart essence inside another person. Following Kim's guidance, Seo focuses past the surface flow of intent, and finally sees Kim Young-hoon's true inner form. Kim's heart essence appears as a vast pink bird made from countless intertwining golden rivers, revealing the scale and nature of the man himself. Kim shows that heart essence is not just something to look at, because the golden bird meets Seo's gaze and sends his thoughts and feelings straight into Seo without words. After a few more small pointers about the realm, Kim tells Seo the last important lesson is to look at his own heart essence and understand himself. Seo wonders if his heart essence will just be one of his techniques, but Kim corrects him at once. Heart essence is tied to your realm, not identical to it. Seo closes his eyes and follows his own intent inward until his heart essence finally opens beneath his consciousness. The instant he steps into that inner world, Seo feels a vivid stabbing pain through his lower body even though nothing has touched his real flesh. He keeps walking anyway, and every step through his own heart essence cuts his arms and legs with familiar pain. Then Seo sees the full shape of himself. His heart essence is a colossal mountain like Mount Tai, packed so tightly with upside-down transparent swords that it has become a clear and merciless hell. Walking that mountain, Seo understands why it fits him so perfectly. Every life has been pain on pain while he kept climbing upward without giving up his human decency. The summit still stays out of reach no matter how far he climbs, and that unreachable peak finally gives shape to the torment that has defined his life. Instead of breaking, Seo laughs inside that pristine hell because he recognizes it at last as the honest image of his own life and pride. When Seo opens his eyes again, he quietly tells Kim that he understands himself a little better now. Seo realizes that mountain of swords is both the torture of his life and the blade he forged with all that pain, the true foundation beneath his formless sword. Grateful for the lesson, Seo thanks Kim sincerely, and Kim answers with the most Kim Young-hoon request possible, a match right now. Kim finally vents 10 years of frustration, saying he kept chasing Seo because watching him stand one step short of this realm drove him absolutely mad. His patience is gone now, and Kim openly demands that Seo make this fight worth the wait. Seo sighs at the lack of breathing room, but he also admits to himself that he wants this too. Seo first offers to lower his internal energy and consciousness to Kim's level, but Kim instantly rejects the idea and reminds him that Seo never held back against him before. Kim insists that his own 10 extra years in this realm are enough handicap already, and he mocks Seo for acting like that still makes the duel unfair. As both men materialize their consciousness to begin, Seo sees the mismatch clearly. Kim never learned spells and his consciousness is still only about a tenth the size of Seo's. So Seo bluntly asks what Kim really has over him besides speed now that they stand in the same realm. Seo lets Gangchi rise through his body and says it plainly. If he goes all out, they are not truly on the same level anymore. Instead of flinching, Kim lights up with excitement and answers that overcoming that kind of disadvantage is exactly what martial arts means to him. Seo can't help smiling at that answer, because it is so perfectly Kim Young-hoon. Then the duel finally starts as Kim's golden flash and Seo's formless void smash into each other head-on. Kim Young-hoon has always found Seo unhumanizing, because the man who claims he has no talent keeps reaching impossible heights first. After both men reached the ultimate pinnacle, Kim still believed his own martial sense was sharper, especially for reading and breaking martial flows. That only made it more frustrating that Seo had reached the ultimate pinnacle first, and even pulled Kim upward by teaching him. Kim tried to explain it away by assuming Seo had been handed hidden knowledge like he had, but Seo kept proving himself through raw martial progress. Seo then made it worse by mastering all 5 elemental cultivation methods at a pace that rivaled elite Jin clan prodigies, while still pursuing martial arts. Kim could accept genius, but Seo trained like something harsher than genius, forcing himself awake for 10 days at a time and still pushing forward. After one spar, Seo quietly told Kim that a person's whole life seeps into martial arts, and that understanding his own life would deepen his blade. That advice hit Kim strangely hard, because for a moment Seo felt less like a younger peer and more like an elder who had lived far longer. Years passed, and Kim discovered the wall beyond ultimate pinnacle was still standing there no matter how much talent he believed he had. He had trusted the strange instinct that guided his martial talent ever since arriving in this world, but decades later that instinct still had not carried him through the next realm. One late night on Shattered Heaven Peak, Kim heard a strange choking sound from Seo's cave that did not match his usual all-night training. Knowing Seo had been driving his body too hard lately, Kim hurried into the cave expecting another collapse from forced sleepless training. There he found Seo standing unconscious with his sword drawn, eyes rolled back and foam at his mouth from sheer overtraining. Before Kim could wake him, Seo's body started moving on its own and calmly ran through his sword forms while he was still passed out. After finishing the sword routine, Seo's unconscious body sat down and continued into cultivation practice as if habit had sunk into his bones. Kim watched all night in stunned silence as Seo kept training unconscious until dawn finally broke over the cave mouth. Only at sunrise did Kim shake him awake, and Seo came back clutching his chest before immediately apologizing and admitting he needed rest. Kim finally asked why he kept pushing himself this brutally, because even to him it looked far beyond normal training. Seo gave a bitter laugh and said that someone without talent has to be ready to die even in the evening if they want to climb higher. Then Seo simply staggered off to sleep, leaving Kim rooted in place as the words hit him like a blow and forced him to question everything. For the first time, Kim looked back on his own pursuit of the next realm and felt that maybe all his efforts so far had still been too comfortable. He remembered that the founder of Entering Heavens Beyond the Path had only ascended after embracing death, and Kim realized he had tried to advance without that resolve. So Kim returned to his training ground, set his stance, and made a brutally simple decision. If dying was the price, then he would train ready to die. From that day on, Kim stopped sleeping, stopped eating, and burned every scrap of talent and concentration into the saber alone. Lost completely in martial joy and life and death focus, he finally stepped into entering heavens beyond the path. He named that achievement the surpassing radiant saber, both for his wish to return home faster than light and for the rival he meant to surpass at last. Back in the present duel, Kim faces Seo again and thinks that even if Seo truly lacked talent, a man who worked that hard had every right to be proud. So when Seo coldly says Kim has no advantage except speed, Kim does not resent it, because from Seo it sounds earned. Kim tightens his grip and decides that speed will be enough, because this time he intends to surpass Seo's martial arts, will, and effort together. Kim launches first, splitting the moment with a golden slash aimed straight for Seo's neck before the formless sword can fully react. Seo answers instantly with layered mountains, spreading the formless sword into an invisible thorn fence that shreds the space around him. Kim jumps back already scratched up, realizing that even touching Seo's defensive range is enough to draw blood. Seo follows with landscape painting and mountain tiger, sending the formless sword slashing in wild orbits above ground and bursting up from below to collapse the terrain around Kim. Kim merges with the surpassing radiant saber, turns himself into light, and barely slips through the collapsing kill zone to reach solid ground again. Watching Seo fight, Kim sees that the formless sword may be shape-free, but every movement still stays rooted in the fundamentals of severing mountain swordsmanship. When Seo rushes him with joy of mountains and peaks, Kim knows he cannot keep dodging and decides he has to punch straight through the storm. Using Mountain Bird, Kim becomes a golden ray again and starts gliding along the weakest visible gaps in the formless sword's flow. Even the weakest opening nearly wrecks him, and Kim realizes with a jolt that Seo's raw power has already crossed into another class entirely. Still, Kim keeps riding the weak currents closer, because he knows he will lose for sure if he lets Seo keep the fight at long range. Kim fires Mountain Wind at point-blank speed, but Seo flips the fight with Echoing Valley, catching the incoming line of light in a spinning rebound and throwing it back. Kim barely dodges his own reflected attack, and the rebounding force blasts a cliff behind him into a spiderweb of cracks. That is when Kim accepts that the old techniques alone will not win this, and if he wants a chance he has to evolve in the middle of the fight. Kim instantly creates 7-color evasion, splitting into 7 attacking paths that dive at Seo from every blind angle at once. Seo turns bouldered cliff into a spinning fortress, bursting 6 false bodies at once, but Kim's real strike finally reaches a narrow opening. Knowing that one hit still will not break through, Kim forces out another new technique on the spot and compresses 44 slashes into a single devastating burst. Seo refuses to defend and instead answers with Flowing Ridge, piercing straight through Kim's new art and blasting him away hard enough to make him spit blood. Kim catches himself in midair and laughs bitterly, because even after building a technique to divert some of the force, Seo's counter still feels monstrous. He realizes the formless sword's versatility is nearly endless, but Seo's imagination still has limits, which means severing mountain swordsmanship itself can be studied and countered. So Kim throws himself back in and starts creating counters on the fly, matching Seo's severing mountain swordsmanship move for move through sheer improvisation. For a while they fight evenly, but the cost is obvious, because cuts and damage keep piling onto Kim while Seo remains completely untouched. Even so, Kim smiles through the pain, because the impossible mountain in front of him only makes him more certain that Seo is the best. That admiration comes with annoyance too, because Kim cannot stand seeing someone this overwhelming still hide behind the words no talent. With blood streaming from his nose and his mind nearing overload, Kim still forces himself to create 3 more martial arts at once and closes in again. Their eyes meet in the middle of the chaos, and Seo is smiling too, because for 500 years he has never truly managed to surpass Kim once Kim begins evolving like a monster. So both men shout their intent at the same time, with Seo declaring he will win and Kim swearing he will surpass him. Seo unleashes G Mountain Heart Heaven while Kim stacks Mountain Earthquake, Mountain Goblin, Tearing the Void, and 12 light streams slash into one last all-out gamble. The formless sword suddenly swells to more than 7 times its size just as Kim's surpassing radiant saber locks onto Seo's hidden weakness, and the whole battlefield erupts in blinding light. Kim Young-hoon's new saber art tears through Seo's attack pattern and races straight for Seo's neck, while Seo's descending formless sword looks just a fraction too slow. Just as Kim thinks he has the win, 5-colored spiritual light blooms over Seo's left hand as a prepared earth penalty true word finishes forming without any spoken chant. Seo does not cast the spell normally at all. He grabs it with a hand coated in pure spiritual force and turns it into a hidden weapon strike called Direct Serpent. Kim instantly understands the problem. Even if they trade blows, Seo's body can survive horrific damage better than his, so a counter-strike still means Kim loses. So Kim makes the same brutal choice Seo always does and decides he will win even if it kills him. In that frozen instant, Kim pushes his talent past the limit again and creates another martial art in the middle of the fight. Golden threads burst from Kim's body, wrapping around the surpassing radiant saber like blood vessels and meridians as he tries to give an external gang sphere the life of a real Dantian. The idea clicks for him. If a Dantian recovers because it is tied to life itself, then he can build a new power source outside his body and force the saber to live. The reborn surpassing radiant saber blazes brighter, slices through Seo's incoming spell, and reaches his neck before his redirected formless sword can do more than clip Kim's shoulder. Kim wins the exchange, but the price is ugly. Blood pours from his eyes, nose, and mouth as his upper dantian and inner core nearly give out. Seo accepts it without argument and admits that in a real fight, that strike would have killed him. Still gasping through the damage, Kim explains that he turned the saber into an external dantian and used it as a temporary extra source of power. Seo is even more shocked when he realizes Kim invented that technique on the spot, as if battle itself keeps feeding his genius. Then Kim finally notices the battlefield itself, and sees that Seo's scattered sword cuts were not random damage at all. Seo had already built 5 overlapping 5 elements battle formations around himself, and if the fight had lasted a little longer, the whole area would have become his domain. That late realization sends a chill through Kim. He won only because he ended things before Seo's cultivator setup could come alive. The tension finally breaks, Kim's legs give out, and he begs Seo to take care of him before blacking out. As he falls, Kim cannot help noticing the irony. The winner is mangled and dying, while the loser stands almost perfectly clean except for a mark at the neck. After Kim faints, Seo quietly admits this was a complete martial defeat and shudders at how terrifying Kim's talent has become. Seo reflects that if he had only bought a few more seconds, he could have activated the formation and taken control of the battlefield. But Kim never gave him that chance. Even so, Seo is moved. He lifts Kim up and vows that in this life, he will stay long enough to witness all of Kim Young-hoon's growth, even his final moments if he cannot escape death. With the duel over and nothing more to gain there, Seo leaves Xingzi and returns to Yenwood to treat Kim in a rented coastal mansion. During the recovery, Seo realizes Kim's new external dantian technique is still incomplete, and has damaged his essence badly on top of the twisted injuries from their clash. While caring for him, Seo turns his mind to chi building and realizes his old chi refining spells were only the groundwork for real cultivation. Now that he has entered chi building, Seo knows he needs proper methods for the next stage, not just raw power, and he starts thinking about where to obtain the right manuals. His thoughts drift back to the strange vision at Shattered Heaven Peak and Yang Sujin's warning about enders, gifts, and never revealing the truth. Seo starts to suspect Yang Sujin may have been someone like him, a person who fell into this world, but the meaning of ender still feels dangerously unclear. What scares him most is the warning itself. If revealing his fate would let some vast being notice him anywhere in the 3,000 worlds, silence is no longer just caution but survival. That thought pulls him toward his lost coworkers, and Seo worries that those whose talents were already exposed may have been noticed by that same unknown thing. In the end, he forces himself to stop guessing. He simply does not have enough information yet. Several days later, Kim is back on his feet and already swinging his saber again, as if nearly dying only sharpened his mood. When Kim asks what comes next, Seo says chi building would let him become an elder anywhere, but there is someone he needs to meet first. Seo explains that the dragon-like being who once captured Deputy Manager O asked for help, and that request involves his descendant and a core formation ghost. Kim's answer is immediate. A core formation ghost sounds fun, so he wants in. So the two of them cross the Black Wind Sea together and head for Seo Rant's underwater dwelling. They could have used the dragon transformation method to fly more easily, but now that they know it came from Seo Huio's trap, they refuse to touch it. At the cave entrance, Kim prepares to dive, but Seo stops him and decides to call the owner out in the loudest way possible. With one formless sword strike, Seo splits the sea apart and opens a clear path straight down to the submerged cave. Seo calls out in the demon race's language, and after a tense pause Seo Ran crawls up from the cave in his dragon form, deeply wary of the two human visitors. Seo shows Seo Ran the dragon transformation manual as proof of the Sea Dragon King's request and offers the help that was promised. The mention of Seo Huio and Seo Ran's origins changes everything. Realizing these humans truly know the truth, Seo Ran lowers his guard. Seo Ran shifts into his true greeting form, a demi-human body with scales and a tail, and formally asks for their help breaking the barrier. Seo agrees at once, though the polite distance feels strange to him. In this life they may not become friends, but he has already decided he will not let Seo Ran die. The three of them head deeper into the hidden sea region where Black Bone Valley's Nether Crossing ship is concealed. After they pass through illusion and ghost barriers, the Nether Crossing ship finally appears at the center of a massive water barrier, and even Kim has to stop and stare. Seo Ran explains the normal method. The barrier can be undone by removing the 8 formation flags inside, and pure humans can pass through without trouble. But Kim barely listens to the careful plan. He simply tests the barrier with a full surpassing radiant saber strike. The barrier lurches under the blow, and Seo Ran panics because brute force was never supposed to be part of this job. Kim just grins and says that since he does not know much about spells, smashing it seems simpler, especially now that he can tell it might actually work. Kim slams the barrier again, making it shudder even harder and proving brute force might really break through. Seeing that, Seo laughs and joins in. If Kim is going to solve a formation by hitting it, Seo refuses to be left behind. Seo's strike lands, the whole barrier convulses, and at last a faint crack appears on its surface. Seo and Kim Young-hoon stop bothering with tricks and hammer the nether-crossing ship's barrier head-on until it starts to crack. Their synchronized final strike blows the barrier apart and shatters the formation flags hidden inside it. Seo Ran can only stare and point out they could have just walked in and pulled the flags, but the two swordsmen are already done. When Seo keeps speaking in the demon race's language, Seo Ran cautiously asks if he is a demi-human too. Seo denies being a demi-human and brushes it off as a strange human trait that earned the Sea Dragon King's trust. Seo Ran thanks them and offers payment later, hoping to handle the rest himself now that the barrier is down. Seo refuses to leave and insists on going aboard with him, deciding it is safer to stay close than let Seo Ran walk into danger alone. The three of them reach the deck and immediately feel something wrong. The ship's usual ghostly aura is fading away. Seo realizes the missing ghost energy has probably gone somewhere, quietly warns Kim Young-hoon by heart message, and Kim tightens his grip on his saber. Inside the ship, the deeper levels feel even stranger because the ghostly energy keeps thinning instead of growing stronger. Seo urges them straight to the bottom floor, convinced the answer to this bad feeling is waiting below. At the lowest floor, the reason becomes clear. The room has no ghost energy left because something has devoured all of it. A shadowy ghost spirit sits above the black throne, swollen with all the ship's stolen ghost energy, and fully aware that intruders have reached him. The ghost spirit sneers that trash left behind when the Ascension Gate opened will never touch Azure Ghost Valley's secrets. Then the spirit rises off the throne, cutting its last link to the ship and giving up the weakness that once kept it rooted in place. Its first attack is a giant ghost claw, but Seo meets it head-on and cancels the strike with the formless sword. Kim Young-hoon flashes in at near-frozen speed and slashes the spirit's neck, but even that clean hit cannot cut through its core formation ghost body. Kim pulls back and bluntly sums it up. The spirit itself is slower than them, but its ghostly defenses are too tough for his current output alone. Seo Ran cuts in with a plan of his own, asking Seo and Kim to hold the ghost off while he charges one effective attack. With Seo and Kim taking the front, Seo Ran drops his demi-human guise and expands into his true dragon form to begin charging power. A golden bell shoots from the dragon's mouth, and Seo Ran starts pouring power into it while the other two hold the line. When more ghost claws flood the room, Seo cuts them apart himself, a sharp reminder of how much stronger he is than in the last cycle. Kim keeps harassing the spirit at light-like speed, striking its arm and ruining one spell after another before it can fully form. The spirit hides inside a shell of ghost claws, so Seo answers with shifting severing mountain sword forms that snake through the gaps and reach the core. Seo's strike punches straight through the spirit's chest, but a ruined heart means nothing to a ghost body. Seo immediately spreads the embedded sword into a barbed killing field, trying to tear the entire spirit apart before it can recover. The spirit barely escapes by turning into dark flight light, revealing it can still use a core formation flying escape technique. Seo coolly calls it out and presses harder, forcing the spirit to keep spending that escape spell just to survive. The moment the spirit dodges Seo again, Kim appears beside it and blasts it with another perfectly timed saber strike. Furious and cornered, the spirit spits out that it would have crushed them if it still had its proper treasures and ghost servants. Instead of breaking, the spirit suddenly floods the room with ghost skulls, claws, and insects, clearly stalling for a much bigger move. Seo answers with wide, crushing sword forms that rip a path through the swarm and drive him straight into the center again. At the heart of the storm, Seo finally sees the real threat, a faint blue-white skull packed with enough deathly power to kill everyone there. Seo still tears the spirit into a honeycomb with layered sword pressure, but even that is not enough to stop the self-destruct spell from finishing. Kim joins the finisher, driving his saber into the opening while Seo compresses all that scattered sword force back into one explosive point. The combined blast destroys most of the ghost spirit's body, but the thing still clings to life with its death skull swelling for one last suicidal detonation. Just before the blast goes off, Seo Ran finally releases his charged attack and tells them to get clear. His ghost-controlling bell breath hits like a golden beam, trapping the ghost spirit and its blue-white explosion inside a suppressing prison of light. Even Kim has to admit that dragon attack is terrifying, but Seo can tell Seo Ran cannot repeat it freely because he has been charging it the whole fight. The golden beam starts to weaken, and it becomes obvious Seo Ran is running out of strength before the death spell is fully erased. Seo and Kim split to both sides of the fading golden beam, bracing to finish the blast the moment Seo Ran's sealing breath gives out. Seo Ran's breath finally dies, the dragon crashes down gasping, and the blue explosion surges back out of the shattered golden prison. From both sides, Seo and Kim hit the escaping blue blast at once, feeding it into a storm of shifting formless sword arts and blinding saber cuts. Their final secret moves, Severing Mountain and Saber Tomb, slammed together at the core and crushed the last of the blue explosion. But when the light clears, the enemy is still there, now revealed as a translucent man in black robes instead of the earlier shadow mass. In that revealed form, the ghost uses one last dark soul possession great spell, and launches himself straight at Seo. Seo tries to cut him down, but the blade passes through, and the ghost plunges into Seo's upper dantian to seize him from inside. Inside Seo's soul, the invading ghost heads for what he thinks will be an easy target, the core of Seo's heart essence. What the intruder finds instead is Seo's heart essence turned into a whole world, a vast hell of colorless swords rising into a mountain. The sword world skewers the intruder from every side, and each blade carries the pain, failure, and denial packed into Seo's life. Terrified inside that sword hell, the ghost realizes Seo's mind feels less human than something already closer to death than a ghost. Seo's will turns that inner world against the intruder, dragging him deeper into the subconscious and locking him down. Back in the ship, Kim checks on Seo, and Seo calmly says he has already subdued the possessing spirit with no real danger left. Seo exhales spiritual energy and forces the trapped spirit's terrified face into view so Kim can see it too. Seo is ready to let the spirit pass on now that his ghostly power is spent, treating that alone as a fair act of mercy. The spirit stops him and asks for one last request, speaking now like a defeated man instead of a cornered monster. Seo pushes back, bluntly asking why he should give anything more when sending this enemy peacefully to the underworld is already generous. To win that mercy, the spirit reveals who he used to be, a heavenly being, cultivator of Black Ghost Valley and keeper of its scriptural repository before the Mad Lord killed him. His offer finally hooks them, grant his dying wish, and he will hand over Black Ghost Valley methods up to nascent soul level in any element they want. With the ghost finally subdued, Seo admits the offer is tempting because true chi building methods are far harder to obtain than ordinary chi refining manuals. Seo still doesn't trust him, especially after being tricked before, so he bluntly demands proof that the methods Song Jin gives him will be real. Song Jin bristles at the insult but agrees to swear an oath on the Nether Crossing ship itself. As Song Jin vows by Azure Ghost Valley's honor not to lie about the cultivation methods, the ship answers with a faint mystical tremor. Seo reads Song Jin's heart essence, notices a hidden agenda, but confirms the ghost is at least telling the truth about the methods. Kim Young-hoon silently checks with Seo by heart message, and Seo gives a quiet go-ahead. Once Seo accepts the deal in principle, Song Jin asks for just one thing: take the Nether Crossing ship out to sea. Seo Ran is baffled because the ship looks ruined, but Song Jin says enough soul power remains for a few final voyages. When Song Jin quietly says the Nether Crossing ship can still sail, Seo realizes the ghost wants to die together with the vessel he served. Seo decides to grant that request and checks with the others, while Kim Young-hoon leaves the choice to him. Seo Ran hesitates, then asks Song Jin for help finding the item his mother left behind on this ship. That request hits a nerve, and Song Jin instantly recognizes Seo Ran as the half-blood child Black Ghost Valley despised. Song Jin cruelly blames Seo Ran's birth for ruining his mother's future in the sect and refuses to help him search. Seo considers forcing the issue, but Song Jin's heart essence is completely stubborn on anything tied to his valley's honor. Instead, Seo promises Seo Ran that he will help search the ship with him, and Song Jin moves the group on to the business of sailing. Song Jin takes Seo to the upper deck and starts teaching him how the damaged Nether Crossing ship still runs on stored soul and spiritual power. Seo splits the work by sending Seo Ran to search the lower decks while he handles the upper decks and learns the controls. Days settle into a routine. Seo learns the ghost ship's controls above, Seo Ran keeps combing the lower decks, and Kim Young-hoon practices his saber art on his own. By around 2 weeks in, Song Jin grudgingly admits Seo has learned enough to clumsily operate the enormous ship alone. At the same time, Seo Ran reaches the end of his search and says only 3 rooms are left, his voice already shaking with hope. 2 days later, Seo Ran finally finds his mother's heirloom, a jade slip he holds like something fragile and sacred. He decides not to read it right away, choosing to steady himself first before opening whatever his mother left behind. With Seo Ran's business finally done, Song Jin presses Seo to fulfill the promise and take the Nether Crossing ship out. Seo climbs to the helm and sends his consciousness into the steering wheel, feeling the ship's alien system unfold inside his mind. Under Song Jin's commands, Seo feeds power through the ship's auxiliary points until the whole Nether Crossing ship starts to rumble awake. A rush of wind bursts from below, and the ruined ship rises into the air for one more voyage. The ship obeys Seo's will, but Song Jin immediately grumbles that its speed is embarrassingly slow for someone supposedly at core formation. As the crippled vessel pushes ahead, chunks of debris rain down from its broken body. The ship smashes through the sea barrier and formation that had trapped the area, and the entire structure starts collapsing behind it. Ghosts inside the mist shriek and scatter in terror as the legendary ship comes straight at them. Once the ship reaches the middle of the barrier, the trapped ghosts are finally released and rise away as the mist prison breaks apart. Then the illusion barrier shatters too, the dark clouds start thinning, and real sunlight spills across the sea for the first time. After flying a while longer, the exhausted Nether Crossing ship drops back onto the water and barely keeps floating. Watching the open sea in silence, Song Jin realizes his end is close and offers to answer any final questions before he attains nirvana. Seo first asks why Song Jin calls his sect Azure Ghost Valley when everyone else knows it as Black Ghost Valley. Song Jin explains that ordinary ghost path power is black, but those who reach its true extreme turn that energy azure, which is the valley's ideal. Seo's next question is bigger. Why did this era's ascension gate drag whole sects and continents into mass ascension? Song Jin says this generation was dangerously overcrowded with top cultivators, like a continent-sized powder keg ready to burst. He reveals that a grand meeting of major sects and demon leaders, led by Sea Dragon King Seo Huiol, predicted the dragon veins would be exhausted if things continued. So the great forces agreed to ascend together, both to survive the crossing and to stop the world below from collapsing under their own competition. That plan also forced every nascent soul cultivator, and even promising core formation talents, into the exodus so nobody powerful would be left to seize the abandoned world. He ends with a bleak laugh. After the gate closed, only dying late core formation stragglers and hopeless leftovers remained behind. The explanation finally lets Seo connect the dots about why clans fight so hard over elixirs, workshops, and the race to produce the next nascent soul. As Song Jin fades even further, Seo drops the history lesson and asks for the cultivation method he came here to get. Before answering, Song Jin unexpectedly calls Seo Ran over and demands to read the jade slip from his mother. Seo Ran hesitates but hands it over, and the two of them read its contents together in tense silence. What Seo Ran reads breaks him, and tears spill down his face as he whispers for his mother and father. Song Jin softens at last and admits that, whatever he felt, Seo Ran's mother truly saw her son as someone precious and worthy of pride. Then Song Jin turns back to Seo and casually asks if he has been feeding consciousness into the ship's third auxiliary power source. When Seo says yes, Song Jin drops the bomb, overloading that power source would have self-destructed the entire Nether Crossing ship. Seo immediately cuts the power and glares, and Song Jin admits he had planned to drag them all down with him before changing his mind. The only reason he relented, Song Jin says, is that Seo Ran's mother wanted her son to live. Seo swallows the anger because the method still matters, then lays out strict conditions for the technique he wants. He asks for a chi building method that is not a devil art, follows understanding before breakthrough, and does not depend on rare materials, special roots, or sacrifices. Song Jin complains the request is absurdly picky for a Devil Path Elder, but after thinking it over he presents three possible methods. The three choices are Yin Soul Ghost Incantation, Devil Legion Terracotta Scroll, and Silica Earth Great Wall Practice. Seo immediately doubts two of them by name alone, so Song Jin explains that each one is actually driven by understanding rather than cruelty. He recommends Yin Soul Ghost Incantation most strongly, because after peeking into Seo's heart essence he knows few people understand pain better than Seo does. Seo weighs the options fast, rejects the artifact-based and stay-in-one-place methods for practical reasons, and decides to gamble on the dangerous one first. So Seo chooses the Yin Soul Ghost Incantation, planning to risk the dangerous path now and sort out the others in another life if he has to. Pleased with the choice, Song Jin carves the method into nearby ship debris with his consciousness, leaving dense glowing patterns across the wreckage. Then the old ghost walks toward the prow, speaking almost to himself about how Azure Ghost Valley disciples are born and die aboard this ship. At the edge of his final fade, he tells Seo Ran that even if he sees him as a blemish, he is still their valley's blemish and must live without shaming his mother. As a last duty to his disciple's child, Song Jin secretly adds new characters to the jade slip in Seo Ran's hand and leaves him one final sect gift. Finally, Song Jin thanks them for witnessing his last moments and scatters into the sea wind. Seo Ran bows toward the empty space he left behind, and even Seo quietly offers a brief prayer for the dead elder's peace. With every loose end on the ship settled, Seo turns the wheel towards Seo Ran's home and the group finally moves on. As Seo Ran starts deciphering the new contents of the jade slip, Seo sits down with his master's Thousand Lustrous Forest Sea and Song Jin's Yin Soul Ghost Incantation to compare them at last. Then Seo begins properly learning the Yin Soul Ghost Incantation, opening the next stage of his cultivation. Seo studies the Yin Soul Ghost Incantation and realizes it is basically a curse art built on how deeply the user understands pain. The method can stack curses that weaken and cripple a target, but it is lousy at dealing direct damage on its own. Seo notes the cruel irony of the art. Mastering it means surviving extreme pain, which is why most people would die long before reaching its peak. That also explains why the technique easily drifts into the devil path, because understanding pain often means inflicting it too. The founder could handle 108 curse spells at once, and Seo immediately sees how miserable that would be for any opponent forced to fight through constant debuffs. Even so, Seo clicks his tongue because the manual confirms a clear weakness. Without another offensive art, this method does not fit his needs. So he decides to learn it alongside his master's Thousand Lustrous Forest Sea, using pain and curses to prepare the ground for a stronger breakthrough path. While Seo is mapping out that future, Seo Ran finally calls him and Kim Young-hoon over after decrypting what Song Jin left behind. Seo Ran draws a spell in the air with pure spiritual force and activates Song Jin's message into a huge floating map. A blinking red point moves across the map, and Seo Ran reveals that it tracks the hidden coordinates of Serving Command Palace. To explain, Seo Ran brings out a book showing a round palace with jade tiles and white walls, one of the lower realm masterpieces of the artisan who created the original Nether Crossing ship. He says the palace holds compressed space, spiritual lands, herbs, beasts, treasure stores, and relics left by ancient cultivators. Seo Ran adds that even core formation and nascent soul cultivators cannot normally track the palace, because it only appears in the world once every few hundred years. Seo immediately spots the problem. If the map tracks the palace while it is outside the world, then knowing its position should still be useless. Seo Ran grins and points to their answer. The damaged Nether Crossing ship can still cross space a few more times. He argues that Black Ghost Valley already used the ship to vanish across space once, so he proposes that the three of them use it to reach the palace together. Seo is not tempted by treasure or pills, because his cultivation path relies on understanding rather than outside resources. Then Seo Ran drops the detail that changes everything. Serving Command Palace may contain a longevity fruit that extends life by 100 years. That hits Seo hard, because he knows Kim Young-hoon only has about 10 years left, and this fruit could buy him more time. Driven by the chance to save Kim Young-hoon's life, the three board the Nether Crossing ship and follow Song Jin's glowing coordinates towards Serving Command Palace. At the helm, Seo feeds his consciousness into the ship and triggers the space crossing method Song Jin taught them. The ship punches through an invisible boundary, and in an instant all sound and energy disappear into total darkness. In that dead black space, the trio finally sees Serving Command Palace floating ahead like a white jade monument. But up close, they find the huge jade gate sealed shut and the whole palace submerged in a prohibition that blocks every path except the main entrance. Seo Ran admits the only clean solution would be finding a weak point, deciphering the prohibition, and breaking in properly. Kim Young-hoon answers with the simpler idea and slams the surpassing radiant saber into the barrier to see if brute force works. The blast only throws off sparks, and the prohibition barely even trembles. Seo tries with the formless sword too, but his attacks fail just as badly and confirm that this defense is on a completely different level. After testing more spots, Seo can only tell that a few areas are slightly weaker, nowhere near enough to actually force a way inside. Seo even considers crashing and detonating the Nether Crossing ship against the barrier, but that plan would cost someone their life inside the ship. In the end, the three return to the ship empty-handed after a long, fruitless investigation. Seo Ran sighs that they would need rare formation experts or gifted demon beasts to crack a prohibition like this, and even that would be hard during the current war. Seo knows enough about formations to understand the ugly truth. Breaking this barrier will take top experts and years, not a clever trick from the three of them. Afterward, Seo docks the Nether Crossing ship near a valley and steps outside looking visibly downcast. Kim Young-hoon notices his mood and asks why he looks so gloomy. Seo finally says what is really eating at him. Kim Young-hoon still lacks a method to reach Ji building, so the day he has to leave is getting close. Kim Young-hoon replies gently that death is a natural part of life, clearly trying to comfort Seo instead of himself. Seo admits the selfish part out loud too. His own lifespan has grown by another 300 years, and he cannot bear the thought of spending that time alone after Kim is gone. Kim Young-hoon nods, then lifts his gaze and says that after reaching the realm he always chased, he came to understand something precious. He says that ever since gaining the surpassing radiant saber, he can feel his own fate whispering to him and guiding how he should live. Those words hit Seo hard, because they echo the old condition he once heard about reaching Shattered Heaven Peak only after grasping one's fate. Seo burns with questions about what grasping fate really means, but he remembers the warning never to ask someone to reveal the fate they were given. So Seo stays quiet and listens as Kim Young-hoon cheerfully says he is fine with dying if he can live according to that fate. To break the mood, Kim Young-hoon raises his saber and invites Seo to spar, and Seo answers with familiar teasing confidence. The two explode into motion and tear through the valley again, turning worry into a fierce duel between sword and saber. 17 years pass like that, and Kim Young-hoon's presence slowly changes as his mastery of pure martial skill climbs even higher. In those years, Kim Young-hoon goes beyond Seo in pure martial arts, while Seo steadily adapts to the full output of the Chi building stage so he still cannot be easily beaten. Their record becomes absurdly close, with more than 2,000 duels ending mostly in draws and only a handful in wins or losses. One day, with a strange clarity in his eyes, Kim Young-hoon calmly says that today feels like the day his life will end. Seo cannot answer, and Kim Young-hoon keeps smiling as he insists he can cut the heavenly lightning and hold his heart together with Gang Chi. 17 years of failure at Serving Command Palace still weigh on Seo too, because even Seo Ran's research says the prohibition may need another 50 years. Even then, Kim Young-hoon tells him not to worry and says fate is so clearly on his side that he simply cannot die here. But Seo has lived too long to trust fate, and as he watches Kim Young-hoon stand there smiling, he can only feel the end drawing near. Kim Young-hoon forces Gang Chi from his inner core straight into his failing heart, gritting through the pain with his eyes wide open. Even while suffering, Kim Young-hoon breaks into a thrilled laugh and tells Seo he finally understands how brutal this was. Seo recognizes that dangerous, ecstatic look in Kim Young-hoon's eyes from their old spars and realizes he is inventing a new martial art in the middle of the crisis. Inside Kim Young-hoon, the inner core in his lower dantian links to his middle dantian heart, and the unstable heartbeat starts to settle. Seo watches in disbelief as Kim Young-hoon turns his life and martial arts into one system, as if he now carries two hearts. When the rhythm finally stabilizes, Kim Young-hoon grins and says he has at least solved the heart attack problem, even if every moment still hurts. He does not stop there and immediately starts shaping another technique, using deep breathing to spread the pain through his whole body and dull it. Kim Young-hoon proudly explains that the agony comes roaring back if he stops breathing like this, but with the method active he can keep going. Seo can barely answer, because he sees how much willpower Kim Young-hoon has already burned just to survive this far. When Seo falters, Kim Young-hoon snaps back that Seo always watches others like this and should turn that same ruthless gaze on himself. Then Kim Young-hoon closes his eyes, grips the saber at his scabbard, and vows that he will carve out time beyond his own fate. Golden radiance bursts from his body as his life force, inner core, and saber all connect, turning the surpassing radiant saber into an external core of its own. Now the only thing left is heaven itself, and dark clouds start gathering because Kim Young-hoon's stolen lifespan has run out. The moment blue heavenly lightning crashes down, Kim Young-hoon meets it with nothing fancy at all, just the upward slash he has practiced his whole life. Seo realizes the slash is so fast that Kim Young-hoon does not predict the lightning like Seo did before. He simply outruns it, and aligns his blade by sheer speed. Golden light devours the blue bolt and splits the storm open, revealing a sky full of stars above him. Bathed in starlight, Kim Young-hoon cries and laughs at once, still clutching the melted remains of his saber, as he declares that he surpassed it. Seo answers with a smile of his own, because as long as this friend can still walk beside him, even 300 years no longer feels empty. But the next morning, Seo sees the price immediately when Kim Young-hoon wakes up as an old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. Seo understands too late that their power never stopped time, it only let them stay vigorous until heaven finally withdrew that allowance. Kim Young-hoon takes the shock calmly and says he can accept the aging, because cutting heavenly lightning opened a new possibility in martial arts. He vows that even if he dies tomorrow without seeing his family again, he will still leave his mark on the history of martial arts. So for the next 7 weeks, he trains every day, refining old techniques, creating new ones, and writing down his insights while his body keeps aging. By the 7th week, Kim Young-hoon asks Seo for one last favor. He wants to go to Ascension Path, the place where they first fell into this world. He explains that if he cannot return to his family, he at least wants to see the Ascension Gate before he dies. Seo has to tell him the bitter truth that the gate only opens once every 1,000 years, and the one they likely used closed about 70 years ago. Even after hearing that, Kim Young-hoon simply asks to die near Ascension Path instead, and Seo agrees. To fulfill that wish, Seo brings the long idle nether crossing ship back into the air for Kim Young-hoon's final journey. The black ship races to the heaven-treading desert in less than half a day and stops directly beneath the hidden barrier of Ascension Path. Looking up at the empty sky, Kim Young-hoon asks if Ascension Path is really above them, and Seo confirms the hidden barrier is there. They rise into the air together until Seo feels the invisible wall above them. Kim Young-hoon tests the barrier with a golden slash, but this time the hidden wall holds firm. Seo follows with the formless sword and gets the same result, proving Ascension Path will not open for them. Back on the ship, Kim Young-hoon still smiles and thanks Seo, saying being close to his homeland is enough. From then on he keeps practicing on the ship, aging faster and faster as his hair falls out and the light in his eyes dims, yet his martial arts only grow stranger and deeper. Watching the old man's silent saber swing, Seo realizes in disbelief that Kim Young-hoon may be touching a realm beyond entering heavens beyond the path even as death closes in. 48 days after cutting heavenly lightning, Seo judges that Kim Young-hoon will die tomorrow. When Seo asks if tomorrow is really the end, Kim Young-hoon does not answer and simply keeps practicing with a quiet smile, as if he can no longer hear him. On the final night under a sky thick with stars, Seo stays awake on deck while Kim Young-hoon mutters countless martial insights with his eyes closed. Wanting to at least feed him on his last morning, Seo goes below deck to prepare rice porridge because Kim Young-hoon has become too frail to chew. But when Seo comes back up, Kim Young-hoon is simply gone from the deck without a sound. Even after compressing his consciousness with the hidden consciousness technique, Seo still cannot find him anywhere. Only when he switches to demon senses does Seo notice the flow of yin and yang around the ship has been sliced cleanly in half. The cut runs straight toward Ascension Path, and Seo shoots up after him. At the barrier, Seo finds the impossible answer. Kim Young-hoon has sliced Ascension Path open and left a gap that is only slowly healing. His grief gets blown away by sheer shock, and Seo laughs as he enters the cut and chases the trail inside Ascension Path. Inside, the split flow of yin and yang still points straight toward the center, so Seo accelerates his thoughts tenfold and runs after it. After half a day of pursuit, Seo reaches the center at dawn, where spatial rifts still tear the air and a lightning-absorbing steel floats under rumbling thunder. There, all that remains of Kim Young-hoon is a trail of footprints left in the ground. Seo recognizes the opening stance immediately, and realizes the footprints preserve the starting form of the severing vein saber method. As he follows the steps, Seo feels more than one art layered together, because all the martial paths Kim Young-hoon built are unfolding around that core saber method. Then Seo notices the footprints sink deeper and deeper, which means Kim Young-hoon was somehow using Foolish Old Man Moves Mountains in empty space. That makes no sense to Seo, because Foolish Old Man Moves Mountains is a suicidal finishing move that only works by using an opponent's force against them. He tries to copy the steps anyway, but without an opponent his own movement only empties into the void, proving Kim Young-hoon reached something Seo still cannot grasp. A phantom of Kim Young-hoon seems to unfold beside him at light-like speed, and Seo can only keep up for a while before the principles become completely unreadable. Seo nearly stumbles out of the sequence, catches himself, and realizes he has reached the final footprint. When he reenacts the final diagonal upswing, Seo finds that Kim Young-hoon's blade had cleanly sliced through a spatial rift itself. This is not the Sacred Ascension Gate, just a raw spatial rift, which means Kim Young-hoon somehow tore space open on his own and crossed through it. Seo cannot tell whether his friend died in that crossing or reached some new world beyond it, and the uncertainty breaks him into laughter and tears at once. Then Seo understands the real gift Kim Young-hoon left him. By vanishing into the unknown, he turned a deathbed farewell into a reason to endure and keep pursuing what lies ahead. So Seo follows the footprints again through his tears, and this time what dies is not Kim Young-hoon, but Seo's own loneliness and despair. By the time his heart finally settles, Seo notices one more thing beside the rift. A message Kim Young-hoon carved into the ground with his saber. Seo moves in to read the carved words, and the opening line makes him realize Kim Young-hoon left behind a clue to the next realm beyond the rift. Beside the Ascension Gate, Seo studies Kim Young-hoon's first riddle and stares at the 9 gang spheres circling him, wondering how 9 can truly be 1. He lets the 9 spheres melt back into the formless sword, but that only proves the same insight again, and the second line, martial arts and I are one entity, still refuses to open. After wrestling with the meaning and getting nowhere, Seo admits he does not understand yet and decides to keep searching slowly. The rest of Kim Young-hoon's letter hits in a different way, because instead of more secrets, it is full of blunt advice to eat better, rest sometimes, enjoy life, and even find a woman to love. When the letter even mocks Seo's awful porridge, the nagging feels so familiar that he finally breaks into a small, painful laugh. At the end of the writing, Seo clings to the way Kim Young-hoon never truly says goodbye, and he answers in kind by vowing to endure. Before leaving, he memorizes the shape and position of Kim Young-hoon's footprints near the rift, refusing to let even that trace fade from him. Then Seo settles into Ascension Path for the long haul, cutting himself off from food and sleep as he begins relentless training. He studies 2 new methods together, the Earth Enine-based Soul Ghost Incantation and the wood-based Thousand Lustrous Forest Sea, chasing the balance hidden inside opposing elements. Seo realizes the clash between wood and earth is exactly what he needs, because one power can restrain and control the other instead of simply canceling it. As Seo draws dark curses into himself through Soul Ghost Incantation, that power condenses into a new next spiritual energy star beside his existing horn spiritual energy star. He immediately swaps to Thousand Lustrous Forest Sea, using green spiritual power to pin down the wilding energy before it can spread out of control. The more he works with Soul Ghost Incantation, the more Seo understands why it suits him so well, because this cursed art is built on pain he already knows too intimately. When he forms a single curse, the air turns freezing and his body tingles, but Seo recognizes the sensation at once as his own despair, anger, and misery given shape. That makes the technique brutal but perfect for him, since it forces the enemy into the same pain and rewards whoever can endure suffering longer. Seo bitterly notes that no normal person would want this art, then calmly recycles the curse back into spiritual power and keeps cultivating. With Soul Ghost Incantation paving the way and Thousand Lustrous Forest Sea stabilizing it, Seo's spiritual power starts piling up at a speed that feels almost unreal. For the first time, he dares to think he might actually complete the first constellation of chi building in this life. He keeps going for years, building himself through pain, his master's teachings, and endless formless sword practice until time itself starts slipping past unnoticed. The long isolation finally breaks when Seo Ran contacts Seo through the communication device and says he has found a way to crack the weakest point in Serving Command Palace's barrier. Seo Ran excitedly says they can now enter Serving Command Palace from the outer edge of space and finally search for the longevity fruit together. Seo quietly answers that he no longer needs the longevity fruit for himself, but he still decides to go because the path and the knowledge may matter in the future. He leaves Ascension Path, slices apart the sand with the formless sword, and drags the buried Nether Crossing ship back into the open. Now 3 spiritual energy stars shine inside him, and the pure spiritual force they emit lets Seo wield the formless sword far longer and harder than before. Even that new strength leaves him hollow, because the one person he wanted to measure himself against is gone, and every future version of Kim Young-hoon will still feel like someone else. Feeling the weight of that loneliness, Seo turns the battered ship towards Seo Ran's coordinates anyway, because he refuses to stop moving just because life hurts. He tells himself that even if this life's longevity fruit cannot save the Kim Young-hoon he lost, the answer may still become the foundation for the next life. When Seo reaches him, Seo Ran is openly thrilled, proudly showing off the barrier-breaking scroll he completed with help from his allies and an array master. That excitement dies the moment Seo Ran notices Seo's mood and carefully asks about the other senior. Seo answers with a steady smile that Kim Young-hoon ascended, choosing the gentlest version of the truth because he wants to believe they will meet again in the far heavens. Seo Ran blames himself for not breaking the barrier sooner, but Seo stops him and insists Kim Young-hoon truly must have ascended. After that quiet pause, Seo pushes them onward by saying they should still enter Serving Command Palace and see whether anything useful remains. The Nether Crossing ship jumps through space and carries them into the black edge of the void, where Serving Command Palace still floats exactly as before. At the gate, Seo Ran activates the scroll, and its light begins wrestling directly with the palace prohibition in a storm of matching symbols. When the prohibition finally cracks at one corner, Seo immediately drives the formless sword through the weak point and smashes an entry open. Inside, both of them are hit by the impossible scale of the place, because the palace is vastly larger on the inside than its outer shell should allow. Then Seo notices the broken outer wall quietly repairing itself, and Seo Ran reassures him that he brought a second scroll for their way out. As Seo Ran leads with an old map toward the Arboretum, Seo quietly memorizes the barrier scroll's formation and symbols for some future life. The deeper they go, the more wrong the palace feels to Seo, because the silence and stripped atmosphere remind him of the abandoned Nether Crossing ship. That unease sharpens when Seo points out a collapsed hall carved with a giant slash mark, clear evidence that something powerful already tore through this place. A moment later they find wreckage bearing the same engravings as Mad Lord's puppets, mixed with shattered palace statues and other battle debris. Realizing the palace has no guardians left, and everything nearby is already smashed apart, Seo grimly suggests that heavenly being cultivators may have raided and looted this place long ago. Seo dismisses the idea that Song Jin tricked them on purpose and instead guesses the coordinates were real, but the palace was probably emptied after Song Jin died without ever knowing it. Even with hope fading fast, Seo Ran forces a smile and says they should still check the Arboretum, just in case some spiritual plants survived. When they reach the Arboretum, Seo's heart sinks at once, because the whole place has already been dug up and stripped bare. At the longevity tree itself, there is not a single fruit left and even several branches have been cut away, confirming the looters missed nothing. Seo Ran curses bitterly, while Seo is dragged straight back into the same fear that Kim Young-hoon's lifespan may stay unsolved no matter how many lives he lives. As Seo wanders the ruined grove in frustration, he looks up at the rich dragon veins still flowing overhead and feels the waste of this place even more sharply. Then he suddenly spots a smaller tree with the same aura as the longevity tree, a younger specimen that somehow escaped the looters' full attention. What really shocks him is not the tree itself, but the few flowers blooming on it, and one swelling bud beneath a blossom that looks like a fruit just starting to form. Realizing they may have found a living chance after all, Seo urgently shouts for Seo Ran to come over at once. Seo reaches toward the young longevity tree in shock, and Seo Ran confirms the fruit forming on it really is a longevity fruit. But Seo Ran immediately warns him that an unripe longevity fruit barely helps, giving only about half a year instead of the huge lifespan gain from a fully ripened one. When Seo asks how long remains, Seo Ran says the fruit looks about 400 years old, and still needs another 200 years to fully ripen. That answer hits hard, because Seo realizes the fruit is still too far away to save Kim Young-hoon in time. Then Seo remembers his wood attribute cultivation and asks if pouring that life-aligned power into the tree could force the fruit to ripen faster. Seo Ran says it might work in theory, but for a spiritual plant like this the amount of power would be so absurd that even heavenly being cultivators do not bother trying. Seo decides on the spot that he will stay here for the next 200 years and keep feeding the longevity fruit spiritual power until he learns how to ripen it. Seo Ran realizes this obsession is for the friend Seo keeps trying to save, and he quietly offers to search the rest of Serving Command Palace for anything else useful. After Seo Ran leaves, Seo sits alone for days beside the tree, steadily cultivating thousand lustrous forest sea and pouring wood attribute power into the fruit. A few days later Seo Ran comes back with bad news. He found no lifespan treasures, only sealed talismans, immortal wine, and odd artifacts the heavenly beings left behind. He explains the leftovers are mostly temporary boosts like powerful one-use talismans and special liquor, not anything that can truly change Seo's problem. Seo bitterly sums it up as trash compared to the fruit, and Seo Ran agrees that even the heavenly being cultivators must have abandoned this place after taking all the real value. Even so, Seo Ran hands Seo a jade scroll map of Serving Command Palace so he can remember where all those sealed rooms and items are. Seo says he still only cares about lifespan resources, but he memorizes the palace layout anyway in case it matters later. When Seo Ran prepares to leave for good, Seo offers to ferry him out of the void on the Nether Crossing ship. Outside the void, Seo Ran warns that if the palace appears in the mortal realm again, other core formation cultivators might come inside while Seo is guarding the fruit. Seo says core formation cultivators will not be a problem, and then Seo Ran transforms into a dragon and flies away toward the distant sea. Watching him go, Seo feels a little bitter but also relieved that at least Seo Ran has a real chance to survive and grow stronger in this life. Seo sails back to the palace just as its damaged prohibition starts regenerating, and the overused nether crossing ship finally begins to fall apart. He jumps inside before the barrier fully closes, and behind him the nether crossing ship breaks apart into drifting wreckage. Back in complete solitude, Seo shifts his focus toward Thousand Lustrous Forest Sea because the Arboretum's dense wood energy makes it the best way to support the fruit. While cultivating, he also keeps refining the formless sword and obsessing over Kim Young-hoon's impossible final technique, but he still cannot grasp how that slash cut through space. 50 years pass in the palace, and Seo's Thousand Lustrous Forest Sea grows quickly to 5 spiritual stars thanks to the Arboretum, but the longevity fruit still looks almost unchanged. When the waiting becomes too suffocating, Seo wanders through the maze-like ruins and explores more of Serving Command Palace with Seo Ran's map in mind. He confirms again that the sealed rooms only hide one-use items not worth the effort, so even after exploring most of the palace he finds nothing that truly matters. What does catch his attention are the wrecked puppets left all over the palace, proof that the feared Mad Lord also took part in looting this place. Then he finds one human-sized B-shaped puppet that is still mostly intact, though its insides are clearly damaged and rattling. Seo memorizes the puppet's location, thinking that understanding Mad Lord's puppet army may matter someday if he ever has to face that monster himself. 90 more years pass, and Seo finally completes Ji Building's first constellation with 7 spiritual stars shining in his dantian. Even that success worries him, because from here onward he no longer has the Azure Dragon's help and his cultivation speed will only get slower. Worse, the longevity fruit still has not properly ripened, so Seo keeps feeding it power and starts the next constellation anyway. 30 years later he has only formed one more star, and the brutal pace finally forces him to face how easily a whole lifespan can vanish without reaching core formation. He tests his wood power on ordinary weeds, and they sprout at once, which only makes the contrast crueler because grand things demand unbearable time while small things bloom easily. Alone for so long, Seo slips into darker thoughts and starts comparing his own limit to those weeds, wondering if endless effort is all he can ever offer. Trying to steady himself, he places his hand on the longevity tree again and begins imagining the patient labor of a tree growing ring by ring through the seasons. As he keeps cultivating and feeding the tree, his Thousand Lustrous Forest Sea starts resonating with it, and green tree-shaped spiritual power rises around his body. In that long trance, Seo finally grasps the true essence of the method, and spiritual energy floods into him in a sudden, overwhelming breakthrough. When he comes back to himself, 5 new stars have appeared at once, and he has nearly finished the middle stage of Chi building in only 30 years. Better yet, the fruit is no longer stagnant at all, and Seo sees with tears in his eyes that his centuries of effort really have pushed it close to ripening. By the 250th year of his return, everything finally seems to be moving in the right direction. Then Serving Command Palace suddenly shakes, and Seo realizes the entire place is shifting again. He rushes to the main gate and sees blue sky outside instead of empty space, meaning the palace has returned to the mortal realm. The wind outside is thick with strange dust, and when Seo steps out he is stunned to find the palace floating above the heaven-treading desert. Now stronger, Seo reads the disturbed celestial energy, and feels immediate dread from how ominous and chaotic it has become. A massive explosion erupts somewhere in the desert, carrying the smell of blood, and Seo realizes with a chill that this may be the time of the Great War he once heard about. As the dust parts, Seo spots a gigantic black castle in the distance, and his sense of danger spikes even higher. Then dozens of core formation clan heads and elders come flying straight for Serving Command Palace, fleeing in panic and shouting for everyone to get inside before an old monster catches them. Seo tries to ask what is happening, but the terrified elders ignore him and start sealing the jade gate shut behind them. Outside, a few latecomers beg them to wait, but the gate slams shut anyway as the survivors inside choose themselves over the stragglers. For one breath everyone thinks they are safe, until a blood-red flash detonates against the closed gate from the other side. Panic breaks loose all over again, and while one elder begs everyone to combine their strength, the others lose their nerve and scatter deeper into the palace instead. The next blood strike blasts the gate open, and in the same instant the white-robed elder bursts into blood as the pursuer finally steps inside. Seo instantly hides himself with every stealth method he has, while the blood-robed intruder strolls into the ruined hall and mocks the cultivators for thinking they can hide from him. Even while hidden, Seo is nearly overwhelmed by the stench of blood and the foul heart essence pouring off the blood-robed man, and he realizes this pressure is far beyond ordinary core formation. Then the blood-robed man suddenly twists his neck backward and looks straight towards Seo's hiding place, casually remarking that Seo's techniques are unusual. With one gesture he strips away Seo's concealment, and, pleased by Seo's face and nerve, asks if Seo would like to become his disciple. The instant that filthy aura hits him full force, Seo collapses and vomits, finally understanding that this monster is a nascent soul cultivator who has devoured countless people. The masked nascent soul cultivator tries to kill Seo on the spot, but Seo barely jerks back before a crimson strike shaves past where he was standing. Seo realizes the man's face is hidden by a ghostly black mask, so he has to read his mood through intent alone. Yuanli grows curious that a mere chi-building cultivator can dodge him, and blood light flashes in his eyes as he tests Seo again. Another invisible blood spell slashes in, and Seo twists aside again by relying on his intent vision and demon senses instead of normal sight. Yuanli figures out Seo is watching his moves with some rare eye technique, and that only makes him more interested. While casually talking, Yuanli keeps throwing out blood spells from all angles, pushing Seo into a frantic series of evasions. Seo is rattled that Yuanli's spell does not even show up in an ordinary consciousness domain, which tells him just how wide the gap really is. After enjoying the chase, Yuanli decides Seo is too useful to kill outright and announces he will capture him and turn him into a blood corpse. He gathers crimson pure spiritual force into his hand and shapes it into a huge claw of blood. Seo draws the formless sword and barely blocks the blood claw, but the impact alone shakes his bones and nearly breaks his stance. Seeing the formless sword, Yuanli realizes Seo is far more unusual than he looked and starts treating him like a rare find. Instead of making Seo a blood corpse now, Yuanli offers to make him a blood follower, practically a twisted disciple under his command. Crimson blood mist floods the area and seals off the gate of Serving Command Palace, making sure Seo cannot simply run. Seo stalls with polite flattery, hoping to buy even a little time instead of rejecting Yuanli outright. Yuanli finds Seo's ignorance amusing and starts introducing himself on his own terms. As he talks, Yuanli scatters thousands of blood-colored banners across the first floor and quietly lays a formation around them. Seo studies the spreading formation and realizes that breaking the palace barrier would take a special scroll he does not have time to remake. Yuanli boasts that he hid as a nascent soul cultivator through the age when stronger powers were wiped away, and now he stands at the top of the continent. He piles on the temptation, promising Seo wealth, power, medicines, and the backing of rulers and tribes already kneeling to him. The offer hits like enchantment, and for a moment Seo's mind clouds so badly that Yuanli starts to look majestic and impossible to refuse. Seo saves himself by spitting out a dark curse onto his own body, using pain to snap his mind clear again. Back in control, Seo cuts down creeping shadow-like attacks with the formless sword and bluntly calls out Yuanli for using enchantment. That refusal strips away Yuanli's fake warmth, and his intent turns cold at once. He gives up on coaxing Seo and decides to tear him apart with the blood-shattering formation instead. The entire first floor boils into a sea of blood-colored spiritual force and crashes in on Seo from every direction. When the blood recedes, Seo is still standing, shredded and bleeding, because he survived by fending off the formation with the formless sword and severing mountain swordsmanship. The blast exposes the hidden core formation cultivators who had been hiding all over the floor, now reduced to scattered flesh and severed limbs. Yuanli walks through the wreckage almost impressed, while Seo is already too exhausted to resist another direct clash. Calling Seo too valuable to waste, Yuanli closes in and decides once again to make him his disciple by force. The pressure pouring off Yuanli finally crushes Seo flat, and he collapses before the nascent soul cultivator reaches him. Yuanli grabs Seo by the hair and drives a ghostly blood curse banner straight into his head and soul. He demonstrates the curse immediately, snapping his fingers and making Seo scream as the banner tears through his soul. Once the pain eases, Yuanli drags the half-paralyzed Seo away to a new part of the palace grounds. Seo realizes they have been brought to the Arboretum, where the young longevity tree somehow survived the earlier destruction. Yuanli notices the almost ripe longevity fruit and is delighted that there is still something valuable left to harvest. He pulls white streams of life force out of the dead core formation cultivators scattered through the palace and gathers them into a river of light above himself. With one command, Yuanli pours that stolen life into the longevity tree and forces the fruit to ripen at once. Watching a shortcut fueled by slaughter, Seo feels a sharp wave of futility about all the honest effort he poured into the tree before this. Yuanli casually tells Seo he can spare one of the newly ripened fruits for him, as if that should settle everything. Even with his mouth half paralyzed, Seo forces out a refusal and says he will never eat a fruit grown from other people's lives. Yuanli laughs off the accusation and insists this is not sacrifice at all, just the strong devouring the weak. Seo rejects that worldview completely and says the world is made of people, not prey waiting to be eaten. Despite the soul-rending curse, Seo forces himself to stand, and that sheer will shocks Yuanli more than his words do. To prove he can still crush that resistance, Yuanli creates a second blood curse banner and drives it into Seo as well. The second curse drops Seo harder than before, but Yuanli still treats the display as proof that survival of the fittest is winning right in front of him. Then Yuanli sends the formation flags upward and starts destroying Serving Command Palace floor by floor to seize the palace itself. The second floor erupts in blood and collapses too, sending chunks of architecture and bloody remains raining down around the Arboretum. Seo asks why he is doing this, and Yuanli bluntly says it is all to obtain the true Serving Command Palace. Yuanli launches into a smug explanation that each floor of Serving Command Palace matches constellations and heavenly structures, but that symbolism is still not the real point. When Seo guesses the palace mirrors cultivation realms, Yuanli corrects him and says its creator was actually trying to embody the heavens themselves. Yuanli explains that beyond the heavens is only emptiness, and that empty void is why the palace floats in the first place. At last, all 7 floors collapse into one integrated ruin, and the palace's hidden core finally starts to reveal itself. A brilliant blue light condenses into a tiny jade model of the palace, and Yuanli triumphantly claims it is the real treasure, the serving command seal. Yuanli exults that the continent's fate has fallen into his hands now that he holds the seal. When Seo asks why the heavenly being cultivators left such a treasure behind, Yuanli explains that the seal is tied too strongly to this world to carry away safely during ascension. He adds that the serving command seal is meant to grant blessings before ascension, not to be taken away for no reason. Even under 2 soul-tearing curses, Seo gathers his strength and forces himself upright yet again. Yuanli is genuinely impressed now, because Seo's willpower looks even larger than his already unusual consciousness. Seo answers with a grim apology, and says again that he will not eat fruit grown from human lives. Thinking of human lives as flowers that should bloom on their own, Seo says he cannot follow a man who cuts them down at will. Seo raises the formless sword, glares straight at Yuanli, and asks to be killed instead of made to submit. Delighted by both the seal and Seo's will, Yuanli forms yet another blood curse banner to lock him down for good. Seo suddenly charges, but not to die at Yuanli's feet. He blows past him toward the distant outer wall of Serving Command Palace. In the same dash, Seo reveals the barrier-breaking charm he secretly prepared for the palace's prohibition. The formless sword punches through the outer wall, the charm disperses the prohibition beyond it, and Seo finally tears open an escape route. Seo blows through the outer wall of Serving Command Palace and bursts into the desert, where even the dry sandstorm air feels cleaner than the blood-soaked palace behind him. Yuanli calmly walks out through the broken wall after him, wrapped in crimson mist and openly mocking Seo for thinking he can escape. Seo accelerates his thoughts and sprints through the sky with everything he has, moving faster than an ordinary core formation cultivator even without a flying technique. Even that desperate speed is not enough, because Yuanli keeps closing the gap and realizes this G-Building Jr. is moving at a level that should be impossible. As he chases, Yuanli grows greedier instead of angrier, thinking the 2 blood curse banners already buried in Seo only make him more valuable to refine and claim as a disciple. Then the desert behind Seo fills with a spreading blood-red storm, and he realizes outrunning Yuanli is not enough anymore. Cornered, Seo finally understands why his old hiding method failed. Yuanli has reached a realm that can target him through something beyond the ordinary domain of consciousness. So he gambles on a new idea and forces the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts further than before, trying to cut not just perception but the spiritual flow and colors of intent themselves. This time it works for a moment, and Seo slips into the gap so cleanly that even Yuanli loses sight of him. Yuanli is impressed for one breath, then simply floods the whole area with blood and mist and tells Seo to try surviving the explosion instead of hiding from it. The red storm detonates and blasts a huge crater into the desert, but when the dust settles Yuanli still cannot find Seo anywhere inside it. What saved Seo was not control but desperation, because while his upper dantian burned under reckless strain, he briefly followed Kim Young-hoon's saber path and stumbled into a spatial rift. Seo desperately tries to remember that breakthrough, hoping the clue will let him grasp true spatial movement before he dies. Instead of freedom, the palace suddenly appears in front of him again, and Seo realizes his blind jump has somehow dumped him right back where he started. Before Seo can understand it, Yuanli flashes in from behind, smashes through his guard, and sends him flying back through the same breach into Serving Command Palace. Inside the palace, Yuanli drives another blood curse banner into Seo's upper dantian and forcibly stabilizes the reckless process burning there. Yuanli demands to know how Seo copied a nascent soul teleport, while Seo is more furious at himself for losing the insight at the exact moment it mattered. For a second Seo almost catches the path again, and his formless sword turns golden like Kim Young-hoon's saber style, but Yuanli plants yet another banner and shatters the enlightenment. Yuanli admits even heavenly being cultivators would go mad from a direct hit by this curse, which only makes Seo's refusal to break even more monstrous. When Seo demands to know why his jump led back here, Yuanli explains that Seo ripped open space without setting any coordinates, so surviving at all was blind luck. Then Yuanli reveals the real trap. Because he holds Serving Command Palace's seal, fate itself keeps drawing Seo back to him. He explains that the Serving Command seal grants heavenly fate and pulls what its holder desires toward them, which is why Seo could not escape no matter how wildly he gambled. Yuanli goes on to reveal its original use too, saying ancient cultivators once hurled themselves into space rifts and relied on this seal's blessing to narrow the distance to the upper realms. The idea that an artifact can manipulate fate chills Seo, especially after hearing the seal still overflows with blessings this time even though the heavenly being cultivators never received them. Yuanli grabs Seo by the neck and drags him toward the arboretum, planning to use him to extend their lifespans. Dragged like a sacrifice, Seo bitterly compares himself to a flower plucked alive, but he still refuses to let his heart break while he can stand and look at the sky. That last bit of pride becomes action as Seo suddenly lashes out with the formless sword and throws a Yin Soul Ghost incantation at Yuanli. Yuanli dismisses the ghost curses with a snort, but Seo keeps charging anyway, forcing him to make a final decision about the 5th banner. As he approaches with the last banner, Yahello briefly worries that if Seo survives all 5 and liquefies the curse, the 5 elements blood curse banner could become Seo's power instead of his prison. He convinces himself no living being could endure the full set, knocks Seo's sword aside, and drives in the 5th 5 elements blood curse banner. Inside Seo's soul, the 5 banners link through the 5 elements, and multiply the agony so brutally that he collapses, foaming at the mouth. Seeing Seo finally fall under control, Yahello decides to haul him back later for study and turns his attention to the longevity fruit instead. But even now Seo terrifies him, because the supposedly controlled boy staggers back to his feet with drool running down his face and starts another spell. At that point Yahello gives up on controlling him entirely, and decides the only safe answer is to kill Seo before this monster turns the curse into his own technique someday. Seo completes In's soul ghost incantation just as Yahello's bloodwood spell hits, and his body explodes into a crimson tree with a living flower blooming from his life force. Yahello is shaken by Seo's absurd mental strength, but he calms himself by thinking he killed him before he could become even harder to erase. Then his victory instantly curdles, because the longevity tree's fruits are all covered in black curses and have rotted completely from Seo's final spell. Furious that Seo ruined the fruit even in death, Yahello whirls back ready to rage at a corpse that should not matter anymore. Instead, Yahello suddenly sees something that terrifies him, stumbles back, and starts asking who is standing there. Before he can understand what he is seeing, Yahello explodes on the spot and blooms into a living flower, marking Seo Eunhyun's 10th return. Seo snaps awake in the familiar forest, and immediately realizes this is another return after dying to Yahello. He bitterly remembers that his last meaningful blow was ruining the longevity fruits, while Yahello's power felt like a real disaster instead of a normal cultivator fight. When he senses his companions starting to wake, Seo quickly uses a sleeping spell to force them back down before dealing with himself. At first Seo is confused because his upper dantian is not swollen or painfully overloaded the way it should be after a return. Then a ripping headache hits, and Seo collapses as if his soul is being torn apart. Looking inward, he finds the nightmare cause. Yahello's 5 blood-red curse banners came back with him and are still embedded in his soul. After the banners rampage for a while, the pain finally settles enough for Seo to stand, shaken by how dangerous this makes his returns. He realizes with a chill that return preserves his soul and consciousness, so any mental restraint from a stronger cultivator could trap him across lifetimes. Seo worries Yahello might still be linked to the banners, but decides the nascent soul cultivator probably will not dare appear yet while heavenly beings still fill the world. For now, he pins his hope on asking Azure Tiger Saint to inspect the curse later. Before anything else, Seo finds yellow bamboo roots and uses them to complete a full bodily transformation that rebalances his 3 dantians. Once the transformation settles, even his lingering headache disappears and his body can hold his enlarged consciousness much more smoothly. Seo notices the curse banners are ironically helping too, because their suppression keeps his upper dantian from swelling at the start of a return. He moves his sleeping companions into a cave and layers an even stronger sleep spell over them so he can safely examine the curse in peace. Peering deep into his soul with demon senses, Seo confirms Yahello's spiritual link is no longer connected and the lingering foreign intent is slowly scattering. Even so, the restraint is still dangerous, because any large movement of his consciousness makes the banners vibrate and tears pain through his soul again. He waits until Yahello's leftover intent fully fades, then studies the structure of the curse instead of fighting it blindly. Seo finally grasps the core principle. The 5 elements blood curse banner treats the human mind itself as a 5 elements system. That insight reminds him of the In's soul ghost incantation, and he realizes this restraint is fundamentally a curse spell built to maximize pain and suppress the target. Using that understanding, Seo starts manipulating the implanted banners directly and slowly forces them upward out of the deepest part of his soul. The pressure on his mind lifts, and about 70% of his consciousness comes back under his control. But the curse catches again before it fully breaks, leaving one stubborn restriction in place and stopping him from reaching full freedom. Seo decides that partial relief is enough for now and plans to ask Azure Tiger Saint or Song Jin's remnant will for a complete solution later. When he opens his eyes again, the sun is already setting, and the quiet sight of his sleeping companions in the cave pulls him into deeper thoughts about fate. He turns over everything he has heard about fate, from Yang Sujin and Kim Young-hoon to Yahello and Mad Lord, and wonders what kind of force watches the 3,000 worlds. For one chilling moment, the stars themselves feel like eyes staring down at the land, and Seo has to shake off the thought. He admits his mind is worn thin after centuries of struggle, too many breakthroughs, too many deaths, and the soul torture Yahello put him through. Remembering Kim Young-hoon's advice to live more like a human, Seo decides this life should be slower and kinder on his mind. He chooses to set aside the palace, fate, and the ender for now, planning only to ask the heavenly beings about the curse and recover his mental health. As he quietly circulates his energy in the night air, an inner core forms again inside his dantian. That brief peace ends when a huge white 3-tailed fox stomps through the forest and demands to know what demon beast has entered its territory. Seo recognizes the core formation demon fox and answers with forced politeness, saying a spatial rift swept him here and asking to stay a few days. The fox gives the same cruel answer as before, saying any intruder who wants to stay must offer up limbs. Seo pleads 3 times anyway, but the fox only escalates and demands his demon core instead. When the fox swings a killing paw, Seo blocks it with the formless sword and drops the polite act. With a bright, ugly smile, Seo says he has shown enough patience, and calls this dog-eating day for the filthy fox. He deepens the sleeping spell on his companions, steps forward alone, and turns the encounter into a long-awaited fox hunt. Seo opens with Chi Mountain Heaven Sky, dropping a massive formless sword strike straight onto the fox's head. The fox answers with claws and red intent from every direction, but Seo slips through the killing paths with precise formless movement. His clean counters leave sword scars on the fox while he himself comes through untouched, which only enrages the beast more. Switching into the Severing Vein Saber method, Seo reads the whole battlefield like a martial artist and shapes the formless sword into the perfect killing line. His mountain wind thrust shoots for the fox's heart, but the core formation beast compresses itself into white radiance and barely stops the kill. Seo drives the fox into the air anyway, and the beast responds by creating thousands of fiery fox clones around them. Seo ignores the swarm, picks out the real body with intent and demon senses, and batters the true fox while the fake ones collapse on each other. The fox tries a lustful illusion next, but Seo shatters it by touching the pain-filled sharpness of his own heart essence. When the hidden fox prepares another spell, Seo flushes it out with landscape painting and rushes it before it can finish. He chains Flowing Ridge into Ascending Vein, forcing the fox's own beam to explode back inside its mouth. Even after that, the beast whips its glowing tails at him, and Seo calmly redirects the impact right back with Echoing Valley. Now truly furious, the fox compresses itself further, floods the area with white light, and charges with speed beyond an ordinary core formation cultivator. Seo meets the rush with layered defenses and attacks, blocking clone swarms, stabbing through intent lines, and refusing to let the fox regain momentum. By driving the sword into the earth, Seo even twists the terrain itself and drops the fox into a deep pit. When the trapped fox launches white spears upward, Seo answers with 108 splitting forms that shred the spell inside the pit. He follows with Mountain Tiger and blasts the fox again, but the beast answers by rising from the crater as a gigantic fox-shaped mass of white power. Seo sees this final charge and mocks it as almost cute compared to the monsters of the nascent Soul Realm. He unleashes the ultimate move, Severing Mountain, exploding white and colorless power across the battlefield. When the blast clears, Seo shifts into endless mountains beyond mountains, calmly rebuilding enough power to unleash Severing Mountain again. The fox panics when Seo silently holds that stance, making it clear he can keep repeating Severing Mountain far beyond what the beast expected. 3 more mountain-splitting blows later, the fox finally breaks and starts trying to run. Seo gives chase through the air, slices through more clone screens, and refuses to let the old predator escape this time. Using a technique learned from Kim Young-hoon, Seo fuses the formless sword into his arm, catches the fox by the tail, and hurls it straight through mountain peaks. He catches up again, kicks the fox's jaw hard enough to crack the mountain behind it, and starts beating it into the ground like a new lord claiming the forest. Seo coldly tells the whimpering beast that he is the master of this forest now, and orders it to stay quiet. Even after all that punishment, the fox still will not die, so Seo decides to make it spit out everything in its belly instead. Seo raises the formless sword and talks about fox orbs, and the terrified fox burns one tail in a last desperate escape technique before the blow lands. Seo's strike lands, but the fox leaves only a single white strand behind and reappears farther away in flight. Seo accelerates after it with ruthless focus, chasing the terrified fox across a quarter of ascension path. The fox screams for him to stop and even calls him a monster, but Seo just answers that the real monster is the human-eating fox. By the time they reach a small lake, the fox has exhausted its tail-burning escapes and finally stops to beg for mercy. Seo remembers the many lives this creature tore off his arm, and his own arm aches as the old humiliation catches up with him. The fox offers to accept him as the forest's master if only he will spare its life, and Seo answers with a hard kick to the belly. Looking down without pity, Seo throws the fox's own old rule back at it, and says he will spare it only if it vomits up its demon core. After a long, miserable struggle, the fox finally retches out a fist-sized shining demon core into the air. Seo catches the demon core, and the fox's power collapses as its huge body shrinks into a much smaller dull-eyed three-tailed animal. The little fox gives one last greedy look at its lost core, then yelps and runs when Seo frowns at it. Watching it go, Seo realizes the monster that tormented him across 10 lives is finally gone, and he returns to his companions with the core in hand. The victory crashes over him all at once, and Seo lands near his sleeping companions laughing in raw relief because he finally beat the fox head on this early. For the first time, he dares to imagine taking all his companions out of Ascension Path and actually living this life together. He judges that even with only 70% of his consciousness, endless mountains beyond mountains was enough to win, and full recovery should make him much stronger. Thinking ahead, Seo plans to heal his strained body with herbs, rebuild his cultivation, and learn how to absorb the demon core's power. Before Seo can even take a step, An unseen old hand suddenly clamps down on his head from behind and stops him cold. Seo jolts awake in the forest and looks up in shock as a mad hunchback old man leans over him, studying him like a bizarre curiosity. Seo suddenly locks up in place as Mad Lord's power freezes his body and starts probing through him like a toy. While Mad Lord marvels that Seo has late chi building consciousness inside a mortal body, Seo realizes this lunatic must have arrived early from the Ascension Gate side and watched his fight. As Seo reads Mad Lord's heart essence, he sees a black withered tree barely held up by one thin thread of life, and the sheer despair in it makes even him recoil. Mad Lord suddenly notices Seo looking back into his heart essence, and both of them freeze at the same impossible realization. When Seo blurts out that Mad Lord read his heart essence too, the old monster breaks into delighted laughter because he has finally found someone else who can see what he sees. Seo is stunned because Mad Lord clearly sees heart essence, yet he shows none of the martial path signs that should lead to entering heavens beyond the path. Mad Lord grabs Seo's head and forcefully pushes his heavenly being consciousness inside, openly saying he wants to turn Seo into a superior puppet and study him. Deep in Seo's upper dantian, the 5 elements blood curse banner flares blood red and blasts Mad Lord's invading consciousness back out. Mad Lord instantly recognizes the curse as the same kind used by the snake-linked cultivator in the heaven-treading desert, and starts asking Seo about that connection. Before Seo can answer, Mad Lord invades again, this time using the blood curse banner's reaction to send a tracing curse flying toward its source far from Ascension Gate. Mad Lord decides the curse link is only a sect connection, then fondly chats with the wife who exists only in his broken mind, while Seo watches in alarm. Desperate to redirect him, Seo warns that Bloodwood Practitioner is really a disguised nascent soul waiting to devour the world after the heavenly beings leave. Mad Lord shrugs off the warning, says Seo Huil or someone else can deal with that filth, and shows he has no interest in protecting clans or ordinary people. When Seo brings up family, Mad Lord coldly reveals he slaughtered his own clan centuries ago after they killed the only woman who mattered to him. Seo peers back into that darkness and sees Mad Lord's heart essence boil even deeper as the old man thanks him for reviving those hateful memories. Mad Lord abruptly recalls his curse, decides to rip out Bloodwood Practitioner's soul for study, and tightens his invisible grip on the faraway target. Before he can finish it, rain clouds gather overhead and Mad Lord notices Deputy Manager O using wind and rain power that should belong to the Sea Dragon tribe. A blue lightning flash announces Seo Huil's arrival, and the Sea Dragon King lands smiling right in front of Mad Lord. Seo Huil lightly explains he came because a child from his tribe no longer needed him, but Mad Lord cuts him off and keeps crushing the curse in his hand. Seo Huil politely asks him to stop tormenting the juniors, then reaches into the air and starts turning Mad Lord's strangling curse back from red to blue. Seo realizes 2 heavenly beings are remotely fighting over Yuanli across hundreds of miles, and Seo Huil is plainly stronger in that contest. Cornered in front of a superior rival, Mad Lord pulls out a tiny wooden box and drops it to the ground as it enlarges into a real threat. Seo Huil keeps smiling and tries to talk him down by pointing to the coming Ascension Gate opening and the value of the young talents below. When Seo Huil pats Seo and Deputy Manager O, Seo suddenly vomits because seeing the Sea Dragon King's heart essence is even more revolting than Mad Lord's. Mad Lord instantly understands Seo is sick from seeing something disgusting, and he spits the truth at Seo Huil by calling him a broken monster. Seo Huil smoothly proposes dividing the prizes instead, offering that Mad Lord keeps Seo while he himself takes Deputy Manager O into the Sea Dragon tribe. Mad Lord ignores the offer, starts opening the box for real, and makes it clear he is willing to bring down Ascension Path itself to cleanse filth. The moment the lid fully opens, Seo Huil counters with a giant water technique that floods the entire Ascension Path before whatever is inside can wreck it. Seo and his scattered companions are hurled apart through the sudden flood, with no time to understand what Mad Lord and Seo Huil just unleashed. Mad Lord's voice booms through the water, bragging that Seo Huil is only containing the damage and that he has not even released half his puppets, or more than 8 of her limbs. Seo realizes the Sea Dragon King's spell covers an entire territory the size of several cities, and even that huge power may still be losing overhead. Putting terror aside, Seo starts hunting through the flood for his scattered allies one by one. He finds Kim Young-hoon, John Myung-hoon, Kang Min-hee, Oh Hyun-suk, Kim Yun, and Deputy Manager O, but Deputy Manager O is in especially bad shape and bleeding from the eyes. Seo presses acupoints and forces water from their lungs with internal energy, buying everyone just enough time to survive under the flood. As the sky above churns, Seo senses more terrifying auras arriving and realizes the other heavenly beings are converging on Ascension Path. The flood suddenly drains away and the clouds burn off as golden lightning tears through the sky with Jin Byakho at its center. One after another, the major heavenly being powers arrive and surround Mad Lord, turning the sky into a full gathering of monsters. The gathered heavenly beings furiously condemn Mad Lord for nearly collapsing Ascension Path and endangering the Ascension Gate itself. Mad Lord answers by touching the box again and calmly warns that he can self-destruct together with her if they force him. With no one eager to match that madness, Seo Huil steps in as mediator and slowly talks the group into a temporary non-aggression pact. Then Jin Byakho looks down, spots John Myung-hoon, and realizes one of the juniors below has a legendary thunder constitution. That discovery triggers a second scramble, and the other heavenly being leaders begin examining Seo's companions as fresh prizes. Jin Byuk-ho aggressively claims John Myung-hoon for the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect before anyone else can touch him. White Bone Ghost Devil likewise marks Kong Min-hee as destined for Black Ghost Valley, and scares off the Devil Path Alliance leader with a nether crossing ship threat. The Beast Tribe leaders perk up at Oh Hyun-suk's rare holy body, but Azure Tiger Saint's quiet authority makes them stop before it turns into a fight. Their attention shifts to Deputy Manager Oh instead when they notice her 7 orifice bleeding and her strange direct use of Demon Beast power. Seo Huiol smoothly steps in front of them, says just enough to claim Deputy Manager Oh for himself, and the two kings reluctantly yield. By the time the struggle settles, Seo can only watch as each companion is claimed by the heavenly being fate had waiting for them. Once the obvious talents are divided up, the remaining heavenly beings turn their attention to Seo, Kim Young-hoon, and Manager Kim Yun to see if they were hiding something too. Their celestial inspection is brutal, and Seo, Kim Young-hoon, and Manager Kim all scream as their bodies and consciousness are rummaged through. In the middle of that brutal search, Manager Kim's hidden consciousness finally erupts, and the white-robed alliance leader claims her on the spot. Seo and Kim Young-hoon survive the same rough inspection, but the verdict is blunt. Seo is only mildly unusual, and Kim Young-hoon is just an ordinary mortal. Azure Tiger Saint brings the matter to a close and the heavenly beings prepare to leave, deciding neither Seo nor Kim Young-hoon is worth taking. Seo tries one last time to warn them about Bloodwood Practitioner in the heaven-treading desert, but Seo Huiol suddenly walks over before he can finish. With a calm smile, Seo Huiol reveals he already knows Yuanli and learned a spell from him, and Seo instantly understands that saying more will get him killed. Instead of killing him outright, Seo Huiol corners Seo into cooperation by handing over the summoning wind, dragon transformation method and a space-breaking bead along with a small task. Fate settles back into place as the heavenly beings leave with their chosen disciples, while Mad Lord keeps throwing hungry looks at Seo and at Manager Kim's new master on the way out. Once the storm passes, Seo notices one crucial change from the old Fate. No one shoved him and Kim Young-hoon through a spatial rift this time. Seo then notices another change. The Fox Demon's Core formation demon core is still in his hand, saved when Azure Tiger Saint stopped another heavenly being from snatching it. After steadying the confused Kim Young-hoon, Seo sits down on Ascension Path and begins absorbing the demon core's immense spiritual energy for himself. Freshly breaking into Chi building, Seo looks up at dark clouds and realizes heaven is trying to interfere with the lifespan he just gained. Instead of panicking, Seo grimly welcomes the challenge and decides he will cut through any heavenly lightning that tries to stop him. When pure spiritual force settles inside him, Seo stands up and confirms to Kim Young-hoon that he has truly reached Chi building and gained about 350 more years of life. Kim Young-hoon is impressed, and Seo quietly notes that half a year of training on Ascension Path has already pushed Kim to the peak of 3 flowers gather at the summit. Seo credits his breakthrough to the drained demon core of a core formation fox, even though refining its chaotic demonic power was slow and wasteful. With Chi building achieved, Seo judges that his old insights should carry him smoothly through the next constellations, and he even dares to think about reaching the grand perfection of the realm. Once he has steadied himself, Seo tells Kim Young-hoon it is finally time to leave Ascension Path, and Kim is openly thrilled to see people again. The two leave Ascension Path, enter the heaven-treading desert, and Seo uses spells to carry them across the sands far faster than before. While crossing the desert, Seo briefly thinks about going after Yuanli at his castle now that he has reached Chi building and gained pure spiritual force. That thought dies quickly when Seo feels Yuanli's 5 elements blood curse banner still buried in his upper dantian, and decides attacking now would be reckless. So Seo drops the idea of attacking Yuanli, and turns south toward the Black Wind Sea, planning to ask Song Jin's remnant soul how to remove the curse first. The trip turns ugly when a sandstorm traps them for days, draining Seo's spiritual power and leaving both men ragged, thirsty, and worn out. After 2 days without water, they finally spot Cheonseek's city in the distance, and push themselves toward it in desperate relief. At the city gate, Seo smoothly passes them off as cultivators from the Jurup tribe, using a few floating spells to convince the guards without trouble. Inside Cheonseek's city, Kim Young-hoon stares around at the crowds and all the visible colors of human emotion, and Seo can tell his consciousness is maturing fast. Seo tries to remember where to find water, but before he can, a woman in white notices their condition and offers to bring them to her shop. She leads them into the white magical lotus artifact shop and hands Seo a fresh bucket of water before even asking questions. Kim Young-hoon is too desperate to wait, and yanks water to himself with telekinesis, and the woman only reacts with patient understanding. Real water revives Seo so completely that he feels human again, and the woman casually notices from his aura that he is a cultivator too. Looking at her more carefully, Seo suddenly realizes this white-robed cultivator is the same woman who gave him water during an earlier crossing of the desert. Seo quickly explains that he remembers her kindness, and her guarded expression eases when she understands he is not one of the noble clan descendants who harass her. While recovering, Seo notices the shop's artifact quality is unusually high, and her little smile makes it clear she is the talented maker behind them. Seeing how filthy they are, she offers them spare Taoist robes from her home, extending the same practical kindness one step further. Kim chooses the yellow robe, Seo takes the white one, and after changing in a quiet corner of the shop, the two finally look presentable again. When Seo tries to repay her, she smilingly treats it as a debt owed by a future Chi building senior, and they part on warm terms. After leaving Cheonseek City, Seo and Kim travel through Byokra, pay distant respects to the Chongmun clan, briefly visit Seo's disciples in Yenhua, and keep heading south. At the Black Wind Sea, Seo leaves Kim behind to train and quietly prepares to meet Seo Ran with the space-breaking bead and the summoning wind, dragon transformation method. This time Seo keeps the self-destructing space-breaking bead instead of throwing it away, thinking it could become a last resort weapon later. He also starts planning further ahead, hoping that if he reaches Serving Command Palace again, he might find a clean way to use Yuan Li's life force method to extend Kim Young-hoon's life without sacrificing anyone. Seo reaches Seo Ran, proves his strength, shows him the dragon transformation method, and quickly wins enough trust to move together against Song Jin. The two quietly dismantle the Nether Crossing ship's formation and descend to its lowest level instead of crashing in by force like before. At the bottom of the ship, Song Jin appears as a ghost wrapped in dark energy, and Seo bluntly demands control of the Nether Crossing ship. Song Jin does not attack right away because Seo's body and demon core feel so strange that he first stops to size him up. Once Seo mentions Black Ghost Valley and the Mad Lord, Song Jin bristles and finally launches his first attack. Thousands of white bone skeletons surge at Seo like a tide, but his formless sword unfolds into a whole-killing landscape and swallows the attack. Seo chains countless martial transformations through the formless sword, and in the very first clash he completely overwhelms Song Jin. Song Jin responds by turning into a giant monster ghost, but Seo's refined sword art is now so sharp that even that form is carved apart almost instantly. When Song Jin tries to launch Blue Ghost Fire next, Seo drives a precise strike into its weak point and detonates the spell in his hands. After only 3 exchanges, the gap is obvious, and Seo knows the formless sword he honed for 200 years has already put this version of Song Jin on the back foot. Instead of pressing the kill, Seo changes tone and tells Song Jin that merely surviving a clash with the Mad Lord long enough to leave a remnant soul is nothing to be ashamed of. That unexpected respect cracks Song Jin's hostility, and he bitterly admits the Mad Lord nearly destroyed Black Ghost Valley in a single sudden assault. When Song Jin asks what they really want, Seo drops the pretense and admits they came for the belongings of the half-dragon's mother. Song Jin flares up again and insists nothing from the Nether Crossing ship belongs to them, but Seo Ran steps forward and begs for the heirloom his mother left behind. The moment Seo Ran reveals his mother was a disciple of Black Ghost Valley, Song Jin freezes and starts weighing whether a direct fight with Seo is worth it. Burdened by the danger Seo represents, Song Jin finally compromises and gives them half a day to search the ship before he throws them out. Half an hour later, Seo leads Seo Ran straight to the right cabin and pulls out the jade slip that holds his mother's will. Seo Ran turns tearful at once, but outside the room Song Jin is suddenly furious because Seo should not have known exactly where his mother's room was. To avoid a bigger mess, Seo smoothly lies that white bone ghost devil Hyogwak told him the room's location after Seo Huil asked him to fulfill Seo Ran's request efficiently. Song Jin does not fully believe the story, but he swallows it for now and lets the issue pass. Then Song Jin stops them again and, in a rough voice full of old attachment, orders Seo Ran to read his mother's will there with him. Seo Ran reluctantly sits and reads, and as the contents sink in, tears begin to fall while Song Jin's fierce ghost fire softens for the first time. Song Jin suddenly rages at Seo Ran's dead father, and at the life Seo Ran's very birth dragged his mother into, nearly crushing the jade slip in grief. In the middle of that outburst, Song Jin's ghostly energy forms the face of a middle-aged man over his skull, and blue tears stream down as he admits he wants to kill Seo Ran but is too afraid to die meaninglessly. Instead of backing away, Seo Ran bows and begs Song Jin to tell him what kind of person his mother really was, because he has spent his whole life rejected as a half-breed. Song Jin's dark energy swells again, but Seo calmly releases the formless sword just enough to scatter the pressure, and call out that he obviously wants to tell the story. Seo reads Song Jin's heart, and sees that beneath all the fury he is still a good man, which leaves Song Jin shaken and strips away his last resistance. At last Song Jin sits down in the cabin and starts talking, and Seo steps outside after realizing the old ghost no longer intends to harm Seo Ran. From outside, Seo hears the conversation slowly thaw as Song Jin and Seo Ran stop circling their pain and begin truly speaking to each other. Watching that impossible reunion take shape, Seo reflects that once fate is broken, new meetings and long-missed words can finally reach each other. On the deck under the night sky, Seo looks up at the stars and hardens his resolve to grow even stronger so he can break free from every chain of fate. Song Jin and Seo Ran keep talking through the night, into dawn, and for days after, while Seo never intrudes on whatever is finally being mended between them. In the end, that unexpected bond turns into a miracle, and Song Jin declares that he has decided to take Seo Ran as his disciple. After seeing Seo Ran and Song Jin settle into an uneasy but real bond, Seo drops his irritation and simply congratulates them. Seo Ran warmly promises to answer Seo's call for help 3 times someday, making it clear she has not forgotten what he did for her. Song Jin follows that up with his own rough repayment offer and tells Seo to name 3 requests. Seo uses the chance immediately and asks if Song Jin can remove the mental restraint curse in his upper dantian. When Seo names Bloodwood practitioner Yuan Li as the caster, Song Jin recognizes him at once as the long-lived core formation cultivator of the heaven-treading desert. Song Jin explains that Yuan Li's Black Castle Dharma treasure can raise its owner's fighting strength above their normal realm while they are inside it. That revelation chills Seo, because he realizes that if he had gone after Yuan Li in the desert too early, he would have walked into a nascent soul-level trap. Seo asks why no heavenly being has taken that treasure, and Song Jin says it is useless to them and makes ascension trials far harsher because of its heavy destiny. Seo quietly connects the dots and suspects Yuan Li's desperate attack on Serving Command Palace was tied to that Black Castle treasure. Before letting Song Jin inspect the curse, Seo bluntly demands an oath on the Nether Crossing ship that Song Jin will not harm him. Only after Song Jin swears does Seo open his upper dantian, and Song Jin's cold consciousness slips inside to examine the curse. Song Jin admits that in his current remnant state he cannot undo Yuan Li's curse outright, especially since the curse carries nascent soul-level skill. Instead, Song Jin offers a workaround, a consciousness art called the One Emotion method that lets Seo slowly master the restraint and eventually turn it into his own technique. To prove he is not playing tricks, Song Jin tears off part of the damaged ship and writes the One Emotion method down for Seo on the spot. For his second request, Seo quickly weighs 2 cultivation methods and chooses the Silica Earth Great Wall practice. Song Jin warns that the Silica Earth Great Wall practice is difficult and loses much of its power away from the land it is rooted in, but Seo wants it anyway because staying in one stronghold suits his future plans. Song Jin hands over the Silica Earth Great Wall practice, and Seo spends his final request on Seo Ran by asking her master to teach her well. Song Jin says that duty should not count as a request and promises Seo one extra favor in the future instead. With Seo Ran's situation settled and the One Emotion method in hand, Seo figures the 5 Elements Blood Curse banner can be handled over decades, then turns his attention back to extending Kim Young-hoon's life. Seo replays Yuan Li's spellwork, then wonders if dragon veins and formation knowledge could ripen a longevity fruit without slaughter, pushing him toward Chongmun Ryong. The newly acquired Silica Earth Great Wall practice gives him a wild idea. Maybe dragon veins and formation theory could replace the massive life force Yuan Li once used. Even knowing the idea sounds unrealistic, Seo decides impossible plans are exactly what he has to invest in if he wants a new path. That decision points him toward one person in particular, because if he needs formation knowledge, Chongmun Ryong is the expert he has to find. After leaving the Black Wind Sea, Seo reunites briefly with Kim Young-hoon and immediately senses that Kim has grown stronger again. Kim says that being unable to speak the local language forced him to read intent more deeply, which pushed his understanding of 3 flowers gather at the summit forward. Seeing that Kim grows faster by testing himself instead of following lessons, Seo abruptly suggests they part ways for now. Seo explains that he has already taught Kim everything through entering Heavens Beyond, and now Kim should aim for that breakthrough on his own in this world. Kim finally accepts, and after asking him to deal with Mok Li-young later, Seo sets out alone for the Chongmun clan in Byokra. Because his visible cultivation looks like only early chi building, Seo decides to follow proper etiquette and approach the Chongmun territory first instead of appearing directly at the clan's hidden main house. He lightly stimulates the formation with pure spiritual force, and a polite 12th-star chi refining guard named Chongmun John comes out to receive him. Seo introduces himself as a wandering cultivator seeking Chongmun Ryong's expertise in formations, and the message is passed inward at once. A huge chi building cultivator named Chongmun Dan comes to welcome Seo personally and treats him as an equal guest. While waiting for permission from the main house, Seo and Chongmun Dan spend several days sharing tea and swapping combat stories, which earns Seo real respect. At last Seo is invited into the Chongmun main house, where the sliding door opens and his former master Chongmun Ryong walks in as if they are strangers. Seo forces himself to answer politely, and hides the shock of hearing his old master speak to him as just another equal cultivator. Once they sit, Seo explains that he wants help designing a formation based on a high-level spell he once saw a nascent soul cultivator use. Seo shows him the first blueprint, a design meant to gather powerful energy, turn it into life force, and speed up a spiritual plant's growth. Chongmun Ryong immediately calls the design inefficient, and says anyone wanting fast results would normally use filthy devil path methods instead. When Seo presses him anyway, Chongmun Ryong realizes there must be more to the request than this seemingly foolish structure. Seo then reveals his real leverage, detailed records on the longevity tree, its fruits, its location, the surrounding dragon veins, and its exact stage before full ripening. The moment Chongmun Ryong realizes the target is the longevity fruit, his composure cracks because even one fruit means another 100 years of life. Now fully invested, Chongmun Ryong says this is big enough to bring to the clan head, especially with Ascension shaking the balance of the old powers. The two of them keep questioning, refining, and arguing through the entire night until dawn sneaks into the room. By morning, Chongmun Ryong is openly impressed and starts calling Seo Doa Seo, treating him with the easy respect of a true peer. That shift lands hard on Seo, because hearing his former master move from scolding disciple to equal Taoist leaves a quiet bitterness he cannot show. Chongmun Dan soon finds him and cheerfully says it has been a long time since Chongmun Ryong enjoyed talking to someone that much. Seo downplays it, but Chongmun Dan insists that asking the right questions is exactly why Chongmun Ryong respected him. When Chongmun Dan praises Seo's master, Seo can only force a smile and say that his master taught him well without naming who that master was. Chongmun Dan then tries to recruit Seo into the clan, hoping someone with this kind of conviction could straighten out their younger generation. Seo declines, and that opens the floodgates for Chongmun Dan to rant about the infuriating young heirs wasting time on women and empty rumors. The main culprit, he says, is Baek Munsong, who found a woman with the same kind of creator talent as the Mad Lord and stirred up every clan around her. Seo is startled at the comparison, and Chongmun Dan explains that the Mad Lord's famous gift is extraordinary pattern law talent, the innate genius for making artifacts, formations, and puppets. He lays out the ranking from 1 pattern to 7 pattern, where fewer colors mean purer, stronger talent, and too many colors mean almost useless potential. The woman causing all this trouble turns out to be only a 4-pattern talent, which makes Baek Munsong's grand claims sound even more ridiculous. Before the rant can go any further, Chongmun Ryong returns from the clan head with a grin and says Seo's longevity fruit plan just gave them a way to cut this whole mess off at the root. Chongmun Ryong says the clan head will back the formation research fully, but they need a skilled artifact maker to keep refining tools as the formation develops. So the clan plans to place an official order on that 4-pattern craftswoman, keep her occupied under Chongmun protection, and treat any meddling heirs as people interfering with clan business. Seo asks one more thing out of curiosity, and they confirm that the Mad Lord's own creator gift is the purest possible 1-pattern talent. That only makes Seo more curious about the woman they are targeting, since even a weaker version of the Mad Lord's gift could still be extraordinary. Then the conversation swerves hard, because Chongmun Dan casually proposes kidnapping the craftswoman for the clan's work. Chongmun Ryong immediately agrees, and Seo is left staring in baffled disbelief. When Seo tries to point out that they just said official order, Chongmun Ryong calmly explains that constant hands-on testing will be easier if the craftswoman is brought directly under clan control first. They even insist it is still proper because they plan to pay her fairly afterward and do her no real harm beyond relocating her. Too exhausted to untangle Chongmun logic on the spot, Seo settles for suggesting that they at least meet the woman first and ask what she wants. In the end, Seo still ends up riding east with Chongmun Ryong and Chongmun Dan on a flying artifact to seize the 4-pattern artifact craftswoman they need. As the ride continues, Seo feels uneasy déjà vu about their destination, while Chongmun Ryong explains that the clan is not mindlessly thuggish, only more aggressive than most. Chongmun Dan backs him up, arguing that the woman is already being hounded by heirs from several clans and may actually prefer Chongmun protection. Hearing that, Seo remembers that the Chongmun clan's brutality often comes wrapped in its own rough idea of helping people, which makes the situation even harder to judge cleanly. As the eastern skyline comes into view, Seo's suspicion grows that he already knows exactly who this 4-pattern craftswoman might be. And right at the end, the two Chongmun elders casually debate whether the kidnapping should use ropes or be done stealthily, while Seo can only sit there in speechless disbelief. In the sandstorm outside Cheonseek City, Chongmun Ryong spots the white magic lotus shop and realizes the woman they need is still here. The alley is already packed with clan heirs and cultivators, so Chongmun Dan decides to seize the girl openly in the Chongmun clan's name. Chongmun Dan drops into the alley and loudly declares that the extraordinary pattern law talent belongs to the Chongmun clan now, freezing the crowd in place. Before the Chongmun clan can push further, a surge of white spiritual power slams in and forms a giant tiger between them and the shop. The tiger dissolves into Book Jung-ho, a late Chi building guest elder of the Gongmyo clan and the ruler of this city, and Seo suddenly recognizes him as the man who once tried to recruit him. After hearing the Chongmun clan's purpose, Book Jung-ho says his daughter still will not leave the city because she is honoring her dead mother's last wish to wait for a promised betrothed and his token. Book Jung-ho makes the limit clear: a short visit might be possible, but if they try to take her by force for months, they will have to fight him. Chongmun Ryong backs off for now and orders every clan descendant in the alley to stop harassing the artisan because she has a formal Chongmun commission. One heir refuses to let the matter end there, and Baek Munsong respectfully steps forward to remind Chongmun Ryong that the artisan is already in the middle of a public bet. Baek Munsong explains the deal: if any late-stage cultivator can properly handle her new artifact, she will finally leave seclusion and travel with that winner after the Chongmun matter is settled. Book Jung-ho confirms that he allowed the trip because he hates seeing his daughter trapped in the city forever, though he plans to accompany her himself. Seo asks how long the bet will take, and right then a bright light bursts from White Magic Lotus as the finished artifacts finally come out. Seo agrees to wait half a day, and as they approach the shop he notices space-like fluctuations and realizes the little store is larger inside than outside. Once everyone enters, the shop unfolds into a wide artifact hall with a central platform piled with flags, swords, mirrors, bells, scrolls, and other creations, and the woman in white waits above them. Bu Qianghua calmly sets the rules by activating a bell artifact that raises a blue water curtain, where each stripe marks another 10% of a tool's real power. Her condition shocks the room. Anyone who can unleash more than 60% of any artifact's power will win. The heirs laugh at first, but Bu Qianghua's expression turns hard and she openly asks whether any of them can even reach 20%. A Gongmyo clan heir charges up first in a fit of wounded pride, but one artifact after another dies in his hands without even producing a single proper stripe. When he angrily attacks her instead, Bu Qianghua's own water curtain erases the spell without moving, and Bu Jungho proudly says even he can only draw out 80% of her work. She sends several fully powered artifacts floating at the rude heir and coldly throws him out, making the rest of the room much less cocky. After that, cultivator after cultivator takes a turn, but even the best late-stage heirs can only squeeze out around 20% before the whole room sours. Chongmun Raung quietly judges the craft more harshly, saying her circuits are powerful but too complex, and that she still falls far short of the older master Gongmyo Cheonsik. With the crowd close to calling the whole thing a scam, Baek Munsong finally steps onto the platform as the room's last real hope. He boasts that a chi-building cultivator should naturally understand artifacts, then grabs a flying sword and floods it with pure spiritual force. The stripes climb higher than anyone else's and finally flicker up to 6, but the effort already looks ragged and unstable. The moment the 6th stripe appears, the light dies, and Bu Qianghua immediately questions whether that shaky result really counts as 60% at all. Seo blurts out that the sword is being used wrong, and the whole hall turns on him at once. Baek Munsong tries to put Seo in his place by calling himself a sword genius, but that one line hits Seo's pride hard enough that he walks straight to the stage. Seo picks up a sword artifact, says the sword should be used like this, and starts feeding it power with effortless control. The stripes pass 6 without strain, then 7, 8, and 9, and the room's smugness disappears beat by beat. Then Seo reaches the full 10th stripe and cleanly draws out 100% of the artifact's intended power. He still is not finished, and driven by pure sword obsession, Seo keeps pouring in force just to show what real sword understanding means. An impossible 11th stripe appears, and even Bu Qianghua loses her composure when Seo starts reading the artifact's inner circuits through the sword's essence instead of its maker's limits. When Seo takes a proper swordsman's stance and swings, the artifact surges all the way to 12 stripes and proves it can hit 120% before breaking. Baek Munsong can only retreat in humiliation, while Bu Qianghua starts clapping because for the first time someone besides herself has completely mastered one of her creations. Bu Qianghua names Seo the winner on the spot, and with no one else able to contest him, the crowd has to swallow it. Baek Munsong storms out, the other heirs peel away after him, and Chongmun Dan starts disciplining his own clan descendants right there in the corner. Bu Qianghua offers Seo every artifact on the stage as his prize, but he casually refuses because he does not use magic artifacts at all. Seo tries to soften the refusal by reminding her they already met when she gave him water and clothes, but Bu Qianghua only hears that the man who pushed her artifacts to 120% still does not want them. Her pride flares up, and she rushes into the back of the shop to fetch something better before Seo can stop her. Bu Jungho quietly explains that his daughter is usually gentle, but when her artifacts are involved her pride becomes fierce and impossible to ignore. She comes back carrying her proudest sword artifacts, lays them out in front of Seo, and insists he test these before rejecting her craft again. Seo tries one to be polite, and the moment his pure spiritual force enters it, rainbow light floods the shop and the sword again strains past its intended output. Even after seeing that, Seo still says he really does not need magic artifacts, and this time Bu Qianghua's smile cracks in a way that feels almost dangerous. Chongmun Raung jumps in at exactly the right moment, and redirects the tension by formally asking Bu Qianghua to help him and Seo create formation artifacts for a major project. When Chongmun Raung explains the work may take years in Cheonsik City, Bu Qianghua agrees immediately, and adds that she will also make Seo something worthy of him along the way. Seo tries to refuse again, but Chongmun Raung pokes him and sends a sharp telepathic warning that he has crushed the artisan's pride enough already, and should just accept it. Pressed from both sides, Seo finally accepts, and Bu Qianghua introduces herself properly while promising to replace the prize with a free custom creation built around what she just learned from him. Outside, the rejected heirs try to comfort Baek Munsong, but the moment they leave he drops the act and reveals a colder ambition. He wants Bu Qianghua for himself because her talent could make him clan head. He decides to wait for the day Bu Qianghua finally leaves on a journey, convinced he still has a chance to steal the outcome back. Back inside White Magic Lotus, Bu Qianghua is startled when the formation plans point towards Serving Command Palace, a legendary artisan's creation. She says seeing the palace's dragon veins and materials directly would help her make far better formation artifacts, but Chongmun Raung reminds her the palace only appears once every 400 years. Seo quietly solves that problem by saying he knows a secret way in and only needs to ask a friend. As evening settles over White Magic Lotus, Seo reaches out to his friend while he and Chongmun Raung keep refining the formation plan, and Bu Qianghua heads back into the workshop to start building the first pieces. After the long discussion, Seo steps out to breathe and reflects that Chongmun Raung's relentless questions are sharp enough to stir up an old, painful nostalgia. The hammering from the workshop pulls him closer, and Seo stops to watch Bu Qianghua forge with intense focus beside the flames. While she works, Seo sees her extraordinary pattern law talent directly for the first time as a four-colored branch pattern blooms across her face and skin in the firelight. She notices Seo watching and, instead of being embarrassed, immediately drags out a box of unfinished sword artifacts she already designed specifically around the way he handled her earlier blades. She confidently says these new swords should not spill their full power so easily, and asks Seo to test them for her. Seo channels pure spiritual force into one of the unfinished swords, and just like before it immediately surges past its intended limit. Seo braces himself for another crushed pride reaction, but Bu Qianghua instead falls into a muttering trance, staring at the overperforming sword as if she just found a new door in her craft. As inspiration consumes her, the four-colored pattern blooms again, and Seo is chilled to see the purple and black parts starting to merge together at the very end of the night. After a brief strange lapse, Bu Qianghua steadies herself, smiles it off, and stubbornly takes the rejected magic artifact back to try again anyway. Seo watches her disappear into the workshop again and, despite himself, feels a small sense of kinship with that relentless persistence. 3 days later, Seo gets Seo Rant's reply at last. He can borrow the Nether Crossing ship, but only in exchange for spirit stones. When Seo shares the answer, Chongmun Raung freezes in shock at the mention of the Nether Crossing ship and immediately sends word to the clan head. A few days after that, Chongmun Yungjin personally arrives in Cheonseek City with 80,000 spirit stones, too excited by the chance to ride the famous ship to hide it. Seo explains that a senior allowed them one ride, but the Nether Crossing ship is still a wreck from the Mad Lord's battle with Black Ghost Valley, and Chongmun Yungjin says the honor is worth it anyway. The ship's legend clearly means more to the others than it does to Seo, because Chongmun Yungjin, Chongmun Raung, and Bu Qianghua all light up at the thought of seeing it. Several days later, Seo flies toward the Black Wind Sea with Bu Qianghua, Chongmun Raung, and Chongmun Yungjin, while Bu Jungho stays behind to guard the city and entrusts his daughter's safety to them. On the way, Seo asks why Bu Qianghua joined despite hating long trips, and she explains this journey is short enough that it does not betray her usual promise to stay near Cheonseek City. When Seo mentions her mother's last wish, Bu Qianghua touches the jade naragi at her waist and explains the promise her mother made about sworn siblings or marriage between future children. She reveals the naragi was made as one half of a pair, and she has stayed in Cheonseek City waiting for the person meant to carry the matching piece. Seo answers gently that he hopes her destined partner really does appear one day, and Bu Qianghua thanks him with a small smile. As they reach the Hidden Sea Zone, Seo guides the ship straight into the barrier and tells Chongmun Yungjin to smash through it. The artifact ship crashes through layer after layer of the barrier, and the ghosts inside recognize Seo as the big ghost again but stay back because of Chongmun Yungjin's presence. Past the last barrier, the ruined Nether Crossing ship finally comes into view, and everyone stares in awe at the famous relic. Seo spots Song Jin waiting on top of the ship, and Chongmun Yungjin's face hardens when he feels that Song Jin's late core formation aura is even stronger than his own. When Seo asks for Seo Ran, Song Jin says Seo Ran is deep below the sea collecting Yin and ghostly energy for cultivation. Song Jin coolly lays out the charges for launch, one trip through space, the return, and even the privilege of boarding the Nether Crossing ship, bringing the total to 60,000 spirit stones. Before Seo can object, Chongmun Yungjin accepts the terms at once and hands over the spirit stones with full formal courtesy. Song Jin praises his manners, takes a jab at Seo as a bandit who once demanded the ship, and leaves Chongmun Yungjin plainly confused while Seo avoids eye contact. After noticing the Chongmun emblem, Song Jin says he owes the Azure Tiger Saint and refunds 2,000 spirit stones on the spot. When Song Jin asks their destination, Seo says they are going to Serving Command Palace, and Song Jin warns that its prohibition cannot normally be broken unless someone is far stronger than they are. Seo simply shows the barrier-breaking scroll, and that is enough for Song Jin to agree to the trip. Song Jin feeds the spirit stones into the Nether Crossing ship, and their energy is transformed into ghostly power as the ruined vessel begins to wake up. The giant ship rises under swirling wind, leaving Chongmun Yungjin and Chongmun Raung openly amazed while Bu Qianghua studies every corner like a fascinated artisan. Then the Nether Crossing ship tears into the void, and the group experiences its spatial travel for real. They reappear above the western mountains of Xingzi so quickly that Chongmun Yungjin and Chongmun Raung finally feel how terrifying the ship's spatial movement really is. Song Jin jumps them into the void again and brings the ship to the outskirts of space, where the giant cylinder of Serving Command Palace hangs ahead. Chongmun Yungjin and Chongmun Raung are still marveling at the ship's speed, while Bu Qianghua is already disappointed she did not get more time to inspect the vessel. Song Jin says he will anchor the Nether Crossing ship beside Serving Command Palace for only 4 days, so if they are late coming back, he will leave without them. With the time limit set, Seo uses the barrier-breaking scroll to shatter the outer prohibition, and Chongmun Yoongjin follows with a crushing strike that blasts open the wall. The group enters through the new opening, and Bu Qianghua is the first to react, stopping in the corridor as if the palace itself has started speaking to her. While the others only see a huge corridor, Bu Qianghua is mesmerized by the golden patterns and spiritual circuits and reverently recognizes the hand of the legendary artisan. Leaving her to admire the craftsmanship, Seo leads Chongmun Ryong and Chongmun Yoongjin down to the first floor arboretum where the longevity fruit should be. In the greenlit arboretum, they finally stand before a young longevity tree with one nearly ripe fruit hanging from it. Chongmun Yoongjin is tempted on sight, but Chongmun Ryong stops him and reminds him that a fruit at this stage is still nowhere near a true 100-year treasure. Once he sees the other flowers on the tree, Chongmun Yoongjin focuses on the bigger prize and asks if a completed formation could make them all ripen into more longevity fruits. He quickly lays out the plan. Chongmun Ryong and Seo will map the formation for the tree, Bu Qianghua will handle the artifact side, and he will explore the upper floors while they work. With the roles settled, Chongmun Yoongjin heads for the second floor, leaving the others to begin their survey on the first. Chongmun Ryong starts measuring around the longevity tree itself, while Seo moves out to inspect the outer area and design the supporting part of the formation. Bu Qianghua follows Seo through the palace, grateful for the chance to see a place like this, and immediately starts analyzing the walls with artisan tools. She cleanly dismantles part of the wall to expose the inner spiritual circuits, treating the palace like the greatest research subject she has ever seen. When Seo thanks her for once giving water to desert travelers, Bu Qianghua pauses, apologizes for not remembering him, and Seo brushes it off with easy gratitude. As they keep moving, Bu Qianghua also records how the dismantled wall slowly repairs itself, making the palace even more astonishing to her. Then they reach the wreckage of Mad Lord puppets, and Bu Qianghua jolts like she has found buried treasure. The moment she realizes what they are, she rushes in trembling and starts tearing through the debris and stuffing every useful scrap into her storage bag. Seo asks if the wreckage is really that valuable, and Bu Qianghua answers without hesitation that even scraps from the Mad Lord are priceless study material. Still, she soon sighs that too many parts are ruined, and admits an even slightly intact puppet would help far more than these broken remnants. That reminds Seo of a nearly intact puppet he found before, so he immediately tells her to come with him. He leads her to the spot, and there it is exactly as remembered, a B-shaped puppet about the size of a human torso, damaged but mostly intact. Bu Qianghua does not rip this one apart at once. She first holds it carefully, almost reverently, while checking how much of it survived. After examining it, she lights up and says the circuits are only lightly damaged, which means the puppet might actually be usable again after repairs. She carefully stores the bee-puppet away and declares that this whole palace is a treasure trove after all. When Seo says he once saw all this as useless debris, Bu Qianghua laughs and says value depends on who has the fate and connection to make use of it. Holding that scrap in her hand, she tells him there is no real trash in the world, only things that have not met their destined purpose yet. Her words hit Seo harder than he expected, because he has always thought of fate as something to escape, not something that can also give value. That quiet moment breaks when Bu Qianghua notices one damaged wall section has not repaired itself like the others. Curious, she starts dismantling that stubborn section too, trying to figure out why the palace's auto-repair is failing there. Instead, she triggers a hidden compartment, and a concealed weapon snaps out from behind her in a sudden trap. Seo moves instantly and knocks the hidden weapon away before it can hit her. But the force of Seo's rush jolts Bu Qianghua forward, and her long tool jams deep into one of the palace's spiritual circuits. Bu Qianghua grimly realizes she has activated one of Serving Command Palace's hidden functions just as a heavy pressure starts spreading through the entire structure. The restraint clamps down on everyone inside, crushing Seo's spiritual power from early chi building to early chi refining in an instant. Bu Qianghua is hit even harder, with most of her spiritual power nearly drying up and leaving her close to a mortal state. Seo quickly understands the rule of the trap. Everyone in Serving Command Palace has likely been forced down by roughly one realm. Both of them apologize at once, but Bu Qianghua forces herself back to work and says she can reset the damaged circuits if she has enough time. Then the real danger starts elsewhere in Serving Command Palace, as damaged Guardian Stone statues begin repairing themselves and rising into the air. Seo judges that the statues are still only around early chi refining while they recover, but the longer the restraint stays active, the more of their original strength they will regain. When he checks himself one more time, Seo finds one crucial exception to the trap: his internal energy is still flowing normally. And when he forms a gang sphere without any problem, Seo realizes his martial power has not been suppressed at all. Seo almost draws the formless sword to wipe out the guardian statues, then stops himself because using a Taoist-style move might expose too much to Bu Qianghua and the Chongmun clan. Instead, Seo layers gang chi through the air and smashes the weakened chi refining puppets head-on. The statues start rebuilding themselves in pale light, so Seo anxiously asks Bu Qianghua how much longer the restraint will last. Bu Qianghua drives her tool into the circuit, the restraint finally breaks, and the repairing statues collapse back into dead rubble. With the pressure gone, Seo praises her work and heads to the arboretum to make sure Chongmun Raung survived the disturbance. In the first floor arboretum, Seo finds Chongmun Raung calm and unharmed, using a wood attribute formation to pull in the area's spiritual energy. Before Seo can explain much, Chongmun Yungjin bursts in with flying escape and demands to know what happened. After hearing that Bu Qianghua triggered the palace restraint by tampering with its circuit, Chongmun Yungjin says he discovered something strange on the top floor and wants to see her immediately. Back with Bu Qianghua, Chongmun Yungjin reveals a hidden barrier appeared on the top floor when the restraint activated, and he asks if she can trigger that phenomenon again. Bu Qianghua explains that the restraint came from one of the palace's main Golden Order axes, and if she works from the top floor she should be able to recreate it on command. Chongmun Yungjin orders Seo to come along and protect the artisan from reactivated guardian statues while they investigate the top floor. On the top floor, Bu Qianghua opens the wall at the axis point, while Chongmun Yungjin waits alone in the center for the hidden barrier to show itself. At Chongmun Yungjin's signal, Bu Qianghua reactivates the order and a burst of white light reveals a hidden barrier hanging in compressed space above the center of the room. Seo realizes the barrier hides another compressed space inside it, but even Chongmun Yungjin's punch at its weak point only makes the huge thing tremble. While Chongmun Yungjin keeps studying the hidden barrier, Seo fends off the reactivated guardian statues until the order finally expires and the barrier fades away. Chongmun Yungjin decides to camp there for several days, gathering power for a secret technique strong enough to imitate a core formation strike and break the barrier next time. Over the next 3 days, Seo, Chongmun Raung, and Bu Qianghua finish the external formation, inner formation, and palace-linked artifacts for the Longevity Fruit project. When their work is done, Chongmun Raung grows uneasy that the clan head is still planning to break a barrier tied to ancient golden orders without a proper analysis. Unable to leave it alone, Chongmun Raung heads upstairs to inspect the barrier himself, and Seo and Bu Qianghua follow him to the top floor. On the top floor, they find Chongmun Yungjin alone in the center, pouring days of gathered power into his shining right fist until the surrounding space starts to shake. Chongmun Raung respectfully warns him that breaking a barrier tied to the palace's golden orders could be dangerous, but Chongmun Yungjin refuses to leave empty-handed after finding almost nothing of value in the relic. Chongmun Raung asks for time to analyze the barrier and pick the safest strike point, and Chongmun Yungjin agrees. For a full day, Bu Qianghua repeatedly turns the golden order on and off so Chongmun Raung can study the barrier in short windows before each activation expires. At last Chongmun Raung marks one corner as the least dangerous target, and Chongmun Yungjin readies his gathered strike because the nether crossing ship is about to depart. The punch cracks the barrier exactly where planned, and for a brief second everyone thinks it worked. Then Chongmun Raung suddenly realizes something is wrong as a red light starts spreading out from the breaking barrier. The barrier shatters completely, but the red light does not stop and instead floods all of Serving Command Palace. Chongmun Raung grimly admits he missed a twisted formation hidden inside the barrier. Something altered from within that changed the outcome. Chongmun Yungjin tries to secure an escape by blasting open the outer wall, but Seo sees the prohibition has also changed and the barrier-breaking scroll no longer works. With the ship's departure almost due and no way to contact the outside, Chongmun Yungjin hardens himself and says they have to check whatever was hidden inside the barrier. Outside in the void, Song Jin sees the whole palace glowing red and realizes they must have tampered with the control room. After a brief hesitation, Song Jin decides not to wait for them and starts leaving, trusting that a control room should still have some escape route. Inside the broken barrier, the group steps into a vast library that has already been stripped bare down to empty shelves and dust. Chongmun Raung discovers blood-drawn formations covering the floor, walls, and ceiling, and realizes this is what distorted the barrier from the inside. Seo reads the symbols and chills when he recognizes marks of the Sea Dragon tribe, making him suspect Seo Huil is behind this again. In the center of the library, they find a small stand with an indentation that perfectly matches the Serving Command seal Seo remembers from his past life. While checking nearby shelves, Seo notices ancient writing scratched into one of them and stops to read it. The inscription sneers at preparing an ascension blessing for corpse-eating maggots, but aside from the bitter message Seo finds no mechanism attached to it. Almost at the same time, Chongmun Raung and Bu Qianghua uncover matching white formations on the ceiling and under the stand and realize they have found a teleportation array. Chongmun Yungjin is relieved to find a teleportation array that might get them out, but Chongmun Raung immediately warns that they still have no idea where it leads. Chongmun Raung adds a worse problem. Crossing raw space means enduring brutal spatial pressure, something cheap building cultivators cannot survive without protection. Chongmun Yungjin says his body refining arts let him endure that pressure, and he vows to take responsibility by carrying everyone out one at a time. He chooses to take Chongmun Raung first, and because he clearly means to come back, Seo and Bu Qianghua agree to wait. Chongmun Yungjin wraps Chongmun Raung in core formation power and leaps with him into the floor array. The teleport succeeds, but the array immediately dims and dies, leaving Bu Qianghua staring at it in panic. Seo checks the formation and realizes the problem at once. It is a rechargeable array that normally feeds on the palace, so after one use it needs time they do not have. As red light creeps closer into the library, Bu Qianghua warns that once it fills the palace a deadlier golden order may activate. Xiao says there is one way left, but only if Bu Qianghua swears never to reveal his method to the Chongmen clan. When she hurriedly swears, Xiao draws the formless sword and pulls her tight against him, preparing to use it as a shield against spatial pressure. With the red light almost on top of them, Xiao aims for the still-linked array above and jumps into it with Bu Qianghua inside the formless sword's protection. Xiao keeps the formless sword alive under crushing pressure until the force suddenly vanishes and drops him onto a teleportation array. When Xiao realizes they are no longer inside Serving Command Palace, he hurriedly sets Bu Qianghua down, and she catches her breath with her face still red. Bu Qianghua immediately presses Xiao about the transparent power that protected them, and he tries to dodge the question by fussing over her condition instead. Xiao changes the subject to their surroundings, but every route through the cave loops back to the teleportation array, exposing the whole place as a maze-like formation. Xiao figures out it is a natural formation, the worst kind to break, because it follows nature's logic instead of rules humans can easily unravel. They try to tunnel out with earth methods together, only for the spell to fizzle uselessly against the cave wall. Bu Qianghua grimly explains that the cave is made of strange absorbing rock, which swallows spiritual energy and twists spells apart. Out of options, Xiao tells her to step back because he is about to use that hidden technique again. Instead of retreating quietly, Bu Qianghua whips out a notebook and brush, openly treating Xiao's secret as research for the perfect artifact she wants to build for him. Xiao makes her promise once more to keep this from the Chongmen clan, and she reminds him she already swore to secrecy. Xiao seizes the air and forms the formless sword again, while Bu Qianghua recognizes it as power from the consciousness domain and writes even faster. Before committing, Xiao tests the wall with internal energy and realizes strange absorbing rock blocks spiritual power but not the cruder force of internal energy. With that opening, Xiao swings ascending vein upward and blasts a clean path through the cave ceiling to the starry night above. Bu Qianghua watches that impossible strike, goes quiet, and finally decides Xiao must be a core formation senior hiding his true level. She bluntly says his strength proves it, while Xiao insists she has it wrong and offers his spiritual power for her to check. Bu Qianghua reluctantly accepts that Xiao may really not be at core formation, but she still leaves the issue hanging until they get outside. To leave the cave, Bu Qianghua enlarges a leaf-shaped flying artifact and carries them both up through Xiao's opening. Outside, sea wind hits Xiao's face, and he realizes the cave sits in a rocky maze on a tiny island surrounded by open ocean. By reading the stars, Xiao places them in the far western seas beyond Qingzi's great mountain range and feels relieved that he can still navigate back. Xiao points out that flying northeast should take them back to familiar territory, but Bu Qianghua answers with a stubborn look that shows she is still hung up on his so-called core formation secret. She doubles down on her obsession and declares that if Xiao is that strong, she will simply build a treasure worthy of a core formation cultivator. Even after Xiao denies being core formation again, she instantly revises the plan into an ultimate artifact that can grow with him later, refusing to back down. To shut the whole idea down, Xiao swings the formless sword over the ocean and splits the sea apart in front of her. He bats away every crashing wave and tells her plainly that the formless sword already outclasses any artifact because it changes with him and grows as he does. Bu Qianghua thanks him for the explanation with suspicious calm, and Xiao can tell she still has no intention of giving up. Since she will not quit, Xiao sets harsh conditions. The artifact must use ordinary materials, stay simple enough for him to make later, and still reflect the formless sword's endless flexibility. Bu Qianghua admits the request is brutally difficult, then calmly says she will try anyway. Just as they are ready to head back, Bu Qianghua suddenly points west and asks if they can go see the legendary World's End instead. Her innocent question about World's End catches Xiao off guard, reminding him that ordinary people in this world still treat that old fairy tale idea as common sense. Then Xiao realizes a westward trip could help him reconnect with the others, because Chongmen Ryong and Chongmen Yungjin were thrown far east and circling the world might bring him into range. He agrees to go, and Bu Qianghua happily brings out a white boat-shaped flying artifact for the longer journey. Bu Qianghua takes the controls of her own artifact, while Xiao powers it with pure spiritual force, and they race west across the sea. 3 days later, they finally reach World's End, and Bu Qianghua is delighted while Xiao just stares in disbelief. What breaks Xiao's common sense is simple and impossible. Sea and land stop cleanly at the edge, and beyond them there is only blue sky below. As evening comes and stars begin rising from below the edge, Xiao finally understands that this world is not a sphere at all but a flat circular world with a literal boundary. Xiao approaches the emptiness and finds a transparent barrier blocking the void beyond the edge. Bu Qianghua matter-of-factly explains that the old stories call it the World Shield Force, a barrier that keeps outside worlds out and stops the sea from spilling away. Still unsettled, Xiao taps the invisible wall again and asks if this shield covers the entire world, and Bu Qianghua answers yes, as if that has always been obvious. Standing at World's End, Xiao is left with one unnerving thought: this flat world sealed inside a transparent shell feels less like a planet and more like some giant enclosure. At world's end, Seo catches himself spiraling into huge theories about the world's shape and the Ascension Gate, then forcibly shuts the thought down before it turns into a heart demon. Bu Qianghua casually recalls a childhood fairy tale about people living on a spherical world in the distant astral realm, and her offhand comment hits Seo harder than she realizes. Seo looks up at the stars and wonders if those lights are real worlds, but with no way to prove anything yet, he decides the only answer is to become a heavenly being and see the truth himself. He drops the cosmic questions, boards the ship with Bu Qianghua, and turns back to the practical problem of getting her safely home before her family worries too much. To ease the mood, Seo jokes that this trip can count as the sightseeing tour she originally won in their wager, but even after she agrees to visit a few places on the way back, some regret still lingers on her face. A few days later they reach the old mountain range of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect, and Bu Qianghua is immediately struck by the beauty of Shattered Heaven Peak. As they look over the ruins, Bu Qianghua talks excitedly about the world's 3 great treasures and laments that she never got to see the legendary Heavenly Lightning Banner with her own eyes. Below the peak, a group of herb gatherers suddenly bow toward the flying artifact, and Bu Qianghua is startled because she has barely seen how ordinary mortals react to cultivators outside her sheltered home. Seo explains that in places far from artifact-rich clan territory, most mortals barely understand cultivators and treat them like immortals from old legends. When Bu Qianghua notices the people below seem to be praying for help, Seo leaves the choice to her, trusting that her kindness will not turn cruel just because mortals are involved. She decides to answer the plea, and the villagers cry out in relief as the 2 cultivators descend to hear their problem directly. Through Seo's translation, an elder begs them to save Sok village from a centipede demon that appears every fortnight and devours unmarried young men and women. The elder's story quickly turns uglier. After some suspicious cultivator-connected people visited the demon, the authorities started ignoring the village completely. Seo realizes the most likely truth is that some cultivator clan struck a deal with the demon and abandoned the mortals. Then he lays the ugly conclusion out for Bu Qianghua. Even knowing the situation is messy, Bu Qianghua still chooses to help, and Seo immediately backs her decision. Led by the grateful elder, they enter Sok village and find smashed houses and deep pits left behind by the demon's repeated attacks. The elder explains that the villagers built hiding spaces and were preparing to abandon their home entirely, because every failed resistance only made the centipede more violent. Once they learn the demon's cave lies beyond a nearby peak, Seo and Bu Qianghua head straight for it. At the cave mouth, human bones and a heavy pressure tell Seo exactly what they are dealing with. A late-chi building demon strong enough that ordinary clans would rather bargain than fight. Inside the cave, a giant centipede demon emerges from the darkness and speaks into their minds, demanding to know who has entered its lair. Seo questions why it keeps hunting humans, and the answer comes out raw and twisted. The centipede believes eating intelligent humans will let it bear children like itself. The demon reveals the real wound beneath its crimes. It is alone, its kin cannot match its intelligence, and every offspring it has ever produced dies too quickly to become like it. Seo firmly tells it that eating humans will never pass on demon cores, and that its children would still need to survive long enough to awaken on their own. That truth only enrages the centipede more, because cultivators had encouraged its feeding in exchange for shed skin, and now Seo's words sound like an attack on the last hope it clung to. The demon snaps completely, decides to eat Seo and Bu Qianghua as a pure bachelor and maiden, and floods the cave with poison. Seo sees enough in the bones around them and the demon's refusal to stop, so he and Bu Qianghua silently agree that this ends here. Before Seo can finish it cleanly, the centipede screams and floods the cave with thousands of bats, snakes, scorpions, and other venomous creatures. The centipede charges Seo head-on and blasts him out of the cave, deliberately separating him from Bu Qianghua while the venomous swarm turns on her. Seo shouts to check on her, and Bu Qianghua answers in the calmest way possible by opening her storage device and spilling out a ridiculous arsenal of artifacts around herself. Surrounded by flashing artifacts, she drives back the swarm at once, and Seo can only laugh because she was never the one in danger. With Bu Qianghua safe, Seo turns back to the centipede, clears its toxic mist with one sweep of the formless sword, and proves the gap between them is simply too large. The centipede's shell is tough, but not enough. Seo descends and drives the formless sword straight into its head to end the fight. Dying with the sword still in its head, the centipede mutters about its children one last time, then sends out a final command ordering every venomous creature to keep attacking the village. When Bu Qianghua rejoins him, Seo explains the demon's last command, and the two decide that killing the mother was not enough if the swarm will keep coming for months. Bu Qianghua quickly devises a practical answer. She can build a protective artifact for Sok village that holds through the night until the command naturally fades away. Seo calls the villagers to the cave, clears out the poison, and lets them finally gather the remains of the people the centipede had taken. The village chief breaks down while thanking Seo, and Seo calmly promises that the danger is not fully over yet, but Bu Qianghua will solve it while he guards the village for the next few days. Just before they leave, Bu Qianghua asks Seo to come with her to the fallen demon's body, and he expects she wants materials for artifact work. Instead, Bu Qianghua says she wants to bury the demon too, because however unforgivable its crimes were, she cannot fully separate them from a mother's desperate love. She admits the demon reminds her of her own mother, and that personal ache is enough for Seo to understand at once. Together they bury the centipede with earth spells, and Bu Qianghua leaves a glass bracelet on the fresh grave in a quiet Biokra mourning custom. Back in Sok, grief gives way to relief, and the villagers prepare a modest festival and memorial now that they no longer have to abandon their home. Bu Qianghua agrees to attend out of curiosity, but when the chief assumes she and Seo are a pair, Seo awkwardly denies it and explains that she is already promised to someone else. Rather than join the gathering, Seo chooses to guard the outskirts himself until Bu Qianghua can finish dealing with the remaining venomous threat. There he notices a little girl sitting outside with a book, still waiting for an older sister who went over the mountain and never came back. When the child innocently says the adults told her many people came back today so her sister should return too, Seo is left with nothing honest he can say. So Seo offers to read the book to her instead, even dressing it up as an immortal's blessing just to gently pull her away from that waiting. He uses an earth spell to raise simple seats for them, opens the book in front of the child, and the instant he sees the first page, his whole expression jolts in shock. Seo freezes when the old storybook opens to Chapter 1, The Ender's Tale, and the title alone makes his hands tremble. The child notices his reaction and hesitantly calls out to him, pulling Seo back to the moment. Seo apologizes and decides to keep reading, forcing himself to act calm for the child's sake. As Seo reads, the fairy tale says a supreme deity ruled heaven and had 7 beloved disciples who defied him and descended to the human world. The story calls those disciples Enders, and after they suffer in the harsh human world, the supreme deity builds a heavenly path so they can return. When the tale ends with the Enders happily serving beside the supreme deity again, a wave of disgust and fear suddenly tears through Seo from somewhere deeper than his soul. Seo cannot explain it, but every line feels wrong to him, and that cheerful ending chills him the most. The child gets worried again, and Seo realizes he is hunched over with a twisted expression instead of reading normally. He quickly tells the child he just feels a little unwell, but inside he is rattled by a reaction he has no reason to have. Seo starts wondering if the book itself is hiding something, because this fear feels older and deeper than ordinary instinct. He moves on to the next stories and relaxes when they turn out to be ordinary moral tales he already knows. The familiar chapters preach that sincere devotion reaches heaven, and this time Seo can read them without that sickening chill. Then Seo reaches the 13th chapter, the tale of the people of the spherical land, and stops when he realizes this one is unfamiliar too. As he reads, Seo recognizes the idea at once. This is the same strange explanation Bu Qianghua gave about people living on a spherical world in the astral realm. The child blurts out the obvious question of how anyone could live under a round land without falling, and Seo can only answer with a dry, uneasy smile. Still unsettled, Seo turns to the very last pages of the storybook to see what comes next. Seo opens the storybook's final chapter and goes still when he realizes it is about World's End, a place he has actually seen before. The map inside is far too exact for a simple countryside tale, laying out the whole world around a central desert with an island-like spot in its middle. Seo traces the strange geography in disbelief as the map marks western countries, eastern states, northern grasslands, southern sea, and hard boundary lines at every end of the world. Then Seo spots a tiny cylinder drawn outside the map and his shock deepens when he realizes it looks like Serving Command Palace. Before Seo can sort that out, the child points out the sun and moon on the page, drawing his attention to another strange detail. When she says they look like eyes, Seo sees it too. The golden sun and silver moon are drawn like giant eyeballs staring straight at the continent. A cold shiver runs through Seo as the map stops feeling playful and starts feeling like a warning. Seo forces a laugh and tries to treat the map as a creepy joke, but he still cannot explain why a child's book drew Serving Command Palace and the Ascension Path and Heaven-treading desert so precisely. Even after shutting the book, Seo cannot shake the image of those pupils watching the world from outside the map. Deciding the book may hide a real secret, Seo asks the child if she can give it to him. The child refuses at once because she promised to read it with her sister, and Seo can tell she is not going to yield easily. As the sun sinks lower, Seo glances at the darkening horizon and remembers a more urgent problem. Night is when venomous creatures start gathering. Putting the book aside for the moment, Seo warns the child that wandering outside at night is dangerous. The child hesitates, and quietly explains that she is still outside because she is waiting for her sister. Seo offers her a safer temptation by reminding her that the village festival is happening tonight. After thinking it over, the child grabs Seo's hand and says she will only go if he comes too. When the child stubbornly says she will not go without him, Seo finally gives in with a tired sigh. Accepting that he has to accompany the child, Seo dismisses the earthen chair he made earlier. Before they head out, Seo forms another spell and shapes a small earthen doll. He murmurs the Een Soul Ghost incantation and plants a small curse into the earthen doll, quietly preparing a hidden safeguard before night fully falls. At the village edge, the little girl stares at Seo's earthen doll and blurts out that it looks creepy. Seo answers her bluntly that it is a cursed doll, not bothering to soften what he made. He explains that the Een Soul Ghost incantation can turn a doll into a remote body for curses and even simple preset actions. The technique is powerful enough that its founder once controlled a human-like doll loaded with 108 curses like a real person. With a burst of curse force, Seo makes the doll wriggle to life and post itself at the village boundary as a sentry. Seo tells the girl the doll will stand guard, warn him if anything crosses in, and let him kill the threat from a distance. The girl lights up and calls him cool, completely won over by the eerie trick. Taking advantage of her excitement, Seo laughs it off and leads her into the village before night deepens. As they head inside, Seo quietly makes 3 more cursed earthen dolls and sends them to the remaining corners, finishing a 4-point defense around the village. Inside the festival grounds, Bu Qianghua spots Seo with the child and calls out, surprised that he is joining the celebration too. Seo admits he is only participating because the child pulled him into it. The girl runs to Bu Qianghua and gushes over the immortal maiden's festival outfit. In the plain white gown and simple hairpin the festival demands, Bu Qianghua gives off a neat, unexpectedly lovely presence. Then the village chief and several men approach Seo to confirm that he really intends to take part in the twin immortals dance. Seo answers that he is joining, but the way the men approach makes him brace for them to tell him not to. Instead of refusing him, the chief checks whether Seo knows the mountain region's 3 famous festivals. Seo answers smoothly and names the region's 3 best-known festivals: the Great Stone Ceremony, the Recounting Celebration Ceremony, and the Twin Immortals Dance. The chief explains that this village is holding the Twin Immortals Dance because people were taken by harmful beasts, and the ritual helps steady everyone's shaken hearts. The mountain customs come into focus. One festival answers the terror of lightning, one honors scholarship, and this one is a prayer against monsters stealing people away again. Only then does Seo remember the practical problem. Every participant is supposed to wear the same outfit, and he came with nothing prepared. The chief hurriedly offers to borrow clothes from a similarly built young man, but to Seo it sounds less welcoming than it should. Seo politely backs out on the spot, reading the offer for what it really is and deciding not to force himself into the ritual. Bu Qianghua steps in at once, amused by the sudden retreat, and asks Seo what happened. Seo explains that he gave up joining because he has no clothes for the festival, and Bu Qianghua can only laugh at his predicament. When Bu Qianghua hears the problem is Seo's clothes, she immediately tells him to inform the village chief that she will make something suitable for him herself. Seo relays her words, and the village chief simply laughs, nods, and leaves the matter in her hands. Before Seo can protest that the festival is about to begin, Bu Qianghua cuts him off and orders him to hold out his arms. She pulls a tape measure-like tool from her storage device and swiftly takes Seo's measurements on the spot. Then she drops a tiny house-like artifact from her storage device, and Seo stares as a portable workshop thuds onto the ground in front of them. Bu Qianghua casually explains that it is her portable workshop and tells Seo to wait while she makes the clothes right now. A burst of rapid noise comes from inside, and almost immediately she steps back out holding a finished white Taoist robe. Seo is so shocked by the speed that he wonders if the clothes were already prepared, but Bu Qianghua snaps back that she just made them and tells him to stop fussing and put them on. Watching her whip up clothes in moments, Seo privately realizes this must be the kind of natural making talent called extraordinary pattern law talent. Seo changes inside the workshop, and when he comes back out, the new white robe and matching shoes make him look strikingly refined. Bu Qianghua says the outfit suits him well, and Seo returns the compliment by saying she looks just as fitting herself. With the fitting finished, Bu Qianghua collapses the workshop back down and stores it away again. Dressed for the occasion at last, Seo heads toward the festival grounds where the village chief is still busy directing preparations. The village chief greets Seo warmly, praises the new outfit, and asks whether he has seen the Twin Immortals dance before. Seo admits that this will actually be his first time, since he only knew of the festival from old texts. That answer delights the village chief, who says it is an honor for the village to show an immortal his first Twin Immortals dance. Seo returns the respect, saying he is the one honored to witness a tradition that has been preserved for so long. The village chief explains that the festival has been handed down in the Xingzi mountain region for 1600 years, which takes Seo by surprise. The chief then tells the old legend: 2 immortals once defeated a notorious demon in these mountains, and the dance began from the one they performed together afterward. The chief explains that whenever monsters carry people off, the village holds this festival to pray for the 2 immortals' protection against another tragedy. His voice turns emotional as he admits that while the centipede demon still lived nearby, the village was too frightened even to recover the dead, let alone hold this festival with any hope. Now that 2 real immortals saved them just like the legend, the chief says he can barely express how moved he is. Seo takes in the final preparations in silence, letting the chief's words sink in as the village readies the long-awaited ceremony. As the sun finally drops behind the mountains, the Twin Immortals Dance Festival begins. The village festival opens with a soft memorial mood, as drums, zither, and pipa fill the air without breaking the solemn feeling for the dead. Young men and women gather in the center, all in white robes, while the village women pass out mismatched worn paper fans for the ritual dance. On both sides of the clearing, scrolls of the 2 immortals are unfurled, and the village chief steps forward to pray that their power will spare the village from another tragedy. Then the Twin Immortals dance begins, with men and women pairing off and moving together fan in hand. At the start of the dance, The women's faces are hidden behind white cotton cloths, so nobody should be easy to recognize. Seo notices Bu Qianghua has completely withdrawn her divine consciousness, so he does the same and turns his awareness into the formless sword instead of openly sensing everyone. While the pairs form up, Seo stays unpartnered near the edge so he can keep guarding the village during the festival. He quietly sends the formless sword outward, and a venomous creature sneaking toward the village is caught by his cursed doll's warning and cut down before anyone notices. Seo keeps up the festival dance while most of his attention stays on guarding the village, resolved to hold the line until Bu Qianghua finishes her artifact in a few days. As he practices footwork around the edge, Seo notices another lone figure drifting awkwardly in his direction. It turns out to be Bu Qianghua, and despite being eager for the festival, she is clearly struggling with the dance. As Seo comes closer, Bu Qianghua somehow recognizes him immediately and calls out to him by name. Seo confirms it's him and asks why she's wandering off alone when she seemed so excited to join the celebration. Bu Qianghua gives an awkward laugh and admits the real problem is simple: the dance is harder than she expected. That answer only makes Seo more curious, so he asks how she recognized him when her face was covered and both of them had hidden their spiritual senses. Bu Qianghua answers without hesitation that she made Seo's clothes and shoes herself, so of course she could identify him on sight. Then she turns the question back on him, pointing out that she had hidden both her face and her consciousness, so he should not have recognized her either. Keeping time with her movements, Seo starts to answer plainly that he knows her by things a veil cannot hide: her breathing, heartbeat, shape, scent, and even her hands. When Bu Qianghua asks why he remembers details like that, Seo nearly blurts out a martial answer and then panics because every honest version sounds unsettling. So Seo settles on the safest answer he can find and tells her she is simply especially memorable to him. They keep matching their steps from the edge of the clearing toward the center, but her sudden silence makes Seo wonder if something is wrong. When Seo looks closer, he notices Bu Qianghua's neck is bright red above her clothes and asks if she is alright. Flustered, Bu Qianghua tells him to stop talking because the dance is hard enough already, and Seo apologizes with an awkward laugh. As their fan tips slightly brush, Seo keeps dancing while his formless sword silently circles the whole village to drive back the venomous creatures closing in from the dark. Seo steps left 3 times and turns a full circle, and Bu Qianghua mirrors him perfectly enough for their fans to meet again. By the time they reach the middle of the clearing, the dance shifts into its second act. Then the village youths begin removing the white cotton face cloths from their partners, and Seo follows the custom with Bu Qianghua. Once the cloth comes off, Bu Qianghua exhales in relief, and Seo sees that the heat has left her face flushed and warm. Their fan tips brush again as they take 3 steps to the right and complete another circle together. As the music swells over the village center, Seo's unseen formless sword spreads into layered rings around the village and keeps the venomous creatures from breaking in. Now that she can see him clearly, Seo lightly asks if Bu Qianghua is just bad at physical coordination. Bu Qianghua fires back that he has no room to talk after failing to dress himself properly, and the jab lands hard enough to make the moment playful. Seo laughs and apologizes, and the two keep brushing fans together as the teasing eases the tension between them. All around them, the mountain festival shows every feeling at once, while villagers laugh, cry, drum, and pray before scrolls of the 2 immortals dancing after slaying the evil demon. Those prayers are offered before scrolls of the 2 immortals, showing the heroes who defeated the evil demon with a spear and a ribbed fan. In the final image on the scroll, the 2 immortals have set down their weapons and dance in a circle with fans, smiling gently at each other. As the festival winds down under the high moon, Bu Qianghua admits the twin immortals' dance was exhausting but genuinely fun. Instead of resting, Seo keeps repeating the dance steps because he feels a martial pattern hidden inside them. With a sharp spin and thrust, Seo proves the dance conceals a spear technique built around balanced offense and defense. After testing it a few times, Seo judges the restored spear art as a truly strong mortal technique, even if it still falls short of Kim Young-hoon's best sword work. When Bu Qianghua asks if this is the martial art he showed in Cheonseek City, Seo confirms it is a mortal self-defense path that can reach terrifying heights. Seo demonstrates that point by releasing the formless sword, and the invisible blade streaks out to cut down creatures creeping toward the village. He admits he showed her because he has changed his mind and now wants a magic artifact that martial artists could actually use too. Bu Qianghua teases that she was already planning an artifact specifically for Seo, not for martial artists in general. The fun ends there, and Bu Qianghua immediately pulls out her portable workshop to start forging the village's protective artifact. As hammering rings from inside the workshop, Seo heads back to guard the village edge, and the quiet routine over the next few days brings the two a little closer. A few days later, Bu Qianghua unveils 4 totems and says they will shield the village from venomous creatures for about 2 years. Once the totems are set at the 4 corners, a glowing barrier rises over the whole village and then turns transparent to stay hidden from passing cultivator clans. After confirming the creatures can no longer breach the barrier, Seo and Bu Qianghua decide it is finally time to leave. Seo briefly thinks about the little girl's folklore book again, but he gives up on asking for it now and chooses to return someday when she is older. The pair leave the village, fly across Xingzi and Yanhua, wander through many regions, and spend 4 lively months traveling together before returning east to Cheonseek City. Back in Cheonseek City, Chongmun Ryong and another Chongmun clan member greet them with obvious relief and apologize for abandoning the redlit teleportation array after assuming they had died. Book Jung-ho shows the ring necklace linked to his daughter's Naragi and explains he knew she was alive because one side kept shining. Book Hyunghwa takes the apology lightly, saying the disaster at least let her see the world's end and grow closer to Seo. Seo also refuses compensation, saying he survived thanks to a hidden method and sees no point dwelling on the past now that they made it back alive. The Chongmun side insists the debt still stands, so Seo and Book Hyunghwa accept a future favor instead of direct compensation. With the danger past, research is delayed for 3 days so Book Hyunghwa can rest, and she happily unloads the many artifacts she made and bought during their trip. Meanwhile, Seo climbs the city wall, hides himself with a simple spell, and stares into the endless desert while the small city bustles behind him. Looking back on the last 4 months, Seo has to admit he was happy, and being near Book Hyunghwa made the pressure crushing his mind finally ease for a while. That peace scares him, because after so many painful partings, he knows falling in love could break him in a way friendship never would. So Seo draws a hard line for himself and decides the journey must stay a happy memory, nothing more dangerous than that. Just then, Book Jung-ho appears behind him on the wall and casually asks whether traveling with his daughter was enjoyable. Seo answers politely, but Book Jung-ho immediately points out that both of them have started addressing each other more intimately than before. Seo shuts that down fast, insisting he feels nothing beyond friendship and reminding Book Jung-ho that Book Hyunghwa already has a destined partner chosen by her mother. Book Jung-ho pokes holes in that excuse, first joking that the promised person might not even be a man, and then asking what if they never come at all. Then he drops the real truth. There is no destined partner anymore, because the owner of the matching Naragi died years ago. He explains the light on the other side of the ring went out when Book Hyunghwa was 11, so the other child likely died alone somewhere far away. Book Jung-ho says Book Hyunghwa must have known for a long time and now stays in this city less for destiny than to cling to memories of her mother. After claiming he is good at judging people, Book Jung-ho bluntly says Seo seems far better than the Byak clan's young master and asks if he truly has no feelings for her. Even after hearing all that, Seo forces out the same answer and says it is still only friendship. Book Jung-ho leaves with a doubtful warning that he trusts his own judgment more than Seo's words. The very next morning, that uneasy calm shatters when Book Hyunghwa disappears. Book Jung-ho storms in holding the ring necklace now burning red, and he tells Chongmun Ryong that his daughter is sending a kidnapping distress signal. Chongmun Ryong is instantly enraged, because abducting a cultivator working with the Chongmun clan is a direct insult to the clan itself. Seo asks for every detail and learns Book Hyunghwa vanished from a room where the ward had been carefully dismantled during the night. With his senses sharpened, Seo heads to the room to trace the spiritual trail himself. Out in the desert, the kidnapper is revealed as Byak Munsong, racing away on a flying sword with Book Hyunghwa stuffed into a large sack over his shoulder. Byak Munsong smugly explains that he spent 4 months preparing this abduction and even scattered a hidden fragrance so ordinary tracking methods will fail. He boasts that no tracking demon beasts will be available in Byokra for 7 weeks, so nobody should be able to find them before they escape south and cross into Yenhua. He keeps rambling about forcing her to awaken her talent like the Mad Lord did, never realizing the wriggling in the sack is not panic at all. Then the sack suddenly bursts open, and Book Hyunghwa drops free into open air. Book Hyunghwa lands safely on the sand with a spell and coldly calls his kidnapping tactic disgraceful. When he protests that her hands, feet, and spiritual power were all sealed, she shows the answer, a tiny beetle puppet that just ate the sealed talisman apart. She calmly reveals she built the puppet from wood shavings while bound, which finally makes Byak Munsong panic for real. Even so, Byak Munsong still tries to sell his obsession, swearing he can awaken her potential if she trusts him. Book Hyunghwa rejects him outright and says she might have listened to a respectful request, but not after this kind of insult. She touches her earring, summons out a storage device, and Byak Munsong immediately realizes this fight is about to become much worse. When the device opens, dozens and then hundreds of flying swords blast out and plant themselves all around the desert floor. As the swords light up and rise under her control, Byak Munsong's confidence collapses at the sight of her overwhelming arsenal. He starts gathering pure spiritual force for a desperate clash, but both of them suddenly turn as a terrifying sandstorm rushes straight toward them. From inside the sandstorm, a colorless sword light flashes past Byak Munsong and carves a massive valley through the desert in a single strike. Byak Munsong goes deathly pale and assumes a furious core formation senior has somehow found him. Book Hyunghwa, though, recognizes the attack at once and brightens because she knows Seo has come. Byak Munsong uses that split second to snatch her up again, shouting that they have to run if they want to survive. He blasts back into the sky with her on the sword artifact, while the flying swords she summons from the sand rise too slowly to catch him. From the storm behind them, Seo sees the whole ridiculous scene and silently decides this idiot is causing trouble for everyone. Remembering Book Jung-ho's praise from the night before, Seo can only think that the man's judgment was badly off if he liked Byak Munsong. Seo kicks off the desert, and gives chase with the formless sword, closing in without saying a word. Unable to see his face through the storm, Baek Munsong begs the supposed senior for mercy and runs even harder. The desert turns into a brutal chase, with Seo striking again and carving another enormous trench through the sand right behind them. Convinced he is being hunted by a monster in core formation, Baek Munsong pours every scrap of pure spiritual force into his flying sword just to stay alive. Then he feels Seo gathering an even deadlier attack behind him, and a transparent strike starts cutting through the air toward them. In the desert chase, Seo cuts the landscape apart with a brutal opening swing and closes the distance on the panicking Baek Munsong. Seo snatches one of Baek Munsong's own flying swords and pours the formless sword into it, turning the artifact into a giant flaming blade. His fiery slash scorches the desert into glass, and Baek Munsong's fear makes his control over his spiritual power start slipping. Seo grabs a water sword next, and one swing turns the dry sands ahead into a swampy stretch that further throws his enemy off. Then Seo uses a wooden thunder sword, and lightning crashes all around Baek Munsong until the man finally loses control and drops out of the sky screaming. Baek Munsong crashes into a dune, and nearby Bu Qianghua safely regains control of her own artifacts after escaping his grasp. Bu Qianghua grumbles that Seo barged in instead of waiting, and Seo dryly reminds her that a cheap-building cultivator is not something to treat lightly. Before Baek Munsong can recover, Seo drives the Yin Soul Ghost incantation into his head and clamps a mental restraint onto his upper dantian. Under the curse, Baek Munsong babbles that only he truly recognizes Bu Qianghua's worth and that kidnapping her was his way of helping her grow. When Bu Qianghua demands an explanation, Seo tightens the curse and forces out the real answer. The Baek clan found the ruins of the Zhou clan in the desert. That name jolts Bu Qianghua, and she explains to a puzzled Seo that the Zhou clan was the vanished clan of the Mad Lord, Zhou Yun. As Bu Qianghua recalls the Zhou clan's sudden destruction, Seo goes silent because the Mad Lord once confessed that he himself wiped out his clan. The interrogation continues, and Baek Munsong reveals the ruins held a secret elixir formula meant to improve descendants with extraordinary pattern talent. He explains the ugly price too. The elixir amplifies emotion by using resentful souls from chi-building pill ingredients, and that emotional surge could raise Bu Qianghua's talent from 4 patterns toward 3. That is enough for Bu Qianghua, and when Seo asks what to do with him, she decides to spare him because he once showed her kindness. She cuts the relationship off for good, and Seo sears that final rejection into Baek Munsong's mind before making him pass out. With the kidnapping settled, Seo and Bu Qianghua ride back toward Cheonseek City on her artifact through the desert wind. On the way back, Seo asks if she wants the formula, but Bu Qianghua refuses because she cannot accept an elixir built on the same human life force and essence blood used in chi-building pills. When she asks if Seo has ever taken chi-building pills, he admits he has not, and the two quietly understand each other. Bu Qianghua says if talent can rise through effort and experience, she wants to grow that way instead, and Seo quietly approves. Back in the city, Bu Qianghua embraces her father, but she keeps Baek Munsong's name to herself and only asks for tighter security around her room. A few days later, Seo, Bu Qianghua, and Chongmun Ryong return to the formation project and spend months redesigning the last external and internal array details. Bu Qianghua quickly finishes the formation artifacts themselves, producing 72 flags and 36 discs for the final setup. When they need a test site rich in dragon veins, Bu Qianghua hesitates and finally suggests her mother's grave. Chongmun Ryong is embarrassed by the idea, but Bu Qianghua argues the grave already nurtures plants from dense dragon veins, so the formation could make it even more alive. She asks her father for permission, and Bu Jungho approves after hearing that the formation could make his wife's resting place flourish. The test site turns out to be Yun's grave, a cave near Cheonseek City where active dragon veins have made the stone and sparse plants feel strangely alive. Inside the grave cave, the familiar sight catches Seo off guard, because Bu Qianghua used to visit this place even in his past lives. Seo and Chongmun Ryong set the formation around the grave and farther out, drawing in spiritual energy and dragon veins until the cave's plants visibly perk up. As they tune the inner formation, Bu Jungho quietly says he is glad his wife now rests in a place full of spiritual energy. Asked about Yun, Bu Jungho reveals she was the illegitimate mortal daughter of Elder Gongmyo Cheonseek, too eminent a line to even pass down its family name to her. Bu Jungho still bears no resentment, and he brings out a magnolia sapling because magnolias were Yun's favorite flowers. Chongmun Ryong plants the magnolia behind the grave and says the dragon veins should gather for 5 years before the tree bursts into full growth. With the first trial in place, the group leaves the grave to let 5 years of waiting and observation begin. 5 years pass, and in Bu Qianghua's hidden workshop chamber, Seo braces her from behind with Earth's spiritual power as she pushes into chi building. After years of elixirs, training, and joint guidance from Seo and Chongmun Ryong, the breakthrough finally lands and pure spiritual force begins circulating inside her. Bu Qianghua lifts her hand in disbelief and joy as pure spiritual force swirls around it, proving she has truly reached chi building. She thanks Seo warmly, and their easy banter makes it clear that 5 years of working together have brought them much closer. Now that both milestones are due, Bu Qianghua leads Xiao straight to her mother's grave to see whether the 5-year formation has worked too. 5 years later at Yun's grave, the result is obvious at a glance. Spiritual energy fills the cave, and the magnolia behind the grave has exploded into purple bloom. Buk Jungho is nearly moved to tears as he thanks Chongmun Raon, Xiao, and his daughter for turning Yun's resting place into something full of life. Chongmun Raon confirms the test is a success, and decides his next step is to build a matching trial environment near the Chongmun clan and wait another 5 years. Since the formation no longer needs them, Chongmun Raon packs up to leave, and Bu Qianghua notices that Xiao is choosing to stay in Xionxique City instead of going with him. Xiao dodges her question badly, and Bu Qianghua laughs, takes his arm, and decides they should mark his staying behind with new saplings at her mother's grave. She drags him to the market, where Xiao chooses a quince sapling in memory of his old master. Bu Qianghua reveals she picked a white magnolia because her mother loved purple magnolias, and white suits her own taste instead. Together they plant the quince and white magnolia beside Yun's purple tree, leaving the 2 new saplings to grow naturally at its sides. Xiao senses she has another reason for doing this, but neither of them says it aloud, and they return to the city with the feeling hanging between them. That evening on the city wall, Buk Jungho approaches Xiao again and asks the question he asked 5 years earlier, how things are going with his daughter. This time Xiao cannot deny it and admits, with real difficulty, that he has grown deeply fond of Bu Qianghua. Buk Jungho laughs because he already knew, and he bluntly says Xiao has liked his daughter since 5 years ago and simply cannot hide it anymore. But when Buk Jungho asks when he plans to confess, Xiao shocks him by saying he has no intention of doing it at all. Xiao cannot tell the truth about his fear of losing her beyond time, so he reaches for a shallow excuse and claims his strange cultivation method is using those feelings as fuel. Buk Jungho sees through it immediately and points out the obvious flaw. If being near her strengthens his emotions, then being with her should help even more. Pressed into silence, Xiao can only ask for more time, and Buk Jungho warns him not to drag this out because he believes Bu Qianghua's fate is tied to him. A few days later, Xiao's uneasy calm is broken by a welcome visitor from the west when Kim Young-hoon appears and greets him by name. Kim Young-hoon wastes no time and draws his gold-bladed saber, challenging Xiao to a match. Without any warning, Kim Young-hoon blasts Xiao with a golden saber strike and knocks him clean out of Xionxique City. Xiao lands in the heaven-treading desert unharmed thanks to his protective gang chi, and with no one watching anymore, he finally draws the formless sword. Kim Young-hoon feels the pressure from that sword, but he charges in smiling anyway and meets Xiao head-on. After one clash, Xiao cuts straight to the point and tells him he still has not truly reached entering heavens. Xiao's next swing proves it. The formless sword suddenly outruns Kim Young-hoon's saber light, and he only barely blocks at the last instant. Xiao judges Kim Young-hoon to be only at the extreme edge of ultimate pinnacle, and Kim Young-hoon drops the act and admits it. What looked like entering heavens turns out to be a fake version, just golden saber gang forced into shape. Xiao senses 9 gang spheres crushed together inside that glow, and immediately realizes Kim Young-hoon built a dangerous shortcut that can wreck his body if he slips. Kim Young-hoon coolly says he can handle the risk because his control is that precise, but Xiao still calls the method inefficient against real opponents. Xiao bluntly tells him that with this fake gang chi, he could pin him down in 10 seconds without even using pure spiritual force or full consciousness. Kim Young-hoon finally admits why he came so far east. He knows he took a dead-end path, and he wants Xiao to help him break past ultimate pinnacle. Xiao is quietly thrilled, because after 200 years at entering heavens, he finally has someone worth guiding toward the next realm. Then Xiao's fighting spirit takes over, and he presses Kim Young-hoon to show something new because he is not ready to stop at one quick exchange. Xiao promises to hold back his realm and even lower his consciousness, but that only makes the challenge feel worse for Kim Young-hoon. Enjoying the rare chance to spar someone near the summit, Xiao matches Kim Young-hoon's level, raises 9 gang spheres, and charges in. After that rough spar, Xiao introduces the battered Kim Young-hoon to Bu Qianghua, who instantly mistakes him for a man who got robbed by bandits. Bu Qianghua hurries off to fetch him proper clothes, leaving Kim Young-hoon glaring at Xiao for introducing him in that miserable state. Kim Young-hoon quickly notices the mood between Xiao and Bu Qianghua and teases him that his love life seems to be going very well. Xiao denies it, but Kim Young-hoon points outside and says anyone who can read intent should see the feeling between Xiao and Bu Qianghua just as clearly. The teasing gets worse when Kim Young-hoon says Xiao was just as oblivious back at their company, and everyone in the department noticed except him. Even when Bu Qianghua comes back with fresh clothes, Xiao is still left staring blankly, unable to understand what Kim Young-hoon meant. 2 days later, while helping Bu Qianghua carry artifact materials, Xiao brings up that strange conversation because it is still bothering him. Bu Qianghua bursts out laughing and tells him the simple answer: someone from his old workplace liked him. The idea completely throws Xiao, and he starts mentally sorting through old coworkers he barely even remembers anymore. When Bu Qianghua asks if that bothers him, Xiao answers quietly that 700 years have washed those feelings away, and the people beside him now matter far more. That answer leaves Bu Qianghua flustered enough that Xiao notices her tired, reddened hands and gently takes some of the burden from her. Once they reach the White Magic Lotus workshop, Bu Qianghua calls Xiao inside because she has something she really wants to show him. In the middle of the workshop, a white cloth covers a familiar shape, and Xiao already senses what it might be. She whips the cloth away and reveals the Mad Lord's puppet, partially restored at last. Bu Qianghua explains that she could not repair the central circuit, but she restored the rest well enough for the puppet to move at about 60% power. Xiao agrees to test it, and the two of them bring the puppet out into the desert for a real trial run. As soon as Bu Qianghua feeds it power, the bee puppet launches into the air, and Xiao is struck by just how impossibly dense its internal circuits are. Then the test turns dangerous when the bee puppet suddenly fires a sharp needle-like blast of pure spiritual force straight at Xiao. Xiao instantly throws up a gang sphere to block it, and the speed alone tells him this thing is already in shipbuilding territory. The puppet darts behind him with terrifying speed, and Xiao has to wrap his hand in pure spiritual force just to catch its stinger. Even at only 60%, Xiao realizes this transport model already hits like a shipbuilding fighter and would be close to late shipbuilding at full strength. That realization hits harder when he understands this speed would rival Kim Young-hoon at ultimate pinnacle, and this machine was not even built for battle. When the bee puppet attacks again, Xiao finally slams it into the ground and praises both the Mad Lord's design and Bu Qianghua's restoration work. Bu Qianghua calmly corrects him. This is not a combat puppet at all, just a transport puppet with no real battle gimmicks beyond speed and a stinger. She points out the spatial formation inside it, and reveals the bee puppet's real job was moving goods between preset locations. To prove it, she switches the puppet into a gentler posture, places a glass bracelet in its front legs, and sends it flashing away through space. A moment later she calls it back with a small formation disc, and the bee returns carrying a workshop hammer instead. Xiao is left hollow with awe, because if even a freight puppet is this absurd, the Mad Lord's true level feels almost untouchable. But staring at the puppet gives Xiao a strange certainty, and he asks Bu Qianghua to let him try controlling it himself. Bu Qianghua is doubtful because Xiao is terrible with most artifacts, but she still explains the basic control method and lets him try. As soon as Xiao sends his consciousness into the puppet, he realizes what he sensed before. Its 7 major circuits match the 7 emotions. He splits his consciousness into 7 colored streams of intent and feeds each one into the matching circuit. The connection clicks instantly, and Xiao calmly tells Bu Qianghua he has already mastered the puppet. Under Xiao's control, the bee puppet suddenly moves with smooth, natural freedom instead of the stiff lines it had before. Xiao explains that someone with entering heaven's insight can perceive the colors of intent, and the Mad Lord clearly built this puppet around that same principle. He tells her about the 7 emotions and the visible colors of intent seen at high martial realms, and she writes it all down at once. That night, Bu Qianghua stays alone in the workshop, staring into the bee puppet and turning Xiao's idea over in her head. The more she studies it, the more she feels the Mad Lord's genius pressing down on her, because this design treats emotions as part of the machine itself. Then she notices something worse. This puppet is not just emotional, it is linked to the Mad Lord's other puppets through the same flow. She activates the 4 colored patterns on her skin and pushes her analysis deeper, trying to follow that emotional network to its meaning. The answer hits so hard that a tool slips from her hand, her nose starts bleeding, and she stumbles back in shock. Bu Qianghua realizes the Mad Lord may have been trying to force open a realm that heaven itself forbids mortals to touch. After she calms her racing heart, her gaze shifts from the puppet to the conceptual blueprint she has been developing for Xiao's future Dharma treasure. She knows her work can never match the Mad Lord's madness, but she also realizes Xiao might be able to carry a lesser creation along that same path. So before the night ends, Bu Qianghua starts redrawing the blueprint by hand, refining Xiao's Dharma treasure with everything she just learned. Xiao asks if Bu Qianghua's secret artifact is almost done, and her answer leaves him quietly excited. When Xiao presses for details, Bu Qianghua refuses to spoil the surprise and instead drags him straight into the next step. She reminds him that his own condition was for an artifact simple enough for him to make, so now he has to become her student. Xiao agrees, deciding that even basic artifact refining could be useful to learn. His training starts with plain desert sand, because beginners are not trusted with precious materials. Xiao proudly shows off his first glass curse doll, and Bu Qianghua immediately asks why it looks like a starfish. When Xiao insists it was meant to be human, Bu Qianghua has to physically hold back her laughter. She gently tells him he has no talent for crafting, but she still encourages him to keep trying. Even after practice, Xiao's doll only improves from starfish to vaguely human, which is still not enough to impress her. Bu Qianghua also makes Xiao train with real artifacts, because he needs to understand how they move if he wants to build them. Kim Young-hoon joins the special training, turning the artifact tests into brutal sparring for all 3 of them. Because swords feel familiar in his hands, Xiao finally starts improving when Bu Qianghua has him shape glass into flying swords instead of dolls. Months slip by, and Xiao ends up spending so much time in the shop that he is basically helping run Bu Qianghua's business. Kim Young-hoon teases Xiao at the shop, saying everyone now thinks the 2 of them are the young couple running the place together. The rumor is even worse than Xiao thought, because Kim says Book Jung-ho already assumes marriage is just a matter of time. Seo escapes the teasing by taking an errand into the market, but the city only doubles down on the gossip. At the paper shop, the old owner greets Seo like a groom and casually asks why he and Book Hyunghwa are not married yet. Other shopkeepers join in, and Seo realizes the whole city has already decided he and Book Hyunghwa are lovers. Back in training, Kim Young-hoon demands to know why Seo still has not confessed when the answer seems obvious to everyone else. Seo admits neither of them has said it aloud, while Kim looks ready to explode from second-hand frustration. Even while nagging him, Kim's swordplay keeps evolving, and Seo can tell he is edging closer to a breakthrough. Years pass, and Seo's refining skill finally reaches the point where his glass swords look almost real. His dolls improve too, but the moment he tries making flowers, Book Hyunghwa still asks if he made another starfish. Nearly 10 years after arriving in Cheonseok City, Seo has settled into its streets and people, but the biggest change is Kim Young-hoon's growth. Out in the heaven-treading desert, Kim Young-hoon is so close to entering heavens that his saber can shave apart every grain of sand around him. A golden radiance starts seeping into Kim's technique, and Seo knows the breakthrough is finally happening. Kim's heart essence condenses into a massive golden ping, making his consciousness flare like a sun. He reaches entering heavens beyond the path and unleashes the true surpassing radiant saber straight through the sky. Bursting with joy, Kim immediately challenges Seo to test his new realm. Seo meets the real surpassing radiant saber with his formless sword, and their first clash detonates across the desert. Kim vanishes in a flash of speed, so Seo spreads the formless sword into a storm to catch him from every direction. Their exchange becomes so fierce that sand melts into glass, valleys split open, and even the clouds are shredded apart. The duel surges up through the clouds, where only 7 droplets of moisture remain hanging between them. With each impossible exchange, one more droplet bursts, turning the duel into a merciless countdown. Seo packs the formless sword, severing mountain changes into 2 falling droplets, forcing Kim to pierce the one weak point to get through. Kim breaks through and finally lands a shallow cut on Seo's face, proving he can now threaten him for real. They hit the ground before the final droplet does, both settling into one last stance for the strongest attack they can manage. Kim turns the surpassing radiant saber into an external core, and Seo answers by linking his pure spiritual force and life force to the formless sword the same way. As the last droplet evaporates under their pressure, Seo finally blurts out the decision he has been dodging for years. Seo's strike wins the clash and blasts Kim across the desert, but Kim is far more offended by the timing of that confession than by losing. While Kim rants, Seo quietly admits the truth to himself. His feelings for Book Hyunghwa have become as inseparable from his life as martial arts. Seo explains he wants to confess with the glass flower, but because Book Hyunghwa still calls his flowers starfish, he plans to wait a little longer. Kim nearly explodes again, but Seo gets a message and seizes the chance to flee back to the city. The summons matters, because Chong Mun-raung has returned to the artifact shop. Over tea in the conference room, Chong Mun-raung reveals the formation is 99% complete, and only the final artifact adjustments and palace installation remain. He promises clan rewards once the longevity fruit blooms, and Seo immediately thinks of using that chance to extend Kim Young-hoon's life. Chong Mun-raung even offers Seo a guest elder position thanks to his unique ability to enter serving command palace, and Seo accepts gladly. Then Kim Young-hoon barges in, still chasing Seo, forcing his martial arts master and cultivation master into one awkward room. Seo hurriedly smooths things over by introducing Kim as a hidden monster beyond Chi building and Chong Mun-raung as a scholar worthy of respect. The peace lasts only until Chong Mun-raung casually notices Seo's traces all over the shop and asks if he already married Book Hyunghwa. Kim pounces on that opening and tells Chong Mun-raung the maddening truth, turning both men into a united front of romantic frustration. With both of them shaking their heads at him, Seo finally flees back into the workshop where Book Hyunghwa is still waiting. Back at the bench, Book Hyunghwa calmly returns to teaching, even handing Seo her own compendium so he can learn artifact theory properly. As she goes to adjust the formation artifacts, Seo uses the quiet moment to shape a white magnolia from glass for her. Seo awkwardly apologizes for his lack of skill, but Book Hyunghwa stops him and turns the moment into something much more personal. She takes his clumsy flower and reminds him that sand only looks worthless until the right hands and the right fate shape it. In her hands, Seo's starfish-like flower becomes a proper quince blossom, and she gives it back as a gift that suits him. As she talks about glass revealing its value in the light, Seo finally decides he cannot keep his feelings buried any longer. Seo starts to confess, and Book Hyunghwa immediately turns red because she already understands where this is going. But before he can finish, Book Hyunghwa blurts out that she also has something to give him tomorrow and asks him to wait one more day. She asks for time alone in the workshop, and Seo obediently steps outside, still holding the flower she remade for him. Waiting outside are Book Jung-ho, Chong Mun-raung, and Kim Young-hoon, who have obviously been listening the whole time. Book Jung-ho pats Seo on the shoulder and tells him to do well, while the other two are just relieved the dense fool finally moved. Seo leaves the shop knowing he is not sleeping tonight, while inside Book Hyunghwa is just as overwhelmed. Alone in the workshop, Bu Qianghua trembles over one tiny detail first. Xiao finally called her by her name. Once she regains herself, she finishes the formation adjustments and opens a hidden wooden box in the corner of the workshop. Inside is the nearly finished blueprint she has spent 10 years building for Xiao's Dharma treasure after studying his formless sword. She remembers how impossible Xiao's original conditions sounded, and realizes that challenge quietly became something much more sincere. She understood what Xiao was about to confess today, and that is exactly why she wants to meet him tomorrow after finishing the gift first. As she pours all of those feelings into the design, the extraordinary patterns on her face flare and begin to change. Her talent breaks through in the middle of the night, merging into 3 radiant patterns as her understanding of the Dharma treasure suddenly deepens. By dawn, Bu Qianghua has perfected Xiao's Dharma treasure design and keeps working without rest, readying the gift she wants to place in his hands tomorrow. Outside Cheonseek City, Xiao paces under the clear desert sky until Kim Young-hoon bluntly tells him to stop wandering and get a grip. Xiao admits he is nervous because he is finally about to confess, and his thoughts race through everything Bu Qianghua has come to mean to him. Remembering her words about sand, glass, and finding the right connection, Xiao decides that even if time erases everything later, he still wants to shine beside her in this life. Kim Young-hoon notices the change immediately, and Xiao quietly confirms that he has made up his mind. Before Xiao can breathe, Chongmun Ryong and Book Jung-ho arrive on flying artifacts and instantly start celebrating like the confession is already a done deal. Book Jung-ho goes even further, declaring himself Xiao's future father-in-law and deciding on the spot that the wedding should happen at his late wife's tomb. When Xiao tries to protest, Kim Young-hoon and Chongmun Ryong physically hold him back while Book Jung-ho happily rushes off to prepare everything himself. The two men tease Xiao mercilessly, pointing out that he and Bu Qianghua have looked like a married couple to all of Cheonseek City for years already. Once they finally let him go, Xiao notices a bee puppet flying out from Bu Qianghua's workshop carrying a formation disc and a small wooden box. Then Bu Qianghua herself walks toward him, and Kim Young-hoon and Chongmun Ryong tactfully retreat to leave them alone. Bu Qianghua asks what he wanted to say, but Xiao freezes, and she gently teases him for looking overheated and flustered. Xiao fires back that she is blushing too, and the shared embarrassment turns the moment from awkward into sweet. Instead of forcing the confession immediately, Xiao asks her to walk with him, and she agrees without hesitation. They spend the day strolling through Cheonseek City's market like an ordinary couple, eating, browsing shops, and being warmly greeted wherever they go. From the city wall, they look out over the desert, and Xiao recalls the first time Bu Qianghua gave him water when he was crossing that brutal wasteland. That memory pushes Xiao into a deeper realization. He has spent too long fearing change, parting, and future returns instead of accepting the heart of the person standing with him now. Xiao finally decides that even if everything changes again someday, the feelings and memories they make now will still matter to him. But when the time comes to actually speak, both of them just stand there flushed and unable to get the words out. Bu Qianghua breaks the stalemate first by saying she prepared something for him. Right on cue, her bee puppet jumps through space between them carrying 2 fans, cooling the feverish mood for a second. Bu Qianghua hands Xiao 1 fan and invites him to perform the twin immortals dance with her again at a festival in distant Yundu City. Xiao happily agrees, but instead of Yundu first, he suggests returning to Xingzi and visiting the village they once protected together. Bu Qianghua likes the idea, but reveals she actually prepared a gift for him in Yundu City, which makes Xiao suddenly remember he brought a gift too. Xiao pulls out his own present, a wood-attributed spirit stone artifact he made himself from what she taught him. She teasingly asks if it is a starfish, and Xiao answers by pouring spiritual power into it to show what he really made. The artifact blooms with the wood energy of the 1,000 lustrous forest sea and unfolds into a glowing white magnolia for her. Xiao explains that since she gave him a quince flower, he wanted to give her a white magnolia in return. Bu Qianghua is impressed by the white magnolia, but she laughs that Xiao made something that feels more like his own style than a proper artifact. Even so, she carefully tucks the gift into her bosom and praises its circuits as clean and efficient. When Xiao asks why she praises concise circuits, Bu Qianghua turns serious and starts explaining the family history behind her feelings about artifact design. She explains that her grandfather favored concise, versatile artifact circuits, and that her own love of complexity may have been a quiet rebellion against him all along. Then she reveals that after listening to Xiao, she repaired her bee puppet's core and discovered that its true central circuit was simple, elegant, and transformative. For her, that breakthrough means more than a repair, because Xiao helped her grow past that old rebellion. She thanks him plainly, and Xiao answers that she comforts him so deeply that being with her makes the wounds of his long life feel like they can finally heal. Without quite noticing when it happened, Xiao takes Bu Qianghua's hand as he keeps speaking from the heart. In that warm, grateful moment, Xiao feels as if everything is finally lining up for him at once, from cultivation to love. Bu Qianghua closes her eyes and waits, trembling with expectation as Xiao leans in toward her. She softly calls him Orbioni with obvious hope, expecting the moment to finally happen. But at the last second, Xiao pulls back instead of kissing her, his expression tightening as he notices something wrong. With Bu Qianghua still waiting in front of him, Seo asks in a low, tense voice if there is blood in the air. Seo suddenly smells blood on the wind and looks up, realizing the sky's fate and spiritual energy have both turned ominous. He tells Bu Qianghua to stay inside while he tracks the smell, but she also senses the bad celestial energy and knows something serious is coming. The blood smell is coming from the city itself, and when a fierce east wind blows in from the heaven-treading desert, Seo spots a red cloud crawling over the horizon. The evil presence is so thick it makes Seo's skin crawl, and the alarm quickly pulls the other strongest figures up onto the wall. As the others scramble to contact the Chongmun clan and alert the city, Seo recognizes the red cloud and realizes Bloodwood practitioner Yuan Li is heading straight for them. Seo asks for an immediate evacuation, but before anyone can move the civilians, blood mist erupts from inside the city and surges in every direction. That mist hardens into 6 blood-red pillars and a crimson curtain that seals off all of Cheonseek's city. At the same time, the dragon vein under the city starts boiling, and Seo feels his own chi and blood twist in response. The mortals across the city collapse in agony, and even trained martial artists have to fight to keep their blood from boiling out of control. Kim Young-hoon suppresses his own boiling blood with his inner core, and a horrified Chongmun Raung identifies the trap as a blood sacrifice formation. When Chongmun Raung explains it is a devil path human sacrifice array, Kim Young-hoon immediately slams his saber into the wall of blood. The barrier holds because it is tied to the dragon vein, and when Kim asks about Yuan Li, Seo suddenly remembers the heaven-treading desert massacre from a past life. What truly rattles Seo is the timing, because that massacre should have happened decades later, not now. Seo asks Chongmun Raung to dismantle the formation, and when the answer is yes but slow, he immediately starts dividing roles for the battle ahead. Chongmun Raung goes to break the array, while Seo warns the others that Yuan Li is a core formation grand perfection monster who may already be slightly beyond that realm. Seo decides he and Kim Young-hoon will hold Yuan Li off together, while Bu Jung-ho and Bu Qianghua protect the city from the battle's fallout. Seo quietly tells Bu Qianghua that if her bee puppet can escape, she needs to leave right away. She resists because this is her city, but Seo grabs her shoulder and begs until she reluctantly agrees to try. Bu Qianghua activates the bee puppet's teleportation array, but the blood sacrifice formation repels it and proves space travel is blocked too. Seo makes her promise to flee the moment the formation weakens, and in a grim whisper he tells her it is fine if he dies as long as she survives. Backed by Bu Jung-ho's stern order, Bu Qianghua finally agrees, and he takes her below to set up protection for the civilians. With the blood-red cloud swallowing the sky, Seo and Kim Young-hoon draw the formless sword and surpassing radiant saber and brace for Yuan Li to enter the sealed city. A blood-robed figure in a translucent black mask descends from the cloud and passes through the city's own blood curtain as if it belongs to him. Seo studies him and realizes something is off, because the Yuan Li from his memories looked youthful, but this one is visibly old and worn down. Seo challenges him by name and demands to know why he is slaughtering a city so early, but Yuan Li dismisses him as a bug and starts feeding his blood cloud into the formation. Seo and Kim Young-hoon answer together with a sweeping sword and saber strike that tears through the cloud and finally makes Yuan Li take them seriously. Seeing their real strength, Yuan Li decides they deserve an answer and exposes a cursed handprint on the back of his neck. He reveals that a heavenly being nearly killed him 10 years ago and left a curse that kept eating away at his body. Seo instantly understands that the Mad Lord's interference changed history and forced Yuan Li to move decades ahead of schedule. Yuan Li says he needs to restore his nascent soul cultivation to break the curse, so he started harvesting his blood soul early. The formation surges harder, and the weakest mortals across Cheonseek City start bursting apart as their blood, chi, and life force are dragged upward. Furious, Seo charges first and Kim follows, but Yuan Li calmly mocks them for misunderstanding just how dangerous he still is. He unleashes his real arsenal at once: a blood skull staff, 5 blood banners, 4 red pagodas, a flood of scarlet blood water, 7 demon soul scrolls, and 17 bone daggers. Yuan Li admits he used to be nascent soul and only scattered his blood spirits to hide from the ascended seniors, so all his treasures and methods are still intact. Seo and Kim Young-hoon stop talking and move together, because the city below is still dying while Yuan Li laughs and invites them to try. Seo opens with transcending peaks, but Yuan Li's 4 pagodas link into a red barrier and stop the strike cold. Yuan Li sends 2 giant bloodwater ghost kings after Kim Young-hoon, forcing the pair to split their jobs mid-fight. Kim breaks the barrier with a brilliant mountain wind strike, but Yuan Li finishes another hand seal and releases the 7 demon souls from his scrolls. Each demon soul is at core formation level, so Seo tells Kim he will hold them off and warns him not to let the blood banners touch his head. Seo throws himself into the swarm and starts carving through the blood octopus, marlin, coral, and orca with one sword form after another. A seahorse's blood bubbles trap Seo in a crushing sphere, but he vibrates the formless sword until the bubble bursts from the inside. He breaks free, slices apart the clam and seahorse together, and then notices the blood dragon gathering a deadly breath attack behind them. Instead of taking the hit, Seo catches the blood dragon's breath on his sword and redirects it straight back toward Yuan Li's battlefield. The reflected breath shatters Yuan Li's pagoda barrier, and Seo uses the opening to rush the blood dragon and split it in half. Even after all 7 demon souls are scattered, Seo sees them slowly starting to regenerate, and has to keep shredding them to buy time. Back at the main clash, Kim Young-hoon warns that Yuan Li's skull staff steals blood and vitality every time one of its spells touches him. Seo takes the front and tells Kim to handle the Ghost Kings and daggers while he goes for Yuan Li's real body. Yuan Li laughs and vomits out hundreds of blood hands from the crystal skull, trying to drain Seo dry before he can close the distance. Seo answers with a rotating defensive sword form and batters every blood hand away while charging straight through the barrage. A falling red pagoda and wave after wave of blood spells still fail to stop him, and Seo realizes Yuan Li is even stronger than Song Jin ever was. Even so, Seo becomes certain that with Kim Young-hoon beside him, Yuan Li can still be brought down. Seo finally gets into Yuan Li's space, but Yuan Li calmly reveals another blood banner and drives it straight into Seo's head. Yuan Li thinks he has caught a new blood slave and boasts that once the source banner is planted in the upper dantian, he can summon as many curse banners as he wants. Instead, Seo swings through him and cuts Yuan Li clean in half, revealing that the curse failed because Seo already mastered the same 5 elements blood curse banner. Seo dices the severed upper body into thousands of pieces and kicks the lower half away, thinking the fight is finally finished. That relief lasts 1 second, because Yuan Li's lower half keeps floating and his voice coldly explains that core formation cultivators do not die from losing their heads. When Seo rushes the rebuilding body, the regenerated demon souls and a blood clam jump back in to protect their master. Yuan Li keeps lecturing through the regeneration, explaining that blood path core formation users instantly recover unless their golden core is destroyed. Seo goes all out with repeated severing mountain attacks to open a lane, and Kim Young-hoon seizes that gap to rush Yuan Li's exposed core. Kim tears Yuan Li apart again with his saber tomb finisher, leaving only a fist-sized golden core floating in the air. Just as Kim tries to destroy the core, a blood spear erupts from inside it and turns into yet another Ghost King. Seo and Kim both close in on the core anyway, but Yuan Li's flesh is already trying to gather around it and rebuild again. Then Bu Qianghua strikes at the perfect moment, sending her bee puppet straight into the defenseless golden core with a pure force sting. Bu Qianghua's bee puppet keeps piercing Yuan Li's exposed golden core through his desperate backlash until the core finally cracks, dims, and drops. Seo looks down and sees Bu Qianghua controlling the puppet below with fierce satisfaction, while Chongmun Ryong's work finally starts weakening the formation too. For one brief, exhausted moment, Seo thinks they really stopped the massacre that history had dragged forward. That relief dies instantly when a new voice answers from the center of Cheonseek City itself, rising from the blood and life force the formation already harvested. Before Seo and Kim can reach it, the blood cloud outside the formation surges inward and blocks their path with the grievances and blood of tens of thousands of dead people. The shattered golden core rises back into the air, pulled toward that central blood pillar instead of falling dead. From the center emerges a grotesque soul baby covered in extra eyes, mouths, and hands, and Yuan Li's consciousness starts speaking through it. Yuan Li reveals the truth at last, that he had already reached nascence so long ago, and only scattered his blood spirits to hide from the heavenly beings. The blood clouds and shattered core pour back together, and Yuan Li starts rebuilding his body with power surging beyond core formation grand perfection. Now restored at nascent soul, Yuan Li towers over them and coldly decides Kim will be made into a blood slave while Seo is simply marked for death. The chapter cuts off with Yuan Li's restored nascent soul pressure crashing over the battlefield, leaving Seo and Kim bracing for a hopeless next exchange. When Seo opens his eyes, Cheonseek City is gone and the whole place has turned into a nightmare sea of blood. Only cultivators are still alive, and even they start breaking apart as the formation tears out their spiritual power and life force. Seo forces himself up, screaming at Yuan Li to stop, but he is already so drained that even his formless sword falls apart in his hand. Yuan Li keeps feeding the blood spirit as if Seo means nothing, drawing the dead mortals and collapsing cultivators into his ritual. Seo looks around for the others and sees even the Chi building survivors stumbling out of the rubble in terrible shape. As the survivors gather, despair hits hard because they all know they are facing a nascent soul monster they should not be able to beat. Seo still tries to force a path forward, deciding he might at least wound Yuan Li by betting his life on severing mountain swordsmanship's final move. Kim Young-hoon backs him immediately, even though he already knows he is dying from the holes torn through his stomach. Then Kim Young-hoon suddenly locks eyes with Bu Qianghua as she sends him a secret telepathic message. Seo cannot catch what was said, but Kim Young-hoon's bitter reaction tells him the message changed something important. Bu Qianghua calls over her damaged bee puppet and raises a soundproof barrier so Yuan Li cannot hear the plan. Inside the barrier, Bu Qianghua reveals the one tiny chance left. Chongmun weakened the formation enough for the bee puppet to make a single space teleport. Seo jumps on that hope at once and begs Bu Qianghua to get on the bee puppet and flee to safe Yundu City before Yuan Li can react. But Bu Qianghua calmly explains the real limit. The puppet will break after one jump, and among them only a few could even hope to survive it. She offers the escape to Chongmun Ryong first, but the old man flatly refuses to live with the shame of abandoning everyone else. Chongmun Ryong steps out of the barrier and commits to dying there, raising his 1,000 lustrous forest sea method for one last stand. His spell erupts into a giant tree of green spiritual energy, a final shield between the survivors and Yuanli. Kim Young-hoon follows without hesitation, climbing the giant tree with his broken saber because a dead man has nothing left to save. Seo tries to go with him, but Book Jung-ho and Book Hyunghwa grab him at the same time and drag him back. Book Hyunghwa tells him the ugly truth from her telepathy with Kim Young-hoon. Even if Seo dies too, the chance of seriously wounding Yuanli is still tiny. Seo argues that someone still has to avenge the city, and Book Jung-ho answers that the people who lived there longest should be the ones to stay behind for it. Father and daughter make their choice plain. Book Jung-ho will not run from the city he shared with his wife, and Book Hyunghwa has already decided that Seo is the one they will save. Book Jung-ho's spell locks Seo in place so completely that even his weakened formless sword cannot cut free. The bee puppet seizes Seo, and he realizes too late that they are really sending him away alone. As Seo begs them to stop, Book Hyunghwa steps close, hugs him, and slips her mother's jade naragi into his pocket. She thanks him for everything and says she prepared a gift at the destination, making the goodbye feel even more final. Seo thrashes against the puppet and Book Jung-ho's restraint, trying to switch places with Book Hyunghwa and shouting that he can die instead, but he cannot break free in time. Book Hyunghwa gives him one soft farewell, drops the barrier, and launches the bee puppet into its last teleport. From the rising puppet, Seo sees the final desperate charge below as Yuanli reacts. The giant tree is swallowed by blood, and everyone left behind burns their lives to fight. The last thing Seo sees is Book Hyunghwa looking back at him before the puppet tears through the void. Seo crashes down outside Yeondu City as the bee puppet breaks apart in mid-teleport, and dumps him bleeding into the sand. He forces himself to recover on the spot, feeding internal energy into his inner core and draining spirit stones until he can move again. The moment he has enough strength to fight, Seo decides there is only one thing left to do and turns back toward Cheonseek City. Before he can run, the sand shifts and a hidden formation reveals the gift Book Hyunghwa promised him, a small wooden box waiting in the center. Seo snatches the box, pockets it without even opening it, and sprints back in a frenzy, begging under his breath that he is not already too late. By the time he reaches the edge of Cheonseek City, the blood sacrifice formation is gone, and that silence feels worse than the battle ever did. He runs into the massacre and searches through the blood and rubble with shaking hands, already terrified of what he is about to find. Then he finds them all together, and the sight is brutal. Kim Young-hoon cut into 8 clean pieces, Chong Mun-raung overtaken by bloodwood, and Book Jung-ho left mutilated and dead. And beside them, Seo sees the one thing he was still praying for. Book Hyunghwa is somehow still breathing. He rushes to her in a daze and only then sees how bad it is, because everything below her dantian is simply gone. Half mad with panic, Seo grabs her hand, presses her acupoints, and pours the last of his gang-chi into her while babbling that he can still save her. Book Hyunghwa stays ice calm and cuts straight through his denial, telling him her dantian was torn out and there is no survival left to talk about. She asks him to hear her last wish, and even now she sounds more rational than he does. Then she says something cruel on purpose, claiming she only ever approached Seo to use his power for clan politics and revenge. She keeps twisting the knife, saying her father helped lure Seo in and she planned from the start to tie him to the clan through a political marriage. But Seo can read her intent, and it breaks the lie at once because the feeling reaching him is still clear, pink, and painfully tender. Her voice keeps scolding him as naive, but the pink intent underneath begs him to forgive her, not carry her as a burden, and keep living after she is gone. She gives her true final requests through that contradiction, asking him to bury her father by her mother, bury her under her workshop, and gather what remains of the city's people. She even tells him to take the artifacts in her workshop as payment, still pretending this is just a clean transaction instead of a goodbye from someone who loves him. The colder she talks, the clearer her true heart becomes, until every insult is matched by a hidden apology, and every rejection by a wish that he live on. At the very end, her spoken farewell stays formal, but the intent reaching Seo calls him Orbioni and wishes to be with him again. Then the warmth leaves her body, her breath stops, and Seo can only watch as her soul rises into the sky and slips through his hands. Seo is left kneeling in the blood with her hand in his, staring blankly as the last traces of her pink intent swirl around him. That grief curdles into something darker when the pink intent around Seo turns blood red like the city itself. As he whispers for just a moment more, black curses suddenly start leaking from his eyes, mouth, ears, and every pore of his body. The Yin Soul Ghost incantation goes far beyond its normal limits, and an impossible flood of curses spills out until even Seo's body seems to vanish inside them. Then he inhales, crushes those curses back into raw spiritual energy, and refills his dantian and inner core in one chilling surge. With his power restored enough to fight, Seo rises from the blood, summons the formless sword again, and finally gives his answer to all of it. He swears he will rip out Yuanli's heart, then launches into the sky above Cheonseek City with grief turned into murder. Blinded by grief, Seo tears across the desert with only one thought left: he will hunt Yuanli down and kill him. Using demon senses and the blood-scent Yuanli left behind, Seo follows the unstable spiritual traces from one slaughter site to the next. He even devours his own swirling soul ghost incantations, turning the curses into power to push the formless sword faster. But when Seo reaches a southern desert tribe, he finds another sea of blood and realizes Yuanli is still getting stronger with every massacre. Seo understands the worst part immediately. If Yuanli keeps feeding on blood sacrifice, his speed will keep rising until nobody can catch him. Before Seo can decide what to do, a brown flying Dharma treasure slams toward him from the sky. The attacker is a Gongmyo clan elder, and one look at the slaughter makes him accuse Seo of massacring the tribe. Seo answers with a sword strike so heavy it carves the land beside the elder and forces him to realize this is no ordinary cultivator. With dead eyes, Seo says the blood sacrifice aura and his own power are completely different, and the real killer also murdered the people precious to him. The elder still refuses to trust him and starts demanding proof and compensation for the destroyed clan resources. Seo nearly snaps, fires another crushing warning slash, and tells the elder to shut up before he kills him too. Every word Seo speaks now spills out hundreds of black curses, making him look exactly like the kind of devil the elder already fears. When the elder calls it devilish art, Seo insists through coughing that his curse method sacrifices no one and only uses his own pain. Then his grief breaks open, and Seo starts screaming that everything precious to him keeps being taken away. The Gongmyo elder watches in stunned silence as Seo cries black tears and looks more haunted than murderous. A blue flash suddenly cuts in from Cheonseek City, and the head of the Chongmun clan arrives shouting for whoever killed Chongmun Ryeon. The elder immediately points at Seo, but Chongmun Yungjin recognizes him as Chongmun Ryeon's friend and publicly vouches for him. Once Seo explains what happened, both men realize a hidden nascent soul monster waited for the heavenly beings to ascend before starting this continent-wide slaughter. The Gongmyo elder sees the danger clearly now. Yuanli is recovering his old cultivation while growing even stronger than before, so this is the weakest he will ever be. Chongmun Yungjin still points out the ugly problem. Even if they want revenge, Yuanli is getting faster and stronger while nobody can even catch him. The Gongmyo elder calls for an emergency response, and both elders start sending urgent messages to gather core formation cultivators before Yuanli grows any stronger. Seo cannot predict Yuanli's route, but he suddenly remembers something more useful: the place the old monster will eventually return to. He gives them the location of Yuanli's black castle, turning a hopeless chase into a place where everyone can gather and wait. Messages spread outward fast to Biokra, Yanhua, Xingzi, the eastern states, and the northern grasslands, warning the whole continent that a nascent soul murderer is loose. Once the warnings are sent, the Gongmyo elder heads for the desert castle, and Chongmun Yungjin tells Seo he should go back to tend the dead instead. Seo refuses immediately and says he is going too, because he still has unfinished business with Yuanli. Chongmun Yungjin tries to stop him, still thinking Seo is only at the chi building stage and far too weak for a nascent soul fight. Seo answers by unleashing the full pressure of the formless sword, finally revealing that his real strength is already at core formation level. After Seo apologizes for hiding his strength and asks to help avenge Chongmun Ryeon, Chongmun Yungjin finally agrees. Seo flies with the others into the heaven-treading desert and reaches the giant sandstorm formation hiding Yuanli's residence. Since the others are not formation experts, Seo steps forward and starts dismantling the barrier himself. As Seo works on the barrier, the elder beside him remembers that this was the kind of formation research Seo once did with Chongmun Ryeon, and the grief in the air hardens into resolve. Days pass, and the trap swells into a continent-wide coalition as wave after wave of core formation cultivators gathers around the desert formation. By the time the summons finish spreading, well over 100 core formation cultivators from every major region have surrounded the formation in the desert. The coalition may have different reasons, but they all boil down to the same target. Yuanli has to die before he gets any stronger. One loose cultivator in a bamboo hat screams that Yuanli killed his great-grandson, and his raw grief makes the crowd's hatred feel painfully personal. With Seo and other formation masters working together, the giant sandstorm barrier finally collapses and reveals the black castle hidden inside. The coalition immediately decides to invade the headquarters first and destroy anything inside that might help Yuanli in the coming battle. Before the assault goes too far, Seo urgently warns the elder beside him that the black castle is itself a Dharma treasure that can raise Yuanli's effective realm by a full stage inside. The warning spreads through the coalition, and everyone realizes they have to smash the castle before Yuanli gets back and uses it to fight at a higher level. Hundreds of attacks crash into the black castle at once, but an ancient barrier blooms over it and stops the whole barrage cold. That failure forces a grim strategy meeting, because the barrier is ancient and too sturdy to guarantee a clean dismantling before Yuanli returns. A few more days pass in tense preparation until a blood-red cloud finally rises over the horizon and everyone knows Yuanli is back. As Yuanli approaches, the coalition feels his pressure and realizes he has already climbed back to the peak of early nascent soul. Yuanli hovers inside the blood cloud above the desert and calmly mocks the coalition for gathering like insects. Chongmun Yungjin steps forward and challenges him, but Yuanli only sneers that a swarm of fireflies can never rival the sun. When Yuanli invites them all to come die, Seo is the first to step out, sword drawn, fully recovered and ready to make this his last hunt if needed. 3 days before Yuanli arrives, Seo flatly says he only wants one thing: to kill him. Chongmun Yoongjin, now leading the hunting group, reins Seo in and says rage alone will ruin their only chance against a nascent soul monster. When Seo chokes out that this means he might not get to kill Yuanli himself, black cursed tears spill down his face. Chongmun Yoongjin tells him the ugly truth: if their plan fails, Yuanli will start massacring the whole continent, and nobody here can stop him. Seeing that Chongmun Yoongjin is hurting just as much, Seo finally agrees to cooperate, but only on one condition. Seo says he will follow the clan head's plan, but if even a small opening appears, he will still throw everything into killing Yuanli. Chongmun Yoongjin accepts that condition at once, because almost everyone gathered here wants exactly the same thing. After that, Seo studies the coalition plan in silence, and wonders if saving the continent means his revenge has to wait again. He forces himself to accept the plan for now, but inside he swears that if the right moment comes, he will kill Yuanli first and make the plan unnecessary. 3 days later, Yuanli finally appears beyond the horizon wrapped in blood clouds, and Seo is ready for him. Seo decides he will erase the need for any careful scheme by killing Yuanli right here from the very first strike. He fires the formless sword first, faster than anyone else, but Yuanli's blood clouds stop it cold. The rest of the core formation coalition follows immediately, flooding the sky with water, fire, wind, lightning, and flying treasures. An old man in mourning robes, mad with grief for his grandson, spits out a purple-wheeled treasure and joins the charge with a scream to die. The explosions light up the desert, but Yuanli only grins and brings out 4 red pagodas to wrap himself in a stronger barrier. Seo realizes at once that this barrier is nothing like before, because nascent soul power is feeding it now. Yuanli lazily mocks the coalition as noisy insects and raises a hand to cast his next move. The coalition answers by dumping nearly 100 full-power attacks on him at once, blasting a crater into the desert and turning sand into glass. When the smoke clears, blood clouds still churn inside the crater, and fear spreads through the coalition because Yuanli survived everything. Yuanli taunts them again, saying even an ordinary early nascent soul might have been in danger there, but he is far beyond that. Seo instantly recognizes the blood radiance spell and shouts for everyone to form up before it lands. Because survivors had already shared what Yuanli could do, the cultivators understand the warning and rush into the defensive formation they practiced for days. Over 100 core formation cultivators link a simple protective formation into a huge shield just as Yuanli's blood light floods the world around them. The defense survives, but the moment the blood light fades, Yuanli is already preparing another attack of the same scale. The coalition splits into attack groups and swarms him from every direction, while Seo keeps hacking at him without taking his eyes off Yuanli's face. Then Yuanli changes spells and chants blood, tree, see as he draws in his blood cloud and pulls out a skull-topped wooden staff. The staff erupts into a bloody forest across the desert, and anyone too slow to escape gets trapped and drained into a husk. By devouring those victims, Yuanli immediately recovers the power he had just spent. He raises 7 blood-painted scrolls next, and the demon souls inside them merge instead of splitting apart this time. The 7 souls finish merging into a grotesque near-nascent soul aberration, and the coalition below visibly freezes in dread. Yuanli still is not done, because he releases blood water and 2 ghost kings with scythes from his storage device and feeds them into his cloud. His blood cloud reshapes into 2 giant ghost king forms, adding another pair of near-nascent soul threats beside him. The battlefield wavers, but Gongmyo Raung steps forward, pale but steady, and reminds everyone that this terrifying fight is still following the plan. Her words steady the coalition, and the cultivators stop chasing a clean victory and focus on forcing Yuanli where they need him to go. Seo does not care about compromise anymore, and keeps telling himself that if one real opening appears, he can still kill Yuanli outright. Even while the bizarre soul and ghost kings batter the coalition, Seo and the mourning-clothed elder keep smashing at Yuanli's pagoda barrier. More grief-crazed cultivators join them, and under that savage pressure the pagoda barrier finally starts to crack for real. Then the barrier shatters, and the coalition instantly surges in because this is the opening they were waiting for. Chongmun clan elders physically latch on to Yuanli, and start driving him toward a specific point instead of trying to finish him on the spot. Yuanli tries to answer with blood curse banners, but Seo cuts them away before they can lock the coalition down. Realizing he is being pushed somewhere on purpose, Yuanli demands to know what scheme the insects are playing. Before he can stop it, Seo and the Mourning Elder hurl another brutal close-range attack straight at him. Yuanli spits out 17 bone daggers, and a red cleaving wave tears apart the cultivators who react too slowly. As those victims are swallowed by his blood clouds, Yuanli starts recovering again, which means the coalition cannot let up for even a second. Seo and the Mourning Elder ignore the danger, break through the bone dagger slashes, and body check Yuanli forward with everything they have. Chongmun Yoongjin crashes in next with a blue glowing charge, and the real plan finally clicks into place. Their coordinated shove forces Yuanli into the Black Castle's inner barrier, the one place the coalition had spent days turning into a trap. Chongmun Yoongjin sneers that the castle's master is not blocked by its own barriers, making it the perfect doorway to imprison Yuanli inside them. Seo bites his lip, furious that he still could not kill Yuanli himself, but he suppresses that rage and joins the formation masters anyway. As he pours spiritual power into the barrier, Seo remembers Chongmun Yoongjin's warning that failing here would doom the whole continent. He gives in to necessity for this one moment, but through black tears and curses he vows that next time he will rip Yuan Li's head off himself. With Seo and the other formation masters feeding power in, a prison of multicolored light twists into shape over Yuan Li. Then the clan heads begin dragging dragon veins into the formation, starting with Jin Yuwoon channeling Yang and Mokli Huangqion drawing in Yin. More clan leaders add the remaining trigram forces until the 8 trigrams framework locks together around the prison. Gongmyo Raung and the Eastern States Lords complete the final seals, and the 8 trigrams spirit-absorbing sealing formation fully closes. The whole formation shakes under blood-red impacts from inside, but Gongmyo Raung confidently declares that even a nascent soul should not escape it. The booming finally stops, and Yuan Li admits the seal is impressive enough that he cannot break out of it easily. That sounds like victory for a heartbeat, until Yuan Li suddenly tells them to read the celestial energy and think about where they are standing. He gives them a hint by asking where the last Liberation Palace appeared, and that one question makes the coalition's confidence start collapsing. An Eastern States Lord works through the coordinates, looks up in horror, and realizes the next Liberation Palace will appear near this exact place. Another cultivator blurts out the worst truth. That means this is where the next Serving Command Palace will descend. Yuan Li laughs from inside the prison and reveals the trap in their triumph. In 200 years the palace's power of liberation will break this seal for him. His promise gets even worse when he says he will spend those 200 years gathering blood spirits and rise to the latent nascent soul stage before he comes back out. The coalition erupts in panic and self-blame, because they sealed the monster only to learn they may have given him time to grow stronger. The Morning Elder, who had been fighting beside Seo, demands an explanation of what the Liberation Palace and Serving Command Palace actually are. Gongmyo Raung explains that Serving Command Palace is another name for Liberation Palace, and when it appears, the energy of the region resonates with liberation and weakens whatever is sealed there. She adds an old rumor that the palace was originally made to liberate some hidden sleeping thing in this world, though nobody knows what. For Seo, the explanation answers a question he had carried through repeated regressions. This is why Yuan Li massacred people and then appeared again 200 years later. Chongmun Yoongjin cuts through the panic and tells everyone to stop trembling, because the 200-year deadline can also be turned into preparation. He reminds them they trapped Yuan Li after only a few rush days, while many of them were not even in peak condition when they came running to stop the massacre. Then he gives them a new vision. In 200 years they can raise more core formation talents, prepare properly, and build a force strong enough to catch Yuan Li again even if he grows stronger. His speech steadies the coalition, and what began as a disaster becomes a continent-wide promise to prepare for the Great War against Yuan Li 200 years from now. From inside the sealed black castle, Yuan Li laughs that he will be waiting 200 years from now, and the survivors know they cannot plan anything with him listening. Chongmun Yoongjin orders each faction leader to return home and start preparing for a massacre in the heaven-treading desert and the war that will come much later. The survivors settle on another core formation meeting 10 years later in the northern grasslands, at the first tribe Yuan Li massacred there, and Seo receives an invitation as one of the loose cultivators. Most of the core formation cultivators finally leave, but Seo, Chongmun Yoongjin, and the old man in mourning clothes stay behind and keep staring at Yuan Li's castle until night. When Chongmun Yoongjin says he has to collect Chongmun Ryong's remains, Seo snaps back to himself and prepares to return to ruined Cheonseek City. Chongmun Yoongjin urges the mourning old man to stop glaring at the enemy, and the old man answers that his great-grandson and daughter-in-law were murdered 10 years ago, and he has spent that whole decade hunting the killer. The mourning old man says the devilish arts left in this massacre match what he found on his murdered great-grandson and daughter-in-law, so he finally knows Yuan Li is the beast he has been chasing. Seo quietly asks whether he loved those descendants that much, and the mourning old man is caught off guard when he sees how empty Seo's eyes are. Seo says he lost his lover, his teacher, his friends, and his neighbors, and the mourning old man admits their grief is not the same but it burns in a similar way. Blood tears drip from the mourning old man's eyes as he swears that even if it takes centuries, he wants to tear Yuan Li apart piece by piece. The mourning old man tells them to gather the dead from this massacre first, suppress their rage for now, and wait for the day they can kill Yuan Li together. Seo and Chongmun Yoongjin leave the old man behind and head back toward Byokra to recover the bodies waiting in Cheonseek City. When they reach Cheonseek City, the place is barely recognizable, with collapsed gates, shredded walls, and blood splashed across everything. Inside the wreckage, bones and dried corpses lie everywhere, and the scale of the slaughter hits even harder. Then Seo finds the people he knew: Kim Young-hoon cut into 8 pieces, Book Jung-ho beheaded with his dantian pierced, Chongmun Ryong covered in bloodwood, and Book Hyunghwa missing her lower half. Chongmun Yoongjin goes straight to Chongmun Ryong and starts pulling the bloodwood out of his body by hand. Seo gathers Kim Young-hoon's scattered body and realizes his dantian has been pierced and his inner core is gone. He searches for the missing pieces of the others, but he can only find enough flesh to patch Book Jung-ho's neck, while Book Hyunghwa's lower body is nowhere at all. Looking at their faces, Seo sees one more cruel difference. Kim Young-hoon died full of regret, but the others look strangely peaceful, as if they finished what they came to do. Once he has cleaned Chongmun Ryong's remains, Chongmun Yoongjin invites Seo to the funeral a month later and flies away carrying his friend home. After Yoongjin leaves, Seo is left alone with the citywide massacre and Bu Qianhua's half-body, and his hands start to shake. He spreads his consciousness, hoping at least one wronged soul remain behind, but the city is completely empty of spirits. Seo guesses the fierce yang energy of this desert city may have forced even the resentful dead to ascend under the blazing sun, leaving him nothing to hold on to. He stands in front of Bu Qianhua for a long time, still wishing this nightmare would turn out to be false. Then he really looks at her face, and the truth finally lands all at once. Seo collapses to his knees beside her and crawls forward in a broken panic. He carefully lifts her fragile upper body and holds her as gently as if she could still be hurt. Pressing his forehead to hers, Seo breaks over the fact that they never even got to confess what they felt before everything was destroyed. Still kneeling with Bu Qianhua's body, Seo snaps and screams at fate for taking everything from him. Beating his own chest, Seo vomits black curse script into the air as the Yin Soul Ghost incantation surges out of control. Thousands of curses swarm around him, and in that collapse he finally grasps the incantation's cruel truth. Human life itself is a curse made of suffering. That realization drags up everything he buried, from old deaths and repeated reversals to the guilt he still carries for the disciples he once stopped from taking revenge. He realizes the stubborn restraint he forced on others now looks pathetic, because he is about to choose the same road of revenge himself. Holding Bu Qianhua in the blood-red evening light, Seo starts swearing exactly how he will kill Yuan Li and destroy even his golden core and nascent soul. His vow widens beyond her alone, because he promises to offer Yuan Li's severed head to every person the monster trampled in Xionxique City. With black and blood-red tears running down his face, Seo seals that oath and forces himself to start burying the dead. Over the next several days, he turns Xionxique City into one vast graveyard. Following Bu Qianhua's wishes, Seo buries Bu Jungho beside his wife Yun and lays Bu Qianhua's upper body to rest beneath her workshop. After that, Seo enters Bu Qianhua's workshop and starts making funeral glasswork with his own clumsy refining skill. Instead of flowers or dolls, he makes what he knows best: glass flying swords drawn from melted desert sand, one after another. He plants those glass swords across the new graves, following Bioka's funeral custom until the city becomes a field of silent blades. At Kim Young-hoon's grave, Seo places a single glass saber and leaves behind a lonely saber tomb. On the eve of Chongmun Ryong's funeral, Seo sits before Bu Qianhua's grave and realizes he still has not left any burial gift for her. He admits to himself that he still cannot fully accept she is dead, so he postpones her gift until the day he can lay Yuan Li's head before the dead. Clutching the jade Naragi Bu Qianhua left him, Seo closes his eyes as black tears crack down his face. After the silence, Seo finally opens the wooden box Bu Qianhua left behind. Inside is not a finished treasure at all, but a blueprint she prepared for him. Bu Qianhua had already designed a Dharma treasure that matched every condition Seo once described, and its name is the colorless glass sword. The final reveal cuts deepest of all. The weapon is simple, made from ordinary desert sand, and it is a glass flying sword just like the one she used to make with him. Seo sits by the grave and studies the blueprint of the colorless glass sword, overwhelmed by the beauty she left behind and the loss tied to it. He stays there a long time, crying, laughing bitterly, and mourning until the night finally pushes him back onto the road. Before the next day begins, Seo leaves for the Chongmun clan to attend Chongmun Ryong's funeral. Chongmun Ryong's funeral is held on a grand scale, with the clan treating him as a fallen pride of the Chi building stage and the clan head's own nephew. Seo watches from behind Chongmun Yoongjin with dry eyes, forcing down the Yin Soul Ghost incantation so his curses will not erupt during the funeral. When the coffin is finally sealed and lowered into the clan burial ground, Seo carves the moment into his heart as a debt he will repay with Yuan Li's life. Weeks later, after the funeral ends, Chongmun Yoongjin gathers the elders to discuss Ryong's death, the desert massacre, and the Bloodwood practitioner Yuan Li, with Seo attending as a core formation level ally. Chongmun Yoongjin unveils the formation Chongmun Ryong created and reveals a clan secret. That formation could still harvest the longevity fruits inside Serving Command Palace before its next appearance in 200 years. He carefully asks Seo to use the Nether Crossing ship to return to Serving Command Palace, unwilling to waste the formation even after Ryong's death. The words Serving Command Palace hit Seo like a spark, and his numb grief suddenly twists into a dangerous idea. Seo starts repeating Serving Command Palace like a madman until the entire room turns to stare at him in alarm. Then Seo blurts out the heart of it. They can use Serving Command Palace itself to catch Yuan Li. He reminds Chongmun Yoongjin that triggering the palace's golden order suppresses cultivation, turning it into a trap strong enough to drag a nascent soul monster down to core formation. Chongmun Yoongjin sees the logic at once, but he warns that the restraint would cripple their own side too and might change nothing in the end. Seo only grins and says it does change everything, because he can still fight at full force under that restraint. He explains that his method let him endure the palace's spatial pressure before, so if Yuan Li is forced down to core formation there, Seo is confident he can kill him. The elders break into uneasy whispers, while the Chi building members who cannot follow the whole exchange just stare in confusion. When Chongmun Yungjin asks if he can prove it, Seo immediately demands spirit stones so he can return to the palace and show them. Chongmun Yungjin backs Seo's strength in front of the room, and with Yuanli and the longevity fruits both at stake, the clan decides to go back to serving Command Palace. Soon the Chongmun clan launches into the sky for the Black Wind Sea, with Chongmun Yungjin carrying Seo on a flying artifact while the other core formation elders streak alongside them, and 2 elders stay behind to guard the clan. Seo rides Chongmun Yungjin's flying artifact instead of using the formless sword, saving his strength for the long journey ahead. On the way, Chongmun Yungjin lays out the practical plan: enter the palace, use Ryong's formation to mature and harvest the fruits over 5 years, and only then gather wider support for the trap. Seo agrees without caring who keeps the fruits, because his original reason for wanting them, Kim Young-hoon, is already dead. The group passes through the layered barriers of the Black Wind Sea and reaches the hidden Nether Crossing ship. Song Jin comes out to meet them, and beside him stands Seo Ran in a changed body that is now almost human except for his dragon horns, dragon tail, and sinister aura. Seo notices at once that Seo Ran has reached the peak of Chi building and is close to core formation, but he is too drained to offer more than a cold nod. Song Jin mistakes their grim expressions for lingering anger about being left behind in the palace and awkwardly tries to smooth things over. Chongmun Yungjin clears up the misunderstanding and says the whole continent is in chaos, prompting Song Jin to ask what exactly happened outside. Seo answers flatly that Yuanli regained nascent soul, carried out a massacre near the heaven-treading desert, and took everyone dear to him. Song Jin is stunned, because Yuanli had once been judged a dying core formation cultivator and left alone by the continent. Seo explains that Yuanli had been deceiving everyone for years, already a nascent soul and scattering his divided blood soul around the desert to hide it. He adds that the whole continent is now preparing for a war in 200 years, when serving Command Palace appears again at Yuanli's seal. Song Jin suddenly turns to Seo Ran, furious that Yuanli reaching nascent soul also puts his disciple in danger. When Seo demands to know why, Song Jin explains that Seo Ran's blood demon suppressing sea light uses sea demon true blood and souls, making sea dragon blood the perfect fuel for it. Song Jin reveals that Yuanli once hunted a core formation sea dragon, and Sea Dragon King Seo Huil personally chased him down and reclaimed the victim's soul and corpse. That story jolts Seo, because one of Yuanli's 7 enslaved souls looked exactly like a sea dragon, which means something in that old account does not add up. Song Jin warns that with Seo Huil gone, Yuanli has every reason to hunt Seo Ran next, because royal half-dragon blood would be priceless for that devil art. Chongmun Yungjin picks up from there and formally asks Song Jin for advice, laying out their plan to drag Yuanli into serving Command Palace and kill him there. Song Jin immediately says the plan is risky, because the palace everyone knows is only an enlarged shell around the true artifact inside. Song Jin explains that the real treasure is the palm-sized serving command seal, a small cylindrical seal made by a heavenly artisan before the Ascension Gate appeared. The seal blesses Ascension by pulling its holder's fate toward the upper realms, and as a side effect it grants the bearer terrifying heavenly fate. His warning is blunt: if Yuanli gets that seal, heavenly fate itself may protect him, and unless someone carries even stronger fate, they will not be able to stop him. The elders are shaken, and once the contradiction hits them, they realize their ignorance never meant Yuanli was ignorant too. Seo confirms that Yuanli already knows about the serving command seal, a detail he learned the hard way while surviving against him. Even with that risk, Seo refuses to back off and says the answer is simple: prove his strength under the restraint and kill Yuanli before the old monster can ever reach the seal. Chongmun Yungjin agrees to proceed anyway, because they still need the fruits and Seo's proof can be tested once they arrive. A Chongmun elder offers spirit stones, and Song Jin accepts them and starts the Nether Crossing ship towards serving Command Palace once more. As the ship moves, Seo walks to Seo Ran and reminds him of the promise he made to grant one request. Then Seo takes out the space-breaking bead and asks Seo Ran to teach him how to activate it. Seo hands Seo Ran the space-breaking bead, and Seo Ran goes rigid the moment he recognizes it. When Seo admits the Sea Dragon King told him to deliver it but he kept it out of greed, Seo Ran abruptly asks him to wait. Seo Ran takes the bead straight to Song Jin at the helm, and the two quietly trade tense, complicated looks over it. The ship reaches serving Command Palace, and Seo leaves their discussion for later so he can work with the Chongmun clan first. Before setting the formation, Seo reactivates the palace restraint Bu Qianghua once used, sealing everyone's power down by a full tier. Even with his visible cultivation suppressed to Chi refining, Seo proves his real combat power never dropped by reducing a half-ruined palace structure to dust in one sword stroke. Once the elders accept his abnormal combat power, Seo explains the restraint only lasts about an hour, or at best half a day if they force it. With that settled, the Chongmun clan asks Seo to set the main formation now, and he agrees without hesitation. Seo installs Bu Qianghua's formation artifacts all through the first floor of serving Command Palace. At the longevity tree, Seo stares at the nearly ripening fruits and sinks into the hollow thought that the person meant to eat them is already gone. Still numb with grief, Seo activates the formation anyway. A huge tide of spiritual energy surges into the arboretum, and even the Chongmun elders can only gape at the scale of it while Seo barely reacts. Seo tells them the formation will feed the tree for 5 years and force the longevity fruits to mature. After a few final adjustments, Seo parts ways with the Chongmun clan on the plan to return in 5 years for the harvest. As soon as the Chongmun clan is gone, Song Jin moves the nether crossing ship over the distant ocean and Seo Ran finally questions Seo directly about the bead. Seo Ran pushes for certainty and demands a ghost path oath before the ship itself that Seo Huil really meant the bead for him. Seo calmly swears the oath, confirming that Seo Huil entrusted the space-breaking bead to him for Seo Ran. That proof hits Seo Ran hard enough to make him laugh in shock and clutch his head. Song Jin bitterly reveals the bead only works for a true origin blood sea dragon's chosen target, and that chosen person is Seo Ran himself. Overwhelmed by what that means about Seo Huil's intent, Seo Ran asks to be left alone and retreats into the ship. Alone with Seo, Song Jin asks if he knew the bead was a self-destructive Dharma treasure, and Seo admits that was exactly why he never passed it on. Song Jin quietly thanks Seo for sparing his disciple, because activating that bead would have destroyed the nether crossing ship and the legacy he still needed to pass on. Seo reminds Song Jin about the last favor he still owes, and his voice turns deadly serious. Just trying to say it makes curses leak out around Seo as he begs Song Jin for help taking revenge. Song Jin doesn't refuse, but says Seo Ran may be more useful because he is already working towards something tied to the Sea Dragon Palace. He explains that Seo Huil sealed off the Sea Dragon Palace near World's End after leaving Seo Ran behind, blocking him from entering and cultivating there. Because breaking the ship would free the devoured Sea Dragon souls but ruin everything else, Song Jin instead ordered Seo Ran to reach Nascent Soul and pull those souls out safely himself. To make that possible, Song Jin taught Seo Ran a corrosive great spell and Azure Ghost Valley formations, and now only one strong final push should break the seal. Seo cuts straight to what matters to him now, whether helping Seo Ran will give him a way to face Yuanli. Song Jin says yes, because the Sea Dragon Palace should still hold treasures that counter Yuanli's blood and ghostly arts. That is enough for Seo, and he immediately agrees to help Seo Ran break the seal no matter what it costs. Song Jin accepts with satisfaction, and a gloomy Seo Ran comes back out after hearing Seo will help him. Seo Ran thanks Seo despite the shock, and then the nether crossing ship heads south toward the Sea Dragon Palace at World's End. The farther south they go, the stranger the sea feels: calm skies, clean spiritual energy, and a warmth almost sacred compared to the Black Wind Sea. Following Seo Ran's directions, Song Jin drives the nether crossing ship straight down into the deep sea. Underwater, Seo notices the ship's ghost energy repels the sea and even feeds itself on the deep ocean's energy. The sight barely holds Seo's attention, because grief has left him hollow after the deaths of Buk Hyunghwa, Kim Young-hoon, Chongmun Ryong, Buk Jung-ho, and the others. When the ship reaches the seabed, Song Jin sends Seo and Seo Ran out to finish breaking the seal themselves. Seo follows Seo Ran into the abyss, where the water pressure is brutal but still not enough to stop either of them. Seo Ran shifts into sea dragon form and guides him onward through a deep ocean so dead and empty it feels wrong. The reason for the dead seabed is right in front of them, a massive dome-like seal over the Sea Dragon Palace, sucking away the surrounding life force. Seo Ran confirms this is the Sea Dragon Palace seal and leads Seo to the corner he has already weakened with a corroding ghost formation. At Seo Ran's request, Seo takes position and drives the formless sword into the weakened point. The first hit shakes the seabed but still leaves Seo Huil's seal standing. Seo follows with Severing Mountain, and even that only makes the seal tremble instead of breaking. So Seo settles into endless mountains beyond mountains and hammers the same point again and again until the seal finally starts to split. After 16 crushing blows, the seal breaks open and the surrounding seawater gets sucked violently inside. Seo is dragged through the breach and finds an air-filled inner world on the other side where he can breathe again. Seo Ran returns to human form inside and looks around with the dazed nostalgia of someone seeing his childhood home again. Seo immediately feels the difference too, because the spiritual energy trapped inside the seal is unbelievably dense. Then the Sea Dragon Palace finally comes into view, a huge ancient complex of stately halls and jade-colored roofs. Once Seo blocks the flooding breach with an earth wall and looks down from above, the full layout of the Sea Dragon Palace hits him as disturbingly familiar. While studying the Sea Dragon Palace, Seo suddenly realizes its overall structure overlaps with the mine-related ritual room he saw in Serving Command Palace. He asks Seo Ran about the palace, and Seo Ran explains that the whole Sea Dragon Palace is built to spread auspicious energy that awakens the mind and keeps the Sea Dragon tribe calm and pure. That answer makes Seo even more suspicious, because if both structures are almost the same, then the hidden formation in Serving Command Palace must also have been built to affect the mind. Unable to explain why that kind of formation was left behind there, Seo decides he will question Song Jin about it later. For now, Seo follows Seo Ran deeper into the Sea Dragon Palace to search for treasures and elixirs, starting by breaking through the outer palace formations. Once they enter the inner palace, the sacred aura grows stronger, and Seo feels his thoughts becoming unusually clear. Seo and Seo Ran split up to search faster, and Seo starts navigating the inner palace alone through active prohibitions instead of maze traps. As he searches alone, Seo realizes every prohibition is tough enough to take multiple formless sword strikes, which tells him something important must be hidden nearby. Then he spots one unusually large hall with no prohibitions at all, even though ritual scripts cover its walls and floor with active spiritual power. The moment Seo opens the door, a heavy smell of blood hits him and makes him freeze. Inside, he finds a ruined astronomy hall with charred bookshelves, no surviving books, and a giant celestial map in the middle stained with old dried blood. Seo guesses someone murdered the owner and burned the records, and with nothing obvious left to take, he starts to leave. But just before he goes, Seo senses a lingering curse that only someone versed in the Eon Soul Ghost incantation could notice. His inner core vibrates, and the buried curse suddenly rushes straight into him before he can neutralize it. Instead of harming him, the curse leaves a desperate warning for Seo Ran: do not trust him, and look under the celestial map. After the message fades and leaves him with a headache, Seo immediately decides to check beneath the map. Using pure spiritual force in both arms, Seo forces his fingers between the heavy jade slabs and starts prying them open. Hidden underneath is a decaying leather book with no spiritual trace, concealed by jade that blocks spiritual sense. Seo pulls the book out with sword control, sets the slabs back in place, and finds a simple title written in demon script: Diary. After checking for traps and finding none, Seo opens the diary and learns it belonged to John Hyang, a sea dragon tribe elder who worked as an astronomer. The early entries are routine, but they also reveal something ugly. Sea dragon elders casually used humans as livestock and even consumed their cultivated cores as medicine. Then the diary reaches a meeting where the Dragon King shared a chilling speculation so disturbing that John Hyang felt true dignity could only come from ascending out of this world. A later entry records the Dragon King's stranger claim: day and night do not truly exist here, and the world's light changes are only the circulation of yin and yang spiritual energy. The astronomers laughed at that theory at first, believing the sun and moon simply orbited the world in the usual geocentric way. The diary also reveals that John Hyang disliked Seo Ran and saw the young half-dragon as an annoying royal stray the king secretly avoided. Trying to disprove the king, John Hyang and the other astronomers went to World's End for direct observation, even though staring there caused crippling headaches. When the diary resumes, John Hyang's writing is frantic because their observations proved the king right. The sun and moon do not move at all and only appear to rise and set. That proof shatters John Hyang's sanity, because it means the shape of the world itself is grotesque and everyone has been living inside something deeply ominous. The Council of Elders then called the astronomers in, and a cryptic note reading beheading punishment appears beside John Hyang's acceptance that all races should ascend together. Another entry explains the headaches from gazing at World's End. The observers were unknowingly making eye contact with a great boundary true immortal. That detail makes Seo remember the children's folktale book where the sun and moon were drawn as eyes. John Hyang's fear keeps deepening, and he writes that simply remembering he had been looked at by something unfathomable is enough to drive him mad. Then chaos hits the Sea Dragon Palace when the Mad Lord raids a human livestock pen, captures astronomers as living puppets, and lets the human stock escape. After that, astronomers keep getting attacked or disappearing, and John Hyang first blames hostile elders who oppose the king. John Hyang reports the danger to the king, and the king warmly promises to protect him personally, which briefly restores John Hyang's trust. But when almost every other astronomer ends up dead or missing, John Hyang starts to suspect the king himself is eliminating anyone who knows the truth. The next entry confirms John Hyang's terror, because he realizes the king's promise of protection only meant using him to the very end before killing him too. Then John Hyang resigns himself, telling himself that if his death helps the tribe, he has no choice but to accept it. Once he accepts death, John Hyang sees Seo Ran differently and admits the lonely child was bright, adorable, and just as quietly cast aside as he was. The diary also says the king never planned to take Seo Ran along in the ascension and instead sent him to free trapped warrior souls from the wrecked Nether Crossing ship. Near the end, John Hyang senses the king's attitude changing toward him and realizes he will probably die before the ascension gate ever opens. The last page is written in blood, where John Hyang finally breaks and warns Seo Ran that Seo Huil is no true king at all but a vengeful man who lied about everything. John Hyang's last words thank Seo Ran as a confidant and beg him never to believe anything Seo Huil said. When Seo closes the diary, he is left reeling from the twisted truth about the world and from how deeply Seo Huil's influence may reach, even into Yuanli. Then the closed diary suddenly starts wriggling in his hands, even though Seo never sensed any power sealed inside it. A blue hand bursts out from between the pages and clamps onto Seo's arms with crushing force. At the same time, the surrounding heaven and earth's spiritual energy turns heavy and pins Seo in place so completely that he can barely struggle. Seo Huil's gentle recorded voice calmly reveals the trap, saying that if Seo Ran reached this palace alive and closed the diary, then John Hyang's hiding place had never fooled him at all. The message gets crueler when Seo Huil says Seo Ran's usefulness ended with freeing the trapped sea dragon souls, and now his continued life is just an obstacle that should die quietly. Seo grits his teeth and fights to break free, but before he can do anything, the entire Sea Dragon Palace suddenly starts to tremble. Seo smashes out of the hall, finally breaking free as the blue spectral hand from the diary scatters behind him. But the palace does not calm down, because the lingering will of the Sea Dragon King starts waking the spiritual energy across the entire complex. Hall after hall bursts open, and countless artifacts and Dharma treasures shoot into the air until the whole palace is drowned in treasure light. Seo Ran rushes in dragon form and asks what is happening, and Seo takes one look at the chaos and tells him the only sensible answer: run. The gathered blue treasures absorb Seo Huio's remaining consciousness and twist together into a giant blue dragon shaped like him. The treasure dragon goes berserk, smashing through the Sea Dragon Palace with power so great it feels close to nascent soul. Seo Ran shouts a warning as the dragon lashes its tail toward them. The real trap comes a heartbeat later, when one small treasure sticks behind after the tail swing and starts to flare. The treasure detonates, and Seo throws himself in front to shield Seo Ran and force the blast away. Seo's arms start trembling, because he already overstrained his damaged body breaking the seal earlier. Trying to escape only makes the situation look worse, because the palace seal has trapped them and the dragon blocks the entrance they used before. When Seo asks if they can stop the self-destructing treasures, Seo Ran grimly says no and points out something even worse. The more the dragon fights, the brighter its treasure body becomes, and Seo Ran realizes the whole thing will eventually explode at once. Seo can only curse Seo Huio, because their whole plan to gather power here has just been turned into a death trap. Just before the dragon reaches full brightness, one side of the seal shudders and the decayed prow of the Nether Crossing's ship punches through. The rescue window is tiny, so Seo and Seo Ran leap for the ship as its teleportation array activates under the dragon's roar. They escape through space an instant before the Sea Dragon Palace vanishes into the dragon's final blue self-destruction. Back aboard the ship, Song Jin hears the story and presses his temples, openly annoyed that the whole trip ended with no treasure left to gain. Seo at least reveals one thing he saved from the chaos: John Hyang's diary, which triggered the disaster when it was closed. Song Jin confirms that Seo Huio really planted residual consciousness inside the diary to activate under preset conditions. That answer makes Seo realize again how obsessively Seo Huio prepared even for the chance that Seo Ran might survive and reach the palace. When Seo asks if the book still hides another trap, Song Jin says he cannot detect any more tricks. Seo hands the diary to Seo Ran and explains that it belonged to John Hyang, who seems to have left it behind for him to read. Seo Ran starts reading immediately as the ship returns to its usual place in the Black Wind Sea, and Seo quietly accepts that almost everything else in the palace is gone. Still, one unanswered clue keeps bothering Seo, so he asks Song Jin about the strange formation carved into the Sea Dragon Palace. Song Jin does not recognize the description at first, so Seo Ran looks up from the diary and recreates the formation in front of them. As the recreated formation activates, Seo feels his mind sharpen, and Song Jin finally recognizes it. Song Jin explains that it is a demon race spell of awakening, meant to awaken the upper dantian. To prove it, Song Jin runs energy into the Baihui point and out through the forehead, showing the exact upper dantian flow. The demonstration hits Seo hard, because he has seen the same kind of upper dantian ignition used in other dangerous awakening methods before. Song Jin says the Sea Dragon Tribe and Black Ghost Valley influenced each other's spells for ages, so Seo Huio using the whole palace to spread a mind-clearing awakening spell actually fits his public image. But that only makes Seo more uneasy, because he still cannot explain why the same awakening spell was spread inside the hidden layer of the Serving Command Palace. When Seo mentions that hidden area, Song Jin reveals it was actually the Serving Command Palace's control room, operated by placing the Serving Command seal on its platform. That only deepens the mystery, because now Seo knows exactly what room it was and still has no idea what Seo Huio was trying to achieve there. By the time Seo looks back, Seo Ran has finished John Hyang's diary and is left with a bitter, devastated smile. Seo Ran quietly admits that he really did grow up abandoned by everyone except John Hyang, who only opened his heart at the very end. Then he goes even lower and says he no longer knows what purpose he has left for living. Seo watches him with a strange emptiness of his own, realizing he can barely remember how he used to comfort people. Even so, Seo forces himself to say that Seo Ran has truly found a master now, and that bond can still give his life meaning. The words are simple, but they still pull some of the darkness off Seo Ran's face, and he quietly thanks Seo. With the expedition effectively a loss, Seo turns back to business and asks Song Jin to honor his last favor instead. After a long sigh, Song Jin agrees that within 200 years he will raise Seo Ran to core formation and help Seo himself when the time comes. So although the Sea Dragon Palace gave him almost no material reward, Seo leaves with crucial information and a firm promise of future support. 10 years pass, and Seo spends that time gathering formation artifacts and longevity fruits with the Chongmun clan before the Great Continental Conference finally approaches. Now Seo flies over the northern grasslands with his invitation plaque, searching for the hidden meeting site. The plaque finally reacts to a concealed illusion formation, and a hidden path opens for him. Inside, he finds a secret camp filled with white room-covered tents, each housing core formation cultivators from across the continent. Chongmun Yungjin comes out to greet Seo warmly, but the greeting sours when he sees Seo's unchanged, empty expression. Seo barely reacts, because after everything that happened he has forgotten how to smile or wear any expression besides this hollow one. Then Wu Riang steps into the formation, looking exactly as old as he did 10 years ago, except now his whole face burns with restrained anger. Seo and Wu Riang exchange a restrained nod, then the three of them turn toward the largest tent that serves as the conference hall. But Wu Riang suddenly stops and points at the jade naraigi hanging from Seo's waist, shaken by the sight of it. Seo answers plainly that it is the heirloom of his beloved, not realizing yet why the old man is reacting so hard. Wu Riang says that jade ornament belonged to his great-grandson, and Seo freezes as he realizes Bu Qianghua's fated partner had already been devoured by Yuanli before his return point. Outside the tent, Wu Riang realizes the jade naraigi at Seo's waist once belonged to his own family, and the chance connection hits both of them hard. Wu Riang explains that his granddaughter-in-law had brought that naraigi into the family, and gave it to his great-grandson as a child. That old family promise never mattered in the end, because Wu Riang's great-grandson chose his own wife and lived happily for a while. Then Wu Riang's voice turns vicious as he says Yuanli attacked the tribe, slaughtered everyone, and left only his great-grandson's lower body behind. Wu Riang swears he will reclaim his great-grandson's missing upper body from that devil, making the old man's grief feel raw and unfinished. Seo freezes on the words upper body and realizes the cruel symmetry. Bu Qianghua lost her lower half, and her fated partner lost his upper half, both to Yuanli. Standing beside the old man, Seo grinds his teeth and thinks again about how the powerful leave nothing behind but pain for everyone beneath them. Seo wonders whether Yuanli even treasures anything at all, because a man who destroys others so casually barely seems human anymore. After the waiting ends, the last major force left in the world gathers inside the space-compressed tent for a grand council of roughly 200 core formation cultivators. Inside the vast tent, Chongmun Yungjin rises as the Alliance's chosen leader and formally opens the war council against Yuanli. The factions pitch one plan after another, and Chongmun Yungjin calmly sorts through them until the room falls quiet enough for the Chongmun clan's own strategy. Chongmun Yungjin reveals the core idea: lure Yuanli into the serving command palace and force his cultivation down from nascent soul to core formation. He adds that most of the palace treasures were already stripped away by heavenly being cultivators, leaving behind only some liquor, talismans, and odd leftovers. When he describes the leftovers as things like a beast and lightning pipe, a tougher storage bag, a self-mending needle, and even a digestion ring, the room's hopes visibly sag. The council dismisses the leftovers as scraps, because even the useful liquor and talismans sound like one-shot tools with limited impact. Then Bayak Cheonjiai suddenly cuts in and asks a sharper question: exactly what kind of talismans were left behind? With a smug little smile, Bayak Cheonjiai produces 2 divine talismans his clan kept from the palace's previous opening. He names them the Heaven Striking Talisman and the Heaven Sealing Talisman, one to unleash a heavenly being level attack and one to wrap the user in heavenly being level defense. The room jolts awake when Bayak Cheonjiai points out that a direct hit from the Heaven Striking Talisman could pulp Yuanli on the spot. His full proposal is brutal and simple: drag Yuanli into the palace, suppress him to core formation, shield the fighters with Heaven Sealing, and finish him with Heaven Striking. For the first time in a while, even Seo feels a flash of genuine hope that Yuanli might really die this cycle. Chongmun Yungjin immediately adjusts the battle plan around Seo, because Seo alone can keep his full core formation strength inside the palace's restraining formation. That revelation stirs the whole room, and Bayak Cheonjiai openly proposes that the Bayak clan and Seo should take the lead against the old monster. Other factions jump in at once, each eager to add their own anti-nascent soul weapons and secure a larger place in Yuanli's downfall. Seo sees what is really happening underneath the strategy talk. People are already measuring how to split the spoils of a nascent soul cultivator's death. He dismisses most of their backup plans outright, because in the future he remembers, every method except the serving command palace route still failed to kill Yuanli. What unsettles Seo most is that even heavenly being grade talismans existed in that old timeline, yet Yuanli still came through untouched. So Seo decides the current plan still is not enough, and in his heart the goal hardens from victory to absolute certainty that Yuanli must be torn apart. After the meeting breaks, Seo quietly pulls Chongmun Yungjin aside and reveals a secret extra plan he intends to carry out alone. Chongmun Yungjin is visibly shaken by what he hears, but after thinking it through, he admits that even a nascent soul cultivator would struggle against that hidden move. With that extra insurance in place, Seo leaves the first conference convinced that the coalition finally has a real chance to force Yuanli's death. From there, the alliance moves fast, and Seo joins formation masters and artisan masters in stripping the last sealed treasures out of the serving command palace with the Nether crossing ship. As the seals come off, the old disappointment returns, because most of the remaining miscellaneous artifacts still look strange, ornamental, or barely useful. Only the Bayak clan shows much interest in the beast and lightning pipe, while everyone else turns their attention to the liquor and talismans that might actually matter in battle. The useful cache turns out to be solid after all: 2 heaven-sealing talismans, 1 crimson bird talisman, 1 transforming demon talisman, and only a few ordinary lesser talismans. The immortal liquors are sorted into 3 groups: body-boosting brews, technique-enhancing brews, and luxurious mood-clearing drinks that are useless in a fight. Chongmun Yunjin orders the strongest stockpile reserved for the frontline trio, Seo, Byak Cheonji, and the Eastern Lord Momli Minlap. He gives Seo and Momli Minlap the heaviest share of support items, since they will be the ones locking Yuanli down from the very start. With the palace emptied and the supplies assigned, every faction throws itself into raising more core formation cultivators before the final clash. Seo turns inward again and decides that while everyone else prepares, he will spend the remaining 200 years pushing his own curse cultivation even further. He aims to reach Chi building great perfection through advanced practice of the Yin Soul Ghost incantation, but he already suspects his current mastery can go even beyond that. Once he chooses a cultivation site, the years begin to race by, and the story skips ahead in one brutal blink. 200 years later, 3 streaks of dim light cut across the mountains of Xingzi, as new core formation cultivators fly towards Seo's cave. The visitors are Byak Munsong and 2 female cultivators, and one of them warns the others that the man they are visiting has spent 2 centuries buried in curse techniques. The 2 women keep chatting and flirting around him, but Byak Munsong is clearly not interested and thinks their arrogance toward the elders is foolish. Inwardly, Byak Munsong admits they only reached core formation because their clans poured resources into them, unlike the old masters who climbed there by sheer ability. That honesty leaves him thinking bittersweetly of one woman he still considers wiser and better than anyone else. The trio drops toward a mountain village and asks the villagers where to find the cave where a giant centipede demon once lived. An elder kneels and points them past the ridge to a place called Darkened Cave, where local legend says that centipede demon lived 2 centuries ago. Byak Munsong doesn't waste another breath and heads straight for the cave the moment he gets the direction. On the far side of the ridge, they finally see Darkened Cave, a huge opening in the mountain bleeding out endless black shadow like living cursed smoke. Even Byak Munsong has to swallow hard when he feels that aura, wondering if every writhing strand of darkness is one more cursed spell spilling out of Seo's training. The women behind him lose their nerve fast, dropping their playful tone and whispering like they might invite a curse just by speaking too loudly. Byak Munsong steps up to the cave, gives Seo a respectful salute, and calls out that Yuan Li's release is near and the time for her revenge has come. At his final words, killing intent flashes in Byak Munsong's eyes, and the cave answers with a deep rumble as sinister shadows begin to surge outward. Deep in Darkened Cave, something finally walks out, and the curses around the entrance thicken until even waiting outside starts to feel suffocating. Seo rises into the air hidden inside a floating dome of black curses, and even Byak Munsong can tell this G-building cultivator already feels like core formation in a fight. Byak Munsong politely tells Seo the time has come to wake the old monster, and Seo answers in a rough, inhuman voice that they should stop wasting time and lead him there. One visiting woman bristles at Seo's attitude and openly mocks the rumors that he wanders the mountains like a madman, putting Byak Munsong on edge at once. Byak Munsong urgently tries to shut her up, but she keeps pushing until Seo's curse dome starts churning with open hostility. A giant black hand erupts from Seo's curse dome and smashes into the core formation woman's blue barrier, rotting it away the moment it touches. Byak Munsong yells for the woman to use a holy talisman, but Seo's black hand still blasts her into the hillside and leaves her badly hurt. The second woman snaps and starts a counterattack for her injured companion, while Byak Munsong tries to calm her before things get even worse. Seo answers with curt curse commands, and hundreds of black projectiles shred the incoming fire attack before one slips through to cut the woman's cheek. She still refuses to back down and starts her stronger fiery silk flame heat wave, turning the area around her into a furnace. Instead of meeting her flames head-on, Seo quietly raises a clay figure and lays a blood-stained curse paper over it, placing curse lines exactly where a caster's meridians should be. The moment the blood curse settles into the doll, the woman freezes in confusion because the very pathways she casts through have already been pinned down. Seo paints a red line across the doll's neck, and the same mark appears on the woman's throat, making the killing threat obvious. Now truly terrified, she realizes one drop of her own blood was enough for Seo to put her life in his hands. Before Seo can make the threat final, Byak Munsong steps in and insists they cannot start killing allies right before the real battle. Seo relents with a snap of his fingers and pulls the curses back out of both women, showing he only stops because he chooses to. The women finally understand what Seo really is, still in Chi-building, but already a battlefield weapon for a war against a nascent soul monster. Seo leaves immediately, and Byak Munsong stays behind to hand over purification and healing talismans with a blunt warning about the poison left by Seo's curses. He quietly adds that in their condition they should stay out of the fight against Yuanli, because rushing into that battle would only get them killed. On his way out, Byak Munsong notices a glass sculpture left in the cave and freezes when he recognizes the fan-dancing woman it depicts. He stares at the woman's face for a long moment, then quietly stores the sculpture away and follows after Seo. Seo next lands in the ruins of old Cheonseek City, now buried under sand, and greets the dead there like people he has finally come back to face. He promises that in about a month he will keep the vow he made long ago, and his voice turns bitter with the weight of that promise. Then he unleashes a dark storm of curses that tears the sand away and exposes the graveyard hidden underneath. The buried ruins reappear at last, including broken buildings and a field of old glass swords over the graves of Cheonseek City's dead. Seo walks to Bu Qianhua's workshop, sees that even this place is close to collapsing, and decides he cannot risk losing it under the sand again. He plants formation flags and bought artifacts around the graveyard, setting a simple barrier whose only job is to keep the sandstorm away. Out of the thousands of grave-marking glass swords he once made, only about 5,000 still keep any recognizable shape, so Seo draws up 3,000 intact enough to restore. He apologizes to the dead as he takes the swords, because this revenge is too heavy for his hands alone and he wants all of Cheonseek City's strength beside him. Using Bu Qianhua's blueprint, Seo starts reworking every sword the simple way she designed it, one spiritual circuit at a time. Day and night pass in a blur as he finishes all 3,000 blades, adds basic inscriptions, and pours his power into the full set. The colorless glass sword finally accepts Seo as its master, and he fixes his resolve on the one target it was made to kill, Yuanli. At the bottom of the blueprint, he reads Bu Qianhua's old note explaining the set was supposed to be 3,650 swords, one for every day since he came to Cheonseek City. Her message hits even harder when he reads that she left the last 650 unfinished because she hoped they would complete them together after he gave her his answer. Black tears start falling from Seo's shadowed face, and each drop turns into corrosive curses that eat into the sand at his feet. Fighting through that grief, he swears he will carry her words in his heart and complete what she left unfinished. After promising he will return, Seo leaves Cheonseek City carrying all 3,000 glass swords with him. Not far away, he finds Baek Munsong waiting on a flying sword, sent by his clan head to escort him to the final battlefield. Seo looks straight through his silence, and says he was not really waiting for him at all, but mourning Bu Qianhua in his own way. Seo quietly offers that after the war they should go mourn her together, and Baek Munsong can only tell him to hurry before flying on. The story shifts to the heaven-treading desert, where Gongmyo Raung studies an eerily clear sky and curses the bad omen written all over it. Even with more than 200 core formation cultivators, carefully prepared traps, and every major force assembled, the heavens still point to disaster because their enemy is a nascent soul cultivator. Around the castle, the Alliance has built a full war formation, with core formation elites in front, selected Chi building cultivators on the outskirts, and war dharma treasures aimed inward. Mokli Huangqion orders his clan's Chi building cultivators to raise the Ying guiding summoning wind formation, and a fierce wind of gathered Yin energy starts building behind the lines. Not to be outdone, the Jin clan launches its own white dragon and yang flame formations, and their blood-red fire swells even larger in the desert heat. The rivalry turns childish fast, with Mokli elders bribing and threatening their own people just to make sure their Yin wind looks bigger than the Jin clan's flames. Chongmun Yungjin can only chuckle that the Mokli and Jin clans are never boring when they end up on the same battlefield. That brief amusement gets worse when Jinlu Yunqion starts flirting with Chongmun Yungjin in the middle of the war council and hints that their clans should unite by marriage. When she keeps pushing, Chongmun Yungjin finally drops the polite mask and orders her back to her post as alliance leader, treating any more nonsense as a military issue. Even after backing off with a wink, Jinlu Yunqion leaves Chongmun Yungjin rubbing his forehead and wondering where Seo still is. Before that question can linger, a mass of black curses arrives from the east, and Seo finally reaches the ceiling site with Baek Munsong right behind him. Baek Munsong reports to his clan head, and the three people the plan depends on most step forward together: Seo, Baek Cheonjiai, and the bandage-wrapped Eastern Lord Manli Minlap. Chongmun Yungjin gives the final reminder that all three should keep the plan fixed in their minds, because there will be no room for hesitation once Yuanli is free. He also hands over immortal liquor in advance, because their roles will need every temporary boost they can get once Serving Command Palace appears. Manli Minlap wastes no time drinking his share on the spot, and the pressure rolling off him jumps immediately. Seo dryly says he has already been drinking while he waited, which tells everyone he came to this battlefield ready for only one outcome. The whole battlefield goes still as everyone watches the sky for the exact moment the strange palace will break into the world. At Gongmyo Ryong's shout, the void finally warps and Serving Command Palace descends from another dimension into the desert sky. The instant the palace anchors itself, liberation energy floods the area and starts undoing everything that had been used to keep Yuanli sealed. The 8 trigram spirit-absorbing ceiling formation cracks under that pressure, red energy bursts from the Dragon Vein prison, and blood mist starts leaking through. Then the formation fully shatters, and the whole desert is swallowed by the smell and color of blood as Yuanli's confinement ends. Yuanli walks out at last in a blood-red robe and black translucent mask, his gray hair and wrinkled hands revealing an aged body but a far more terrifying cultivation than before. Yuanli's casual greeting alone crushes the battlefield, and the Alliance leaders realize with dread that he has reached the middle stage of nascent soul. Before fear can spread any further, Seo pushes back the blood mist with his own world of black curses and calls Yuanli out for failing to reach the late nascent soul realm he once boasted about. Yuanli barely cares about the insult, and instead studies Seo with real interest, trying to place what kind of twisted method could produce power like that. Seo cuts off any more talk and orders Manhwa Minlap to begin the attack before Yuanli can settle into control of the battlefield. Manhwa Minlap fires first, releasing a blinding blue beam so intense it seems to turn the world to night for an instant. The opening shot lands in a thunderous explosion, and for one brief second the alliance dares to hope it worked. Seo kills the brief hope at once and orders every prepared clan formation to fire into the dust, while Chongmun Yungjin relays the command across the alliance. The Mokliin Wind, the Jin Fire formations, and other wide area strikes all crash into the same target, turning the center of the desert into one overwhelming blast zone. But Seo keeps staring into the dust and warns them they still have not hit him, just before a blood-red beam punches back out of the smoke. Chongmun Yungjin roars for everyone to disperse as Yuanli's counterattack tears toward them. When the dust finally clears, Yuanli is standing unharmed above the Black Castle with thousands of black and red jiangshi lined up beneath him, and all his treasures already in play. He casually says 200 years was a long time for both sides, then raises an unfamiliar blood-colored leaf fan as if this war is only a game to him. With one wave of that fan, Yuanli sends a bloody wind roaring across the battlefield and blows the entire alliance backward, ending the excerpt with his first overwhelming show of force. At Chongmun Yungjin's command, the coalition finally deploys the prepared wall and mountain formation instead of meeting Yuanli's blood storm head-on. The flags lock into place and raise a huge rainbow mountain wall, cleanly blocking the blood storm with far more precision than the desperate defense from 2 centuries ago. With the barrier buying them a moment, Chongmun Yungjin orders the whole alliance to fire the weapons they spent 200 years saving for Yuanli. Hundreds of core formation attacks and warship cannons crash into Yuanli at once, turning the center of the battlefield into a wall of explosions. The smoke splits open under a blood glow, and Yuanli answers by releasing a fresh legion of black and red jiangshi. The alliance immediately realizes how bad the matchup is when several of Yuanli's jiangshi can combine to overpower the spells of one core formation cultivator. The coalition answers with its own devil path armies, sending poison users, flesh monsters, skeletons, ghosts, and rival corpse troops to crash into Yuanli's legion. The Mokli clan floods the field with green-black jiangshi, burying Yuanli's stronger corpses under sheer numbers bought with countless slaughtered lives. A Mokli elder dumps out corpse-stinking water, and the clan's jiangshi drink in the foul river and lunge forward even harder. Then the Jin clan brings out its specialty against devil arts, nurturing a fire spirit through hand seals until it evolves into a cold blue flame. With Mokli jiangshi pinning the corpses in place, the Jin clan's blue fire runs through Yuanli's legion and turns the desert into a sea of flames. Just when it looks like the coalition has erased the corpse legion, Yuanli blasts straight through the mountain barrier and slaughters nearby cultivators with one sweep of his blood fan. He immediately turns the fresh dead into fuel, raising their blood and life force into a cloud over the battlefield. That blood cloud sinks into the charred remains, and the corpse legion the alliance just burned down crawls back to life in full view. The allied elders brush off the resurrection and start the same pin and burn combo again, convinced they can just erase the legion a second time. Instead, the whole plan backfires when Yuanli's revived bloodwood ghost corpses shrug off the blue fire and start feeding on enemy undead and attacks to grow stronger. Yuanli finally explains the trick with smug pride. Once these bloodwood ghost corpses survive a technique, they build resistance and can feed on that same power. Then he calls on his own nascent soul power, blowing apart the coalition's protection and pulling Bloodwater Ghost Kings out of his storage artifact. The 2 Blood Cloud Ghost Kings swing together and smash the alliance's protection with a pair of nascent soul level blows. Before Yuanli can press further, a blue beam from the rear line rips the Ghost Kings apart and forces him behind his pagoda treasures. Yuanli traces the shot back to Manhwa Minlap and realizes the weapon is a surviving main cannon from the Nether Crossing ship, one that grows deadlier as more souls die around it. Manhwa Minlap silently charges the cannon again, letting the dead feed it before firing an even fiercer second blast. The second beam detonates around Yuanli, but he punches through the blue explosion and rushes straight at Manhwa Minlap to steal the weapon. Yuanli reaches striking distance first, but black curse tendrils suddenly wrap around him and buy Manhwa Minlap a breath of space. Wulriang drops in beside Manhwa Minlap and hurls his brown-wheeled Dharma treasure at the bound Yuanli. Yuanli halts Wulriang's wheel with one hand and strips off enough of the curse mist to sneer at the hidden sorcerer who dared interfere. That opening is all Manhwa Minlap needs to fire again, and the whole alliance piles its bombardment onto Yuanli at the same time. Even under that concentrated barrage, Yuanli's blood shield only trembles, and he coldly admits the preparation would have been dangerous if he were still a weaker nascent soul. Then Yuanli spots 2 problems at once. Wulriang's will is still drilling into his shield, and Seo Eunhyun's leftover curse scripts are creeping back toward his heart. Wulriang gambles everything, burning his own vital true origin until blood runs from his eyes and mouth and the wheel turns savage red. At the same time, far behind the bombardment, Seo Eunhyun quietly begins the real curse by having a Chongmun cultivator grow a human-shaped wooden vessel out of the desert. Seo threads his curse into the wooden man's heart, preparing a sympathetic wound for Yuanli without ever touching him directly. When the Chongmun cultivator punches a hole through the wooden heart, the linked curse detonates inside Yuanli's chest. That heartbeat of pain is enough for Wolriang's will to punch through the shield and rip away one side of Yuanli's upper body. The alliance instantly swarms the opening, but Yuanli forces out pure spiritual power, reforms a temporary arm, and survives the blast zone anyway. Everyone waits for the dust to clear while Wolriang, barely standing without his cane, glares at the smoke and hopes the hit finally mattered. Instead, Yuanli walks out guarded by 7 blank scrolls and a blood beast made from 7 demon souls, already regenerating the half they tore off. He mocks the whole alliance, then drains stored energy from the Bloodwood ghost corpses until his own power is restored to full. When another wave of curses splashes uselessly off his shield, Yuanli finally locks onto the hidden caster and laughs that a mere chi-building cultivator has been troubling him. He also sneers at Wolriang for losing the strength to reclaim his wheel, but Wolriang answers with a grim smile that the treasure was never meant to come back. Yuanli sweeps his fan and sends a blood storm crashing over the exhausted alliance, and Chongmun Yungjin's hurried replacement barrier starts cracking almost at once. The front line bleeds badly, but in the rear Manli Minlap raises the Nether Crossing ship cannon one more time as the dead feed it an even stronger charge. Yuanli calmly walks toward Manli Minlap anyway, because he has already figured out the cannon's real weakness. It still needs time to charge. Seo snags Yuanli's feet with worm-like curses, then cuts through his mockery and tells Chongmun Yungjin only one thing: it's time. Several chi-building helpers rush around Seo and raise 4 sacrificial altars, revealing that the hidden plan was never just to stall for the cannon. Before Yuanli can make sense of that, the gate of the serving command palace creaks open behind the battlefield. A river of black curses pours out of the palace, and Seo Eunhyun steps from it in white clothes and black tears, forcing Yuanli to realize there are somehow 2 cursed sorcerers on the field. The supposed second cursed sorcerer turns out to be a trap. The distant shadow sheds its curse cover and reveals a human-sized glass doll shaped like Yuanli and packed with curses. Wolriang's earlier line suddenly makes sense when the Yuanli-shaped doll catches his wheel and drinks in the blood and flesh still stuck to it from Yuanli's torn body. Yuanli tries to destroy the setup at once, but Seo cuts him off with another formless strike and finally starts speaking his own techniques aloud. Seo layers Yin's Soul Ghost Incantation, Thousand Lustrous Forest Sea, and the Silica Earth Great Wall practice together, pulling Dragon Vein power through the palace and into his own body. That force pushes Seo to the complete stage of chi building right on the battlefield. For more curse-wrapped dolls gather around Seo, and he reveals he held himself back from core formation for 200 years just to store that swelling power inside 5 cursed dolls. With black tears rotting the ground under his feet, Seo declares that he came to return Yuanli's pain to him. The 4 cursed dolls run to the altars and take their positions, making it clear that Seo intends to advance to core formation in the middle of the battle. Yuanli mocks the idea as suicide, but Wolriang hurls himself back into the fight and roars for Seo to finish the curse while he buys time. Wolriang takes the gamble all the way, burning his own golden core until his whole body becomes blazing golden ghost fire, and he physically locks Yuanli in place. Inside the altar formation, the glass doll lies down before Seo, and Wolriang silently gives him the last pieces he needs through the wheel and the storage bag. Seo smashes the blood-marked cursed doll apart with the wheel, using up one perfected doll to send the full curse straight into Yuanli. For the first time in the battle, Yuanli gives a real scream as blood erupts from all 7 orifices under the direct curse hit. Seo does not linger on the hit, because his real plan starts now. He begins the core formation advancement ritual through the 4 remaining dolls. He invokes the Eastern Stars first, and the doll on the East altar strangles itself as an offering to the Azure Dragon. At the Northern altar, the next doll forms a black sword and beheads itself for the Black Turtle. At the Western altar, another doll opens its own stomach with a black dagger for the White Tiger. At the Southern altar, the last doll calls up in fire and burns itself down for the Red Vermilion Spirit. With the 4 sacrifices complete, the curses from every direction bore into Seo's body and start engraving his heavenly sphere diagram inside the Dantian. The 28 stars connect, rotate by the 4 directions, and begin compressing pure spiritual force into something solid at his core. Yuanli, still bleeding from the curse, burns True Origin to fling Wolriang away, but even then he laughs at the idea that one more core formation could ever change the result. He even points to the sky and claims heaven itself has already marked Seo for defeat with a great misfortune. Then the sky answers him, because dark clouds start gathering over the desert the moment Seo finishes stepping into core formation. Newly advanced, Seo blasts through Yuanli's defenses with a formless sword strike and closes the distance in one rush. He crashes into Yuanli's arms and hugs him tight enough to crush him, smiling as the dark clouds sever heaven and earth in the phenomenon of heavenly rejection. Knowing exactly what is coming, Seo tells Yuanli to enjoy the sky while he still can. The heavens answer with a colossal pillar of blue lightning aimed straight at the heavenly rejected pair. The battlefield falls dead silent under a blue pillar of heavenly lightning so bright it makes every human spell and cannon shot look weak. Around the pillar, the alliance can only stare, shaken because this is far beyond anything they expected Seo to unleash. A shocked grassland chief presses for answers, and Chongmun Yungjin admits this insane move was Seo's personal proposal, not the alliance's official strategy. Chongmun explains why no one believed it at first. Heavenly tribulation should only begin at nascent soul, and heavenly rejection is the rare curse that can drag that punishment down onto someone much earlier. Baek Cheonji laughs nervously that he should have been warned, while Jinli Yuncheon openly admires Seo's terrifying plan and teases Yoongjin for being too stiff. Yoongjin snaps everyone back to work, warning that if Yuanli survives this, the alliance must erase him completely. Inside the blue pillar, Seo keeps Yuanli from escaping by lashing him with curse-covered arms and forcing him to endure the tribulation at point-blank range. When the first strike ends, Yuanli can barely breathe before the heavens rage even harder because he helped Seo survive. A second, thicker heavenly strike slams down, and Yuanli desperately throws up his 4 red pagoda treasures to hold it back. The pagodas start cracking under the punishment, showing that even Yuanli's treasures are being pushed to their limit. The second strike finally stops, but Yuanli is already bleeding and swearing he'll kill Seo before the third one can even finish forming. The third tribulation drops immediately and shatters the pagodas outright, blowing apart Yuanli's best defense. Yuanli throws everything he has at the heavens, but his attacks vanish into the lightning and even his summoned ghost kings flee in terror. His final blood barrier cracks apart too, and both Yuanli and Seo take the heavenly lightning directly. Seo stays conscious through the pain, grabs the collapsing Yuanli, and coldly turns him into a living shield. As holes burn through Yuanli's body, Seo uses the formless sword to fend off the lightning leaking through and somehow lasts until the storm ends. When the clouds finally begin to disperse, Seo instantly gives the signal for the next step of the trap. The Nether Crossing ship's main cannon fires on Seo's signal, and he uses the blast to send himself and Yuanli crashing into Serving Command Palace. Inside the palace, Seo immediately starts the real goal of the plan by drawing in its dragon veins through the Silica Earth Great Wall practice. Seo completes core formation at last, forging a golden core engraved with 28 stars like a heavenly sphere. As core formation cultivators rush into the palace to keep pounding Yuanli's charred body, Seo grabs the storage artifact, the cursed doll prepared over 200 years. He opens it and summons 3,000 glass swords, the weapons painstakingly prepared through his cursed doll, and the memories of Cheonseek City's dead. Now that he has a golden core, Seo exhales Dan fire and refines every sword into a true Dharma treasure. He draws the finished swords into his core and silently asks Bu Qianghua and the slaughtered people tied to those blades to lend him strength. But before the alliance can finish him, a vivid river of blood bursts from Yuanli's black castle and pours into his ruined body. Yuanli stands back up, fully regenerated, and reveals the alliance just ruined centuries of secret long source true power he had saved for his own ascension. Even restored, Yuanli is still coughing blood, and Seo realizes the heavenly lightning hurt him far worse than it hurt Seo. Seo answers by using curse reversal, dumping almost all his remaining wounds and tribulation energy into 60 prepared cursed dolls. The dolls instantly crack and burn to ash, but Seo comes out nearly clean of the damage that should have crippled him. He finishes recovering by downing 2 immortal liquors, one for regeneration and one for controlling Dharma treasures. As Yuanli swears to kill everyone in the palace, the alliance moves to the final phase exactly as planned. Chongmun Yungjin orders the gates sealed so Yuanli cannot escape or draw more power from the black castle outside. Then the chiefs of the northern grasslands and their support lines unfold the blue sky heavenly net around Yuanli. The formation traps Yuanli in a false blue sky and forcibly drags his cultivation down by 1 realm, even as the chiefs strain themselves to hold it. Seo follows with the palace's own suppression, using his last cursed doll to activate the Golden Order and crush cultivation across the whole hall even lower. The double suppression drops the allies' Tichi building and slams Yuanli all the way down to early core formation, finally putting him on a level they can kill. With the trap complete, Seo, Manli Minlap, and Baek Cheonji step into the net to execute the kill. Seo calls up all 3,000 glass swords, overlays them with the formless sword, and reveals the calm certainty of a man who spent 200 years building this grave. Knowing the palace suppression only lasts for a limited time, Seo declares to Yuanli, "Here lies your grave," and the final battle begins. The battle finally starts, and Seo sends his 3,000 colorless glass swords drilling into the ground and sweeping the palace area like a transparent storm. Yuanli keeps dodging, but Seo notices him watching Manli Minlap's charged cannon and Baek Cheonji's prepared talisman almost as carefully as Seo himself. Seo pushes past that odd feeling and drives the entire sword set at Yuanli, turning the battlefield into a precise glass tempest. Yuanli answers with every treasure he has, flinging out bone daggers, a crystal skull staff, a blood leaf fan, and a blood-red spear wielded by a ghost king. Even so, Seo's sword storm keeps swallowing those defenses, because the whole 3,000 sword set moves as one body under the formless sword. Seo unveils the first form, color, and the 3,000 swords light up in different hues as their engraved circuits connect. With color active, each sword keeps changing temperament and role, giving Seo a freedom the old formless sword alone never had. Yuanli hardens his defense with the spinning bone daggers, but Seo spots the tiny gap hidden inside the red streaks. The trick lands cleanly when the transparent blades slip past Yuanli's vision, and his red barrier bursts open with dozens of glass swords already buried in his body. Seo pours the formless sword and curse spells into those wounds, making thorn-like power rip through Yuanli's body and ruining his regeneration. Seo goes in for the kill, but the two Blood Cloud Ghost Kings and the fused Demon Soul Beast dive back in and shield Yuanli long enough for him to recover. Safe for a moment, Yuanli stops pretending and says Seo has earned his respect, so now he will fight seriously. Then Yuanli throws a familiar core into the air, and Seo instantly realizes he is looking at Kim Young-hoon's stolen inner core. Yuanli coldly boasts that he dissected Kim Young-hoon, failed to find the source of his talent, and only learned the truth after refining the demon core itself. The core's harmonizing power drags the Ghost Kings and Ghost Beasts together into one three-headed Asura armed with Yuanli's treasures. Yuanli drives 16 bone daggers into the Asura and even feeds it 3 of his own severed fingers, pushing the monster to core formation grand perfection. Using Kim Young-hoon's power as a weapon, Yuanli taunts Seo that he will rip out Seo's core next and put that to use too. Seo answers by opening the second form, Natural, linking all 3,000 swords into one circulating flow of formless sword power. That circulation lets Seo focus or spread the formless sword instantly, and the linked blade network starts carving precise wounds into the Asura from every angle. When Seo combines color and natural, the colorless glass sword finally shows its full terror as a circulating rainbow tempest that traps the Asura and tears it apart. The three-headed Asura is reduced to a target inside the glass storm, its body filling with cuts faster than it can fight back. Seo finishes the technique with Severing Mountain, and the three-headed Asura explodes apart in a blinding burst. Seo darts straight through the blast, snatches Kim Young-hoon's inner core back, and clears a firing lane toward Yuanli. At Seo's signal, Momly Minlap fires the Nether Crossing ship's main cannon while Seo's hidden curses and the coalition's spells pin Yuanli in place. Byac Cheonji throws in his talisman at the same instant, and the cannon blast swallows Yuanli in a wall of light. When the light fades, Yuanli is still standing, but his spiritual pressure is gone, and for one fragile second the coalition thinks they have really finished him. That hope breaks immediately when the gates of the Serving Command Palace start opening even though Chongmun Yungjin ordered them kept shut. Seo reads something wrong in the 5 Eastern Lords' intent just before Yuanli calmly praises the coalition for a magnificent first war. Chongmun Yungjin orders the gates closed, but the traitors ignore him and the northern tribal chiefs suddenly let the blue sky heavenly net collapse. The betrayal becomes total when green ghost figures appear and black chains of light bind Seo, Chongmun Yungjin, and the western allies in place. Jinlu Yuncheon walks up to the captured Chongmun Yungjin and purrs that everything went according to plan and Sir Bloodwood has won. At the same time, Mokli Huangcheon kicks down the Jin clan head and stomps on him, gloating that his generation has finally crushed its old rival. The ugliest twist lands when Chongmun Yungjin sees Byac Cheonji standing openly at Yuanli's side. Byac Cheonji cheerfully reveals the truth. The talisman he threw was not a killing strike at all, but a heaven-sealing talisman that wrapped Yuanli in heavenly being-grade defense. Then the same crimson river from the Black Castle pours through the open gates, and Yuanli drinks it back in to restore his strength. Byac Cheonji flatters him to show the coalition the true defensive and offensive power of a heavenly being, making the betrayal feel even more shameless. Seo breaks his chains and attacks anyway, but every glass sword and every thread of the formless sword is bounced off Yuanli's sealed defense. Yuanli tells Seo he will remember him, but says resistance is pointless while the heaven-sealing talisman holds and his nascent soul power returns. When Yuanli asks for the heaven-striking talisman next, Seo finally understands the larger nightmare. These eastern, northern, and western powers were already under Yuanli's control long before this war. Jinlu Yuncheon drops all pretense and tells the bound Chongmun Yungjin she has waited for this day so she can claim him, fuse their clans, and monopolize Xingzi together. Chongmun Yungjin spits in her face and calls her out for crawling under the enemy who killed his family. Instead of anger, Jinlu Yuncheon licks away the spit and promises to lock him underground until he can think of nothing but her. Elsewhere, Mokli Huangcheon grinds his victory in deeper by jamming a shoe into Jin Yeowun's mouth and ordering him to get used to calling him master. The traitors start looting the wind too, and one eastern lord even drags Momly Minlap's main cannon away to deliver it to Yuanli. Yuanli orders the rewards sorted out later and demands the heaven-striking talisman now so he can wipe out the survivors and collapse the palace for its seal. Byac Cheonji calls for the talisman, and the one carrying it turns out to be the younger Byac cultivator Byac Munsong. Seo moves to stop him, then freezes when Byac Munsong activates the heaven-striking talisman instead of handing it over. Then Byac Munsong snaps and tells his own clan head he is sick of watching the Byac clan survive by kneeling under stronger powers forever. He argues that if Byac Cheonji had not betrayed the battle, the clan could have won honor on its own instead of becoming another old monster's hunting dog. Byac Cheonji desperately tries to pull him back with threats and bribes, promising he can take what he wants from the losing clans if he just stops now. Byac Munsong rejects him flatly, saying the one he favored was not any of those bargains, and unleashes the heaven-striking talisman at Yuanli. The heavenly being strike tears away one side of the serving command palace and strips the heaven-sealing talisman off Yuanli inside a storm of converging light. Seo catches Baek Munsong's eyes for a brief instant as he rushes past, both of them understanding this is the one opening they have left. Seo pours everything into the colorless glass sword's final form, merging all 3,000 swords into one blade called All Heavens. At the very end of the opening, Seo drives that final sword straight into Yuanli's dantian. Seo drives the colorless glass sword straight through Yuanli's last defense, and slams him into the floor of the serving command palace. Just as Seo goes for the finishing blow, the palace restraint breaks early and everyone's sealed cultivation starts rushing back. Yuanli instantly regains nascent soul power, knocks Seo's sword away, and rises back to his feet, breathing hard but alive. The reason becomes clear when Seo sees Baek Cheonjiai nearby, exhausted after using a secret ruin technique to release the restraint ahead of time. Yuanli coldly thanks the traitors for saving him, then punishes them on the spot because their failure still almost got him killed. Seo recognizes the curse energy in their upper dantians and realizes Yuanli had planted 5 elements blood curse banner control on them 200 years ago. Even after recovering, Yuanli is visibly worn down, and Seo sees that the balance has shifted because the allied core formation cultivators are getting their strength back too. Instead of panicking, Yuanli calmly offers Seo a place at his side as a blood slave he would treat like a disciple. Seo answers with his sword, but Yuanli's blood-colored leaf fan blasts him back with a wind so vicious it makes his own blood boil. Seo still refuses to back down, and shouts to everyone that Yuanli is weaker now, so a united attack can still finish him. As the coalition rises and traitors like Jinlu Yuncheon start to panic, Seo tells Song Jin and Seo Ran that the fight is almost over and they can come in. Yuanli starts charging the blood fan again, and the traitors suddenly realize he no longer intends to spare anyone just because they helped him. A crimson figure suddenly shoots in from the black castle beside Yuanli, and even Seo's instincts scream that stepping forward now would get him killed. The newcomer resolves into a beautiful pale young body with black hair and Yuanli's robes, and Seo realizes this is the body Yuanli used in his previous life. Yuanli's grotesque nascent soul crawls out of the old body and enters the blood body, turning the new vessel into his true battle form. The new Yuanli crushes and absorbs the discarded old body into blood mist, restoring himself all the way back to completed mid-stage nascent soul power. Now back in his youthful blood body, Yuanli boasts that 2 centuries of preparation perfected this vessel, his blood arts, and the Sea Dragon King's stolen method. Then he swings the fan and unleashes Summoning Wind, True Blood Transformation, a bloody dragon storm that fills the entire first floor. Seo barely holds his ground, but most of the other core formation cultivators are blown away by the palace-wide attack. When the blood storm clears, only a few top clan heads and elders are still standing, and Seo realizes Baek Munsong is missing from the wreckage. Worse, the dead and fallen are turning into blood clouds that drift back into Yuanli and make the technique even more terrifying. Chongmun Yunji kneels over the split corpse of Jinlu Yuncheon, furious that Yuanli slaughtered even his own allies without hesitation. Yuanli coldly says only the master chooses who lives or dies, then sneers that talk of allies and protection is just weakness. Red formation flags burst out around him, and the floors of the serving command palace start collapsing together under his control. While the floors cave in, Yuanli rants that everything he gained came from exploiting mercy, fear, and weakness, because seizing and dominating is the only truth he believes in. His consciousness domain compresses into a sea dragon-like presence, and soon only the 7th floor remains between him and the hidden seal. Just as Yuanli prepares to finish everyone, Song Jin's voice comes through the communicator and says he and Seo Ran decided to send Seo Ran in through the Nether Crossing ship's teleportation array. A pale hand reaches out of the ghost mist, and Seo Ran steps through in black robes, now half human, half dragon, and already at mid-stage core formation. Seo Ran politely greets both sides, and Yuanli lights up with greedy interest the moment he realizes a Sea Dragon King's descendant has appeared in front of him. Yuanli confirms Seo Ran's lineage and immediately tries to recruit him too, treating even this reveal like another prize to seize. Seo Ran refuses, says he already has a master, and openly declares that he came here to help Seo kill Yuanli. Then Seo Ran drops the real bombshell. The art Yuanli thought he stole is actually Summoning Wind, blood core coagulation, not the method name Yuanli has been boasting about. The moment Seo Ran invokes the truth of that method, Yuanli's body betrays him and drops to its knees in front of the king's descendant. Seo Ran tells him the ugly truth. He probably never outplayed the Sea Dragon King at all, and may have been a puppet led along from the start. When Mokli Huangqion and the surviving traitors rush to defend Yuanli, Seo Ran silences them like livestock and forces them back under the command of their true bloodline master. Even the fleeing bandaged Eastern Lord is dragged down crawling by Seo Ran's command, proving the bloodline control reaches all of Yuanli's stolen followers. Yuanli still forces himself back up through sheer nascent soul power, but now more than half his strength is being burned just to resist Seo Ran's control. Seo Ran explains that Yuanli's sea dragon blood-infused body is exactly why this works, then turns to Seo and tells him the opening is here at last. Seo finally understands why Seo Huil had been so desperate to kill Seo Ran before, because Yuan Li's greatest future weapon had also become his hidden weakness. Yuan Li snaps open the blood wave fan, but Seo Ran coldly orders the blood storm to scatter and shuts the technique down on the spot. Even suppressed, Yuan Li erupts in bloody light so dangerous that Seo immediately steps in with the colorless glass sword and formless sword together to block him. Seo realizes Yuan Li never reached late nascent soul because he poured that power into the blood body instead, which means this terrifying form is still his last hidden card. With that thought, Seo decides the battle finally has an end point and charges in, convinced everything is over if they destroy this body now. Instead of trading blows, Seo Ran senses the desert's buried energy, and starts dragging up the dead hidden under Yuan Li's castle. Then the truth bursts out as countless vengeful ghosts flood from beneath the castle, darkening the sky with the resentment of everyone Yuan Li slaughtered. Seo Ran openly condemns Yuan Li's mass slaughter, and the ghosts answer by shrieking his name and demanding revenge. Yuan Li is shaken that a Sea Dragon clansman is using Black Ghost Valley arts, but Seo Ran just smiles and says again that he is the great Black Ghost Valley's disciple. Seo Ran formally hosts a ghost festival, offering the dead a chance to manifest if they lend him their hatred against Yuan Li. The ghosts accept in a frenzy, and Seo feels the scale of the gathering spike far beyond what Seo Ran could ever summon alone. Seo Ran swears by the Nether crossing ship, and power from the ship deep in the sea starts pouring through the teleportation array into the ghosts around him. Tens of thousands of strengthened ghosts rush straight into Seo Ran's body, and his aura surges so violently that even Yuan Li tenses up. Yuan Li mocks him for taking in power he should not be able to contain, but Seo Ran ignores the taunt and calls for his master instead. The moment Song Jin answers through the attaching spirit great spell, heavenly being pressure crashes over the battlefield and drives Seo, Yuan Li, and the other core formation survivors to their knees around Seo Ran. Blue ghost fire ignites in Seo Ran's eyes, Song Jin speaks through his body, and Yuan Li panics at the sudden arrival of a real heavenly being. Song Jin wastes no time and swings once, ripping open the palace defenses and splitting the desert itself in a strike so huge it leaves a valley behind. Amazingly, Yuan Li still survives the hit as nothing more than a twitching lump of flesh in the corner of the ruined palace. The possession wrecks Seo Ran's body too, so Song Jin orders Seo to use his curse method and transfer every burden from disciple to master before there is no time left. Seo obeys, shifting the damage onto Song Jin's remnant soul, and Song Jin warns that after paying this price they had better finish Yuan Li themselves. After Song Jin withdraws, Seo stares for one stunned beat at the valley split through the desert, then turns back toward Yuan Li's ruined flesh with a fresh chance to finish him. Seo rallies the survivors and leads the charge on Yuan Li's crippled body, believing the monster is finally neutralized. But Yuan Li's crimson power starts flowing again, and Seo realizes too late that the long source true power is not heading into Yuan Li at all. Instead, the power flies into the formation flags pinned high in the palace, and Seo shouts for everyone to stop Yuan Li before he can call the serving command seal. At the same time, the meat lump launches into the air in a burst of blood light and declares that he will stake his life as well. Seo instantly understands the gamble. Yuan Li is burning his own nascent soul to seize the seal even if it costs him his cultivation or his life. Branches explode from Yuan Li's ruined body into a bloody forest to block pursuit, forcing the surviving cultivators to carve a path together. Seo breaks through first and reaches Yuan Li just as the monster spits out his hideous baby nascent soul covered in extra hands, eyes, and mouths. That nascent soul tears off one of its own hands and detonates it in Seo's face, sacrificing itself for one more opening. Seo drives straight through the blast with Severing Mountain, his skin peeling away from the damage even as his body starts regenerating. Then the last floor of the palace collapses, and the serving command seal finally appears above them like the prize of the whole battle. Knowing he has one shot, Seo gulps down every immortal liquor he still has to push his treasures, speed, and striking power to the limit. Yuan Li mutilates his nascent soul even further to explode with power, and Seo answers by throwing the colorless glass sword with everything he has. Both reach the serving command seal at the same instant, and the whole war hangs on that single frozen heartbeat. Seo Ran shouts one command, and Yuan Li locks up for a split second, letting Seo's sword knock the seal away. Seo surges in to finish it with Severing Mountain, convinced this opening is the true end. But Yuan Li's surviving formation flags move on their own, catch the far-flung seal, and hand fate back to him at the last possible second. A tentacle from Yuan Li's mangled flesh grabs the seal, and he triumphantly declares himself its master while his body starts regenerating again. He is still badly wounded and his mask leaks blood, but now he has the seal and boasts that after sacrificing everything he will kill them all, or be a fool. Seo refuses to back down because Yuan Li is still near death, but the moment he presses in, the palace itself starts falling in a way that only blocks Seo's path. Seo realizes this is no coincidence anymore, as the collapsing palace keeps shielding Yuan Li and blocking only him, like the world itself has tilted toward the man holding the seal. Seo Ran tries to force Yuan Li to kneel again, but Yuan Li reveals that Song Jin's strike burned away the Sea Dragon King's essence blood in his body, so the bloodline suppression is gone. Freed from that control, Yuanli blasts Seo Ran into the Black Castle and escapes after him, while the collapsing palace strangely stabilizes the instant he leaves it. Song Jin's lingering ghost curses the absurd turn of events and asks Seo whether enough ghosts remain to steal the seal back, but the battlefield has already been emptied out. With no easy answer left, Seo rushes after Yuanli into the Black Castle and nearly misses a weak voice calling his name from the debris. It is Byok Munsom, crushed under the ruins with most of his body gone and his golden core shattered, somehow still alive for a few final words. The dying man presses a glass shard tied to the woman he and Seo both loved into Seo's hand and begs him to avenge her. Seo gives his promise, and the dying man finally goes still, leaving Seo to carry the shard and that last request into the castle. Seo and the surviving cultivators enter the Black Castle, following the thick smell of blood toward the Grand Hall at its center. In the Grand Hall, they find Seo Ran already bound in blood while Yuanli lounges with the serving command seal and announces that everyone here will become fuel for his recovery. Yuanli smugly explains that Song Jin was only a doomed remnant soul and says he no longer has anything to fear now that the old ghost has spent himself. He even claims that now he understands Seo Huil's trap and summoning wind, true blood transformation. He can strip that art back out and fight with his other blood techniques alone. Facing that monster with the seal in hand, Seo reaches a bleak point where even risking his life for one strike starts to feel hopeless. Then Song Jin's remnant speaks again from Seo's arms and asks for a quick report, snapping Seo back into the fight. Seo tells him Seo Ran is captured and Yuanli has climbed back to mid-nascent soul inside, and Song Jin quietly tells him to protect Seo Ran because things are about to get loud. A heartbeat later, one wall of the Black Castle explodes inward as the ruined Nether Crossing ship crashes straight into the hall for Seo Ran's sake. The ship's debris instantly forms a protective barrier around Seo Ran and the others, and Song Jin bluntly says anyone who wants to live should get inside because Yuanli is not welcome. Seo Ran realizes what his master intends and desperately begs him to stop, but Song Jin only leaves him one last lesson about black ghost valleys while living in its people, not its ship. Song Jin pulls out the dark space-breaking bead and explains that the seal can be resisted by stronger fate, overwhelming power, or something with enough history to ignore its pull. Seo Ran frantically tries to order the bead not to obey, but the ancient Nether Crossing ship answers Song Jin instead. With a final look at his disciple, Song Jin gives the command for the Nether Crossing ship to self-destruct. Seo yanks the survivors deeper into Song Jin's debris barrier while Yuanli slams against the glowing edge in panic, clutching the serving command seal but locked outside. Then a dark spatial storm swallows the whole hall, shredding everything outside the barrier in Song Jin's final attack. When the storm dies out, Seo Ran breaks free and stares at the wreckage with blood tears running down his face, while the battered barrier survives only because it is made from the same ship that exploded. Seo steps out ready to hate whatever is left, and what he finds is a blood-soaked meat lump still somehow alive under the fading image of a blue dragon. Seo recognizes Seo Huil's interference again, and even after facing that spatial storm the dragon image still bought Yuanli one more survival. Yuanli regenerates once more with his mask shattered to the mouth and his cultivation fallen all the way to core formation grand perfection. But the broken Black Castle itself pours power back into him through the seal, dragging him right back up to early nascent soul before Seo can finish the job. He starts ranting through blood that the seal still saved him and that even now he can kill this whole group. Seo rushes him anyway, but Yuanli's weakened early nascent soul bloodlight still throws him back, and the old monster screams that no one understands what it took to crawl through 900 years without dying. Seo answers with a sharp truth of his own. He has lived about 900 years too, so Yuanli's age means nothing to him. As Seo steadies himself, his eyes catch a jade naragi in the rubble by Yuanli's feet, and he realizes it must be the keepsake of Wulriang's great-grandson. Yuanli spots Seo's reaction instantly and twists the knife, sneering about the pendant and the woman Seo lost 200 years ago. Then he crushes the jade pendant under his foot, treating the dead and everything they left behind as trash. That is the moment Seo finally stops thinking about surviving and decides that if he must die here, he will still make Yuanli answer for everything he trampled. Seo raises his sword and shouts that none of what Yuanli crushed was trash, and that he will show him exactly what those lives and bonds were worth. With that vow, Seo reaches beyond his limits and begins the 24th move, Foolish Old Man Moves Mountains, the self-destructive final end of Severing Mountain swordsmanship.